singles final, and a special day, I'm sure, for Dylan. A few butterflies in the chest today for him.
I don't know who's more nervous, Nick Kyrgios or Dylan in the coin toss. It's a big responsibility. You know, you have a big impact on how the match progresses. So, Dylan, from us, we hope it goes very well. Word on the ball kids and ball boys are fantastic again this year. I mean, every single year they're brilliant, but obviously with the last couple of the pandemic and everything to come back and to be as great as they have done has been fantastic. So much goes into this tournament beyond just what happens on the court, and you can see here just some of the people that help make this such a special event for everyone.
Oh, certainly. Everything is done right down to the last minute detail.
Military precision.
I wonder who Prince George is supporting today. Is he Novak or is he Nick? That's the big question.
Yeah, what do you think? I think he loves his tennis, doesn't he? They all do. We saw William and Kate here. They've been a couple of times, actually, this championship, so they'll be very familiar with both men's finalists today. And presumably they'll be meeting one of them after the match.
Yes, they will be. Well, Olivia was on centre court a little bit earlier on today, and she got the chance to have a little chat with Dylan there, who's going to be doing the coin toss later.
Now, a huge part of getting the men's finals underway is, of course, the coin toss. And today, the honour goes to Dylan Mulvey, 13 years old. How are you feeling today, Dylan?
I'm feeling really excited. It's been an amazing experience, and I can't wait to get out there and meet all the players.
OK, so you're going to meet the players, and then you've got to get this match underway. Have you been practising flipping that coin?
Yeah, I've been out there already practising.
Do you know where you have to stand? Do you know what you have to do? Is it all firmly lodged in your head?
Yes.
OK, good. You seem cool as a cucumber, and that's really, really great. Now, you got this honour because you kind of were awarded it by an amazing charity that you did a lot of work for during lockdown. And look who I have here.
Hello, hi.
Hello, introduce yourself, sir.
So my name is Amadit Chauhan. I'm the CEO of St George's Hospital Charity.
OK, and why did Dylan get this amazing honour?
Well, we nominated Dylan just because of his amazing fundraising he had done last year. He abseiled down a 13-storey building, which for me is extremely frightening. I hate heights, so he did something amazing that I could never do. And it was in memory of his grandfather, who was treated at St George's Hospital. So we thought, what a great opportunity to nominate him, and here we are today.
Did you know it would kind of get to this point? Like, this is pretty an amazing job to do, you know?
Yeah, no, not at all. We had our fingers crossed, and when we got the call, we were all over the moon, and so it's incredible to be here today.
And Dylan, you abseiled down a building. Why was that the thing you chose to do? And are you crazy?
Well, it was suggested to me by my dad. And
OK, so it's your dad's fault.
Yeah. I was really excited and up for it. It was something I really wanted to do.
And how much money did you raise?
I raised £2,800.
Ah, that's loads! Who did you go to ask to donate?
Well, my dad and my family shared the link everywhere.
Wow, that is an amazing amount, and you're crazy for doing it, but I'm pleased you did it safely. Oh, otherwise you would have ended up in the hospital. OK, so a brilliant day today for everyone involved. What are you most looking forward to?
Just a wonderful day, and again, you know, we're here on the centenary, which is fantastic for Dylan as well. It's the anniversary of NHS last week, 74 years old, so we're not as old as Wimbledon, but we're getting there. But just looking forward to a great match.
Well, it will be. Thank you so much, both of you. Good luck today, Dylan.
Thank you.
Well, a very warm welcome to Wimbledon, and looking forward to the ladies' singles final on a very warm day for what should be a fascinating match between Elena Rybakina and Ons Jabeur. One of them going to take this title, take a Grand Slam singles title for the first time. Very impressive from Ons Jabeur. Just over half an hour gone, one set taken in this final. What a turnaround in this final. But there she is, a new name a new champion, Jelena Rybakina. Again, the moments you dream of.
I love this tournament so much, and I feel really sad, but I mean, it's tennis. There is only one winner. I'm really happy that I'm trying to inspire, you know, many generations from my country. I hope they're listening.
Really, I never felt something like this, and I just want to say big thanks to the crowd for the support. It was unbelievable all these 2 weeks.
Australian again. Wimbledon men's doubles champions.
7-6. What a way to do it. These guys have just put on their capes and become Superman.
Well, we saw British royalty earlier, and delighted to say on Wimbledon Uncovered, we've been joined by tennis royalty, commentator extraordinaire Robbie Koenig. Robbie, we'll get on to the men's final a little bit later, but we saw some highlights from the ladies' final. You were commentating on it yesterday on centre court. What did you make of what turned out to be a great match?
Adam Hunt, my new agent, by the way. Fantastic match. And in fact, before the match started, Adam, I thought it was going to be a tough day for Ons. I really did. I thought Rybakina had been playing some amazing tennis. If you actually have a look at the draw that Ons had, it was a pretty good draw. Yeah. My biggest concern was the quality of the opposition that she had faced prior to facing Rybakina, and that's what the overwhelming, the strong point for Rybakina was that she had beaten quality opposition. The semi-final against Halep I thought was world class, as clean a match as you're ever going to get in the semi-finals of a major, and I think that teed her up perfectly. Perhaps a slow start, a little nervy, but thereafter, man, the ball striking was otherworldly. And you talk about being qualified from the neck up, man. She's unbelievable in that department. Such a cool customer.
I was going to ask you that, Robbie, because we've seen it before. We'll come on to men's final a bit later on, but Novak's had a couple of five-setters. Obviously, Nick's had a significantly easier run to the final. Do you think sometimes actually having those harder matches earlier on is beneficial on both sides, just getting used to the surface and the atmosphere, the weather?
I think we in the media, we always like to say, you need some of that, but you ask the players and they'll tell you no. They want it as smooth as possible. But I just thought in Ons's case specifically, she needed to be tested better. Yeah. I felt that because Rybakina was playing so well. As far as the men go, I think it's the best thing that could ever happen to Nick Kyrgios. We always used to discuss whether Nick would be able to win 7 matches. Of course, he doesn't have to win 7 matches now, does he, James?
No.
Then he has to win 6.
6, yeah.
So, I mean, you talk about everything coming together at the right time for you.
Just lastly on Rybakina, do you think now potentially the floodgates could open? She goes on and wins 2, 3, 4, 5 Grand Slams?
What's next?
Absolutely. You know, Adam, I went back and I had a look at her projections up the rankings, and in July 2019, she was ranked 108 in the world. Wow. In February, before lockdown, she was already 24 in the world. So the upside was, you know, it was significant. The path, the trajectory she was on was significant. And of course, COVID came. So that slowed things down, but I think she's just picked up from, you know, prior to COVID, and she's playing amazing tennis now.
Do you think it helps that she's not under the radar by any means, but compared to someone like Ons that does have this sort of, you know, they love her here, she's more of a familiar sort of household name, does that help someone like Elena just to kind of come in under the radar and then, you know, able to deliver the way she did? I mean, it's super impressive.
Absolutely, because all the stories, I think, for the most part this week have been about Ons. Yeah. Everybody was talking about Ons this, Ons that. You know, the type of game she plays. You know, that's on everybody's. It's on everybody's lips. So exciting to watch, so different, and yeah, the personality of Rybakina, very low key. Obviously, people were discussing about the fact that she was born in Russia, but I thought that was it wasn't brought up all that much. I think I have personal view on that. I think as far as the Russians were concerned, that's a missed opportunity for them because they didn't recognise the talent that she's had. So, you know, for me, it's huge props to the Kazakh Tennis Federation for recognising the talent and supporting it.
Yeah, they worked hard to get her, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, big props to them. I couldn't be happier for them.
Robbie, intriguing as always, but let's catch up with Olivia again, who's spoken to someone who's very important to these championships.
Now, it's a big day for Jerry Armstrong. Well, it's been a big couple of weeks. You are the championships referee. This is the pinnacle. How are you feeling? What kind of jobs have you got to do this morning?
I've done the best job of the week, and is with my young friend Dylan, and just getting them out to do the coin toss. So that's actually a lovely job of the week, and really popular with us all. And so, yeah.
Okay, so, and the rest of the day, kind of what other responsibilities do you have to make sure this is a really smooth running, lovely event?
Well, we've actually got some other matches going on now, so I've literally just got to rush and try and sort some problems out there.
Oh no, there's problems.
Yes, I know, there's problems, yeah.
You put out fires.
What are you doing? Do you want to come and play in the Invitational? Because we need somebody to come and play very quickly.
Oh my God, I'd love to. I've got to work, but maybe.
Maybe.
I'll come chat to you, Jerry.
Come and find us in the locker rooms.
Thanks, Jess.
Cheers,
all right, bye.
Bye.
Get me on court.
Right, we need a player quickly.
Genuinely.
Mum, do you want to come and play?
Oh no.
Sorry, I've got to rush.
Oh my God. I'm going to do it. Guys, this is it. This is my moment.
She's getting to them and she's putting them away.
That was extraordinary. Ball was moving towards the ground, just 3 feet off the grass. Great racket work.
Jerry's back.
You're back. Yeah.
And you're like a different man because you've sorted your problem. And I literally thought I was playing tennis at Wimbledon today, but we'll talk about that off camera, Jerry.
Yeah.
Okay, so more things. I just wanted to know a bit about your role because it's a really important role. You're kind of in charge of all of the runnings on court, and it's really interesting to find out. So could you tell us a bit about your responsibilities or things that come up that you do?
Yeah. I mean, it's more about reacting to situations, which happens a lot of time. I mean, the boring work is putting the order of play together, doing the draws, and just the general running.
And is that daily?
The draws before the tournament,
yes.
Yeah. The orders of play are very much daily. That's quite a big bulk of our work going into the middle part and the early part of the championships, but a little bit more relaxed this time, except when players kind of at the last minute say we can't play, which almost happens. So, but a lot of it is I'm in charge of the officials, of just the general running of everything that goes on with the tennis tournament. So,
and you run a tight ship, and it is an amazing beast. It works seamlessly. How long have you been here, and how did you get into this role?
Believe it or not, this is my 49th year. Not in this role, but I've been an official here since 1973. And I first came along with my dad, who was an umpire here, who umpired the 1975 final, which I bet you can't remember who played. Which was Jimmy Connors and Ken Rosewell. Arthur Ashe and Jimmy Connors, which was kind of a big one at the time. So Dad dragged me along in the early 70s, and I've been coming here ever since in various roles, which has been quite nice.
You are well aware it's 100 years of centre court.
Yeah.
Do you have any really fond memories or, great times that you were here during that, not the whole 100 years, but the last 49 at least?
Yeah, I mean, on a personal level, umpiring the men's singles final, which I've done 4 of here, is a massive highlight. And that's always quite nerve-wracking. But towards, when I did number 3 and 4, it was a little less nerve-wracking, so you can get some fond memories from that.
Yeah, enjoy it a bit more, take it in.
Yeah, so that's, on a personal level, that's been my highlights for me, was just coming out here, yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much for giving us some more time. We really appreciate it. I hope today runs very smoothly.
Well, let's hope so. And I mean, more importantly, I hope the crowd have a good time, and it's just a great match, or matches, I should say. And everybody leaves here in good spirits, so that's what we want.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jerry.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So the IBM Power Index has spoken. It's a close-run thing. 52% Nick Kyrgios. Robbie, you surprised by that?
If it's just power, no, because Kyrgios has got that in spades. But if you're looking at the overall winner, I don't think I'd be giving Nick the edge in that department, despite the fact that he's got a positive head-to-head against Novak. But certainly from the power game, the serve is one of the best the sport has ever seen.
Well, he said so himself, didn't he? He said, I think I've got the best serve in grass court tennis, Nick, at the moment.
Never lacking in confidence, is he, Mr. Kyrgios?
Wallflower, Mr. Kyrgios.
But in all honesty, James, if I was a big Serb fan, the one player that I wouldn't want to see on the other side of the net today is Nick.
Novak, yeah.
Does Novak, do you think he is knowing of the fact that if Nick is slightly off on the serve, though, because it's such a huge weapon for him and wins him so many points, that he's going to have an easier time? If he can throw Nick off his serve where he stands for the return, if he's a bit closer, a bit further back, just try and knock him off, that could be the key to the match.
Yeah, and I think it's an excellent point you make, Adam, because I think the serve is going to be the cornerstone of both these players' games. So we saw, even Djokovic said in the semi-final against Cam Norrie, the moment his serve wasn't going so well, he was struggling against Cam. He said the moment he found the rhythm there in the second set, it's so different, the way it permeates when you serve well, how that permeates through the rest of your game and the confidence it gives you. It's immense.
The rhythm.
Yeah, and just on the surface, though, because you know on the surface, if you go down and break a serve, it can put you in a lot of trouble, and especially so when you're coming up against somebody like Kyrgios, right? You know, break a serve is often the end of a set. So, you know, Kyrgios, no question, the forehand is massive. And a lot of people will be surprised when they see how many winners there in IBM stats that Djokovic has off his forehand side. We always speak about Novak's backhand being world class, but, you know, you don't win tournaments with a backhand. You win it being aggressive. His forehand is so underrated. The shape that he gets on that shot, when he, especially with the cross-court shot, that's going to be an interesting matchup in the duel today. Can he get Nick running wild on his forehand and force Nick to take on shots that he shouldn't be taking on?
Well, speaking of Novak, let's take a look at the great champion. Here he is at the All England Club on finals day, making his way down to court number 10, which is one of the match courts in the shadow of centre court. And I think a few of the people there were a bit surprised to see him.
It's one of my favourite things about this second week at Wimbledon. If you've got a ground pass, just take a wander around the courts, because quite often these guys use the practice courts, the outside courts, to warm up and practice. And, you know, you might just see a superstar, Robbie, wandering past you on the way to practice.
I mean, that is the beauty. And as you can see, when they're walking through the crowds there, your proximity to these guys is what's so awesome about this tournament, right? You know, I mean, I was listening to some of the radio commentary that was going on around, and the people that they were speaking to, oh, he nearly brushed past me, he almost touched my banner, I think he touched my shirt. I mean, that's the aura that these guys have. It's so cool, isn't it?
That shirt's never getting washed again.
Ever.
You can smell the aftershave of Novak.
Absolutely. Robbie, do you think that Novak, he's not going to feel nerves too much ahead of a Grand Slam final, a Wimbledon final? He's done it so many times before. But do you think when he learned that it would be Kyrgios in the final and not Rafa Nadal, it raised the nerves just slightly more?
Absolutely. You've got to remember that Rafa has never beaten Novak on a surface other than clay. 2013. People forget that. 2013 was the last time Nadal beat him on a surface other than a clay court. So he owns him on grass. He owns him on a hard court as well. We know that. But for Nick Kyrgios, a different story. Nick, I don't think, is intimidated. He knows the game plan. The fact that he's beaten him on the two occasions that they've played. Of course, I'm not sure if you guys knew this, but he hasn't broken, Djokovic hasn't broken Kyrgios either in those two matches that they played at Acapulco and Indian Wells. So, you know, I think Nick comes in here with, I mean, if Kyrgios could tee up a situation as best as he possibly could in the finals of Wimbledon, this would be it. This would be it.
Well, yeah, you mentioned there the six-match win run that Nick's had to have into this. And we, you know, as we watch Novak here practice and prepare, how's that going to affect Nick's preparation? Those two, you know, couple of days downtime he wouldn't have accounted for. So much of this is about routine for players these days. I mean, talk us through that, Robbie, in terms of his mindset.
This is a great discussion point, and I often have this discussion point with golfers, guys, because their argument is the fact that they have to wait so long between shots and they have to think so much about the shot that they're going to play makes golf a tougher sport than tennis, because tennis is so instinctual.
Reactionary, isn't it?
Yes, exactly, Adam.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's that psyche that you can take into consideration, James. The fact that Nick now has had 4 days to think about this final. You know, how's that going to affect him? He said 2 days ago when he was impressed that, you know, he couldn't sleep. Yep. He only got 1 hour of sleep. He just wants this thing to come sooner rather than later. So I think both guys are going to be nervous. These guys are always nervous. They are human. The opening couple of games are going to be crucial.
Novak's got a big server in his camp, Goran Ivanisevic. Do you think that Goran will have had a quiet word? I mean, he's not telling Novak Djokovic what to do, clearly. Novak doesn't need too much help. But do you think he will have had a quiet word with Novak? This is what could work well against Kyrgios. Is the preparation from the coaching team crucial for this match too from Novak?
Absolutely, absolutely. They'll go through a game plan. They'll have a look at serving patterns of Nick when they play it in both Indian Wells and Acapulco.
Because he is meticulous, isn't he? He loves those statistical preparations. He leaves no stone unturned.
Absolutely, and these days with the kind of data that we have available, and I'm sure they probably tapped into the boys at IBM here this week, they will have a look at the patterns of play where Nick likes to serve on break points. Maybe, you know, 15, 30 pointers, another big point that we often come across in a game. You scrutinize those, but you've got to remember those are not hard facts. It's something that a player has to feel. If he feels that Kyrgios is going to go out wild on this break point, you've got to trust that gut instinct. You can't always just go with the numbers. And the best players, Adam, they're so good at deciding when to trust the numbers and when to trust their instinct.
Especially a guy like Nick Kyrgios, who plays so much on instinct, on flair. You're never quite sure what's going to happen. Well, as we watch these pictures of Novak Djokovic warming up in amongst the droves of people down there on, I think, court 10, Rachel has got herself in amongst it to get a courtside view for us.
Well, what a day we are in store for today. The men's final, of course, will be taking place on centre court, and we know exactly who's going to be in it. Novak Djokovic will be taking on Nick Kyrgios, and Djokovic is out then on court 10, and he has got quite the crowd watching him here, and rightly so. I mean, they're looking at one of the greats of the game. He's looking for his 7th title here. He's actually participated in 8 out of the past 11 Wimbledon finals. I mean, what an achievement for this man. He's looking for his 4th consecutive title here, and if he wins later on today, it'll be his 86th Wimbledon match win. Almost closing in on 100. Let's see if he'll hang around long enough for that. And more importantly, probably to him and the tennis world, he's looking for his 21st Grand Slam. And that would put him just 1 behind Rafa Nadal and 1 in front of Roger Federer. Nadal's on 22, of course, and Federer on that 20, which Djokovic also currently holds. He's not lost here, remember, since those quarterfinals in 2017 when he pulled out with that injury there. So can we call that a loss? I'm not so sure. Let's just talk then about his opponent a little bit. Nick Kyrgios, he's never been here before. It'd be quite the afternoon for him, and they've been having a little bit of a conversation. I was down at Orangi yesterday when they were practicing, and there were a couple of words being exchanged there, and that was after the press conference that Nick had to do because he didn't play Rafa, and he was talking about Novak and himself have a bromance now. I'm not sure Novak particularly agreed with that, but they do say they have a better relationship. And then Nick proceeded to Instagram story him, is that how we call it these days, saying, "Are we friends now?" to Djokovic. And Djokovic replied, "If you're inviting me for a drink or dinner, I accept. P.S. winner of tomorrow plays," as in the winner of the final plays. And then Nick responded, "Deal, let's go to a nightclub and go nuts." Well, there we go. If you're out in London then later on this evening, you may see the two of them going nuts in a nightclub. But it's going to be such an epic matchup, isn't it? Because we know what Nick Kyrgios is like. He's a colourful character. He brings the crowds, and he brings youthful crowds back in Australia after that Grand Slam doubles title with the Narsi Kokonakis, which he achieved earlier on in the year in Melbourne Park there. And this is going to be great. Novak is practicing his returns at the moment, and they will definitely be key today. We know Kyrgios has that great serve, and he also has those really powerful forehand returns as well. He'll need everything in his arsenal, really, to go out there today. Goran Ivanisevic is on the side of the net next to Djokovic there as well. He's been a Grand Slam champion here too. He's got a pretty big team with him. Really on the contrary to Nick Kyrgios, who doesn't even have a coach. Remember that, he kind of parted ways with his coach back in 2017 and said, you know what, not super serious about my tennis, I just want to go out there and have fun. That's possibly changed now that you're in a Grand Slam final. We'll have to get some word with him after that. But yeah, just look at the crowds down here on court 10. Hopefully watching this man later make a little bit of history here. If he gets that 7th title, he will equal William Renshaw and Pete Sampras. Those guys have also got 7 titles to their name. It'll be quite the moment on centre court. I can't wait to watch it. Nick Kyrgios will be feeling a little bit nervous. He's already said that. Djokovic, surely not so much. He's been here and achieved lifting this title a couple of times before, 6 to be precise. Can he make it 7 out there on centre court, which is obviously the beautiful backdrop behind him out there on court 10? We'll find out in a couple of hours' time.
Well, she found a good spot there, didn't she, Rachel? And if Novak was able to get to his practice court relatively unannounced and unwatched, he's going to have a job getting back, isn't he?
If he's not on centre court in 25 minutes, you know why.
There's some serious traffic down there by court 10. Robbie, we're seeing the crowds here. Can that have a big impact on this match? Because obviously Kyrgios divides opinion. In some ways, so does Novak. Which way do you think the crowd will be siding on centre court?
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because generally when they're playing, a lot of the time it's the guys that they're playing against that get most of the support. But you are so right. I am not sure which way the centre court crowd is going to lean. You know, often wonder how young the crowd is. Of course, you know, you win tickets in the ballots. I think the younger generation absolutely loves Nick for all his antics, for all his misbehaving. You know, we were discussing a little earlier on, we live in a culture these days where the more shocking the environment is, the more we gravitate towards a person. And, you know, that's Nick Kyrgios. But I think as much as Nick's antics are concerned, we mustn't forget that this guy he's got a proper tennis game. There's so much he can do well, and there's a reason why he does well on the surface. His game is custom made for it.
Well, he has obviously won here before as a junior, the doubles, back in 2013. But, you know, as we look at these pictures there, it is blistering.
Will Novak try to orchestrate the crowd against Nick?
No, I don't think so. I think he'll be more consumed with what's going on the other side of the court rather than you know, engaging the crowd. I think that's something that Nick will try and do if things aren't going his way early on.
Do those little trick shots, try and get in the heads, rile people up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe have an argument with an umpire. You know, they have to replay a point because a call is incorrect. You know, I don't think people understand how smart Nick is. He is a smart guy. He knows exactly what he's doing.
What have you made of Novak's route through to the final? You mentioned Ons Jabeur's route to the final and how that affected the match. Because Novak's been tested. He wasn't brilliant, was he, in the first couple of matches? Dropped sets early on. He looked like he was heading out against Yannick Sinner. He was comprehensively outplayed in those first 2 sets. Yeah. If you were to rate him out of 10 into the final, what would you give him? I'd
probably give him a 7.8 for what we've seen so far. He hasn't played his best tennis, but this is the thing about the very best players, is that their base level of play is so high. And I would say, unlike Federer, for example, Novak always seems to play just well enough to beat the guy on the other side of the court. I always got the feeling when we watch Rog play, the guy was always 9.5 out of 10. Didn't matter who was on the other side of the court. So that's where I think he's a little different. And he has this ability that if the stakes are raised or the level of his opponent, you know, starts to go higher and higher, he can match that.
Those bodyguards getting their value for money today. It is very warm here in SW19. And how's that going to impact things there, Robbie? You know, ball's going to move quicker through the surface. Does that help Novak with his movement, or does Nick use that with the serve?
Well, it's the hottest day of the championships, isn't it? So I think the ball is going to be pinging around a lot. And when it's moving through the air that quickly, I think it's going to favour Kyrgios. That flat backhand of his is going to be awkward. That thing stays so low. And then he mixes it up so beautifully with the forehand, which is so heavily spun. So he's always changing the contact point. The flat backhand is down here, then the heavy forehand is up there. So he's always changing the contact point for Djokovic. So that makes it tough from the back of the court. And then with the serve, he's probably going to get an extra couple of clicks, you know, on that because it's so warm. Yeah. The ball's a bit more pingy through the air. I think, again, You know, talk about customizing conditions. They don't get much better for Kyrgios.
Yeah, Nick's played someone off, hasn't he? He's got a pretty good tournament so far.
The weather gods are watching him.
Yeah.
Robbie, obviously Novak's been out, we just saw him there.
Yep.
Nick Kyrgios has also been inside the grounds practicing. But the interesting difference, he chose to practice down at Orangi, away from the prying eyes of the media. Here he is just walking in. And we'll see him making his way to Orangi for his practice session. What do you make of that decision?
Yeah, trying to keep it as low-key as possible, right? He wants as little pressure on him. He wants to be under the radar. He wants to sell Djokovic as the favourite as much as he possibly can. Because I think that's when he plays his best tennis. Sorry, James.
Yeah, no, as you said, he knows exactly what... This is all part of it. This is all calculated. This is all part of the preparation. He knows exactly what he's doing, Robbie, here with these low-key prep. You know, for the first time in a while, this is low-key Nick Kyrgios. This is something we're used to saying. We saw some pictures in the week of him practicing, and he looked very relaxed. I think he was lying down for the majority.
He spent more time on his phone than he did playing tennis.
Yeah, he did. But today, I'm guessing probably not the case. He'll be up for this one.
Totally. You know, in all the years I've been commentating on this game, you never knew whether Nick was going to be engaged in a match. It didn't matter how deep in the tournament it was, but if ever I was certain, if ever we were certain about Nick being completely engaged in a match, it's going to be this one, Adam. And that brings up its own discussion. Does Nick play his best tennis when he is completely engaged and wants to win so bad? Because sometimes I think he plays his best tennis when he doesn't care if he loses.
The other thing with Nick, I read an interesting analysis of him, and you used the golfing analogy earlier on, and this explained him about, in the terms of a test batsman, he's very good at switching on when he needs to. There's moments when a test batsman's building an innings, trying to get 100, that they do need to be able to switch off between the balls being bowled, but then when the bowler's running in to send the delivery down, they really need to turn on and focus. And Nick is, with all the antics, it's easy to think, oh, he doesn't care, he's not paying attention, but then when the serve is ready to come down, receive, or for him to serve it, that's when he switches on, and he is very good at that.
No, he certainly is. And he loves the big moments. But, you know, sometimes I do wonder if he plays his best tennis when there's a little bit of organised chaos, and he's the one who's orchestrating it. Absolutely, James.
Well, you see him with his team here, Robbie. I mean, he talks about them a lot, and sort of his journey and, you know, the growth that he's had as an individual as much as an athlete. He leans on these guys a lot, doesn't he? You know, they've been with him a long time. He talks about his girlfriend. He looks to them for energy in that box. We see that's a big part of you know, the player he's become.
Totally. And I thought that comment when asked about a permanent coach, you know, his response to it was brilliant, wasn't it?
I wouldn't put it on them, yeah.
Absolutely. And of course, you know, these are the people who are with you in the trenches. You don't only see them on the good days, but when Nick's going through his dark days and he's back home and he's struggling, those are the ones who are putting their arms around him. Those are the ones who are with him. And those are the people that you really appreciate. I think athletes, there's always a lot of hanger-oners, aren't there, Adam? But it's those who are with you, the loyal ones that you always...
We're seeing the ground strokes here. Laconic, I think, is the best way to describe it.
Lovely word.
We saw the backhand, and a lot of people talk about the serve because that's the obvious weapon for Kyrgios, but the backhand is so flat. You played the game at a very high level here at Wimbledon as well. Talk us through the technique on the backhand because it's so flat, a little bit different to the normal technique on a topspin backhand.
Yeah, it's so simple. He just takes it straight back and then straight forward.
Yep.
You know, the backhand is always controlled actually by the other hand. The left hand is the one that does most of the work. The right hand is just along for the ride. And the fact that he can hit it so low on this surface, it's so difficult to deal with. The other thing is his backhand slice is sneaky good. You know, a lot of double-handers don't have a natural backhand slice, but Nick carves that thing up beautifully, and I think that's going to be an important shot again today.
Well, we've seen him do it on the forehand as well, the slice. Yeah. He loves that drop shot. And we saw Rachel down there with Novak in amongst the crowds. I think she managed to fight her way out, and she was watching Nick down at Orangi. I think we can hear from Rachel now.
Well, this may be my final time down on Orangi, who knows, because Nick Kyrgios is out here. And if it is my last time, I'm going to be a little bit upset, but Nick Kyrgios is down here getting ready for his first ever, I'm going to say that again, first ever Grand Slam final. And look how relaxed he looks down there. I'm not really sure. I'd say he looks like he's nervous, like he's been saying. A lot in the press, nervous about this opportunity that he has in front of him. He's going up against Novak Djokovic, one of the greatest here at Wimbledon. He's got 6 titles, hasn't he, to none currently, Nick Kyrgios' name. And maybe that relaxed feel that he has around him is due to this small team he surrounds himself with here. So he's got a hitting partner provided by the club. He doesn't bring a hitting partner on tour with him. And then you can see he's got his sister there, who's just going in to act as a ball girl today, which is great to see her getting involved. Halima, that's the sister. And then if you can see just down by the flowers, down here, you've got his manager, Daniel Horsfall. He's got the hat on there. He's been his manager for years. He's wearing the purple top there and the black cap. A close team. And then there's also one more person. He's just walking into shot there. Will Mayer, his physio. And he acts as much more than a physio. He's been with Nick for years now. And he's kind of a confidant there. He's a friend, advisor, mentor. He kind of ticks the boxes for all those roles. And during the fortnight, they've all been staying in a house in Wimbledon together. So a really close-knit team that Nick has surrounded himself with. There's one person missing, though, from the party this morning, and that's his girlfriend, Costine, who he's really mentioned has been very good for his game, as is his mum. Maybe just listen in to what he's saying here. I think he might have mentioned Andy Murray there when he was just practicing some of his serves. But he looks so relaxed, which is so great to see. And the serves are going to be a big factor, aren't they? Out there when he comes up against Djokovic, he's got a really powerful serve, and he's just mucking around. He's also got that underarm serve. We've seen that. He's a bit playful, isn't he, out there? And maybe he'll do one between his legs as well. He loves a little bit of fun and games out there. Possibly not, though, in the Grand Slam. Does it? Yeah, there we go. See, exactly what we've got from Nick Kyrgios. But there is obviously a very serious matter at hand. He's looking to become the last Australian to win here since 2002. That's Leighton Hewitt. Leighton Hewitt actually has become a bit of a friend to Nick Kyrgios as well. They both were hitting together in Australia before they left to come here, which was quite nice, which shows that, you know, he's got the backing of a former Wimbledon champion as well. And if he was to lift that title later, he would become one of only 5 Australians, men, to have lifted the title. Rod Laver in 68 and 69, John Newcombe in 70 and 71, Pat Cash in 87, and then finally, I've already mentioned it, Leighton Hewitt in 2002, the last Australian man to lift the title here. He was in good company. Remember who won it in terms of the ladies singles last year? Ashley Barty, and she was having a party. Everyone was saying that. I love that. And Nick Kyrgios would definitely be having a party if he was to take that title. Well, actually, he'd be partying with Novak Djokovic. He's already put that on Instagram, guys. If you want to go and check his Instagram, they've been having a conversation to each other. We just saw his cheeky through the leg shot as well, which we've come to know and love. It's a bit of a Nick Kyrgios, that, isn't it? These underarms, though. Love him or hate him, you might see them a bit later. People are laughing at him down here at Orangi as well, which shows that he really does get the fans on his side, and that's going to be interesting to see later, isn't it? Which side the crowd go for. If they're watching this, I'd tell you they'd be going for Nick Kyrgios. Well, there we go. He hasn't won a singles title in 3 years. That last title came in 2019 in Washington. And I mean, it's just been so great to watch him practicing out there with his team, looking so relaxed. I don't think anyone would think after watching him he's about to go and contest his first ever Grand Slam final on centre court here at Wimbledon, and for any major, of course. Well, Nick Kyrgios is going to be taking on Novak Djokovic. After watching him, it's going to be quite the display out there on centre court.
Rachel, Robbie, well, we talked about the Nick Kyrgios backhand technically. Well, we could talk about his phone call technique, but we saw the serve there at the end when Rachel was speaking. Talk us through the technicals on the serve, because that is his biggest weapon. What does he do really well on that?
I'm going to tell you a quick backstory. Nick said the reason his serve is so good was that when he was younger, because he was a chunky kid, he couldn't run around the court a lot. So he figured out that if he smacked the serve hard enough, it would come back in his general direction and he could whack a forehand. And also he realized if he hit serve pretty hard, sometimes it wouldn't come back. And that sunk into his head from an early age. And, you know, he thought, okay, I need to make the surf thing work. And, of course, it's worked unbelievably well. And I remember 2 years ago at Queen's, when I was chatting with him, he said to me he's never gone to a tennis court and hit a bucket of serves. He's never hit 40 or 50 serves in a row. He goes up 15 or 20 to warm up, but he's never had a stage where he goes away and works on his serve for that long. It's just one of those natural motions. It's a low ball toss. The grip is beautiful. He's slightly on the inside, what we would call an inside continental grip. And obviously he uses his height to such good effect, but the consistency of his ball toss means the serve is so consistent, Adam.
And hard to predict as well. That's, I think, the thing that you don't focus on, and why Rafa has struggled against Nick in the past. Because that ball toss is so low, I mean, even when you're watching the match from outside the court on television, it's hard to predict which ways he's going to go.
Yeah, we did a lovely analysis piece the other day where we took a couple of Nick's ball tosses that were identical, and off the same ball toss, he's able to hit the different corners on both the juice and the ad side. So, you know, as a returner, it's an absolute nightmare because you can't read it, and it comes out the cannon so quickly.
Well, he's up against one of the best returners in the game today, Novak. And, I mean, as we were talking about earlier, as much as you study and you look at the stats, sometimes you've just got to go with what you feel as the server and the returner. So quite what Nick produces, I don't think sometimes even he knows before he steps up.
But those, again, you know, it goes back to that point that we made a little earlier. The very best at their craft have the sixth sense as to when to change things up, when to, you know, when do I go to Djokovic's backhand out wide on the break point? Why is now the time I need to hit this one up the tee? But they trust their instincts so well. It always reminds me of Malcolm Gladwell's book, Blink. I don't know if you guys have ever read that, but you've got to trust that instinct. 66% of the times it's correct.
Well, I'm going on holiday next week.
Well, the Malcolm Gladwell, he also said the 10,000 hours thing, although I wonder if Nick Kyrgios has ever put 10,000 hours.
I don't think Nick's read the book yet, Robbie. But he looks so calm walking around there on this. It's a huge day for him. You know, even Nick's got to feel a little bit of pressure today.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're all, you know, we all can't wait to find out about. How is he going to handle the magnitude of this occasion? Because for the most part, he almost plays without consequence, which suits you well. I think if you can almost play, I think you play your best tennis when you almost don't care. It's something I used to watch Agassi do, and I thought, is Agassi really engaged? Yes, he is, but he's not too worried about the consequence of the result. And I think that's why Nick is so dangerous. But today, centre court at Wimbledon, different story.
Different story. Well, whoever wins this match between these two may well be paying for dinner a little bit later on tonight. They're having a bit of a chat on Instagram. I quite like this little insight into the minds of both of them. You can see here, Nick started the conversation. Novak, are we friends now? Novak responds, well, if you invite me for a dinner or drink, I accept. Winner pays today. And then Nick's, as Nick would say, escalated this to potentially quite a big night tonight. I don't imagine they're going to be in a Wetherspoons. Do you like to see this sort of stuff?
I do. I love the interaction between the guys. And even when it's spicy, I loved it when it was spicy between them.
Yeah.
You know, Kyrgios was giving him a hard time about the Adria Tour when, you know, a couple of guys got COVID there, and then, you know, Djokovic bounced back. But I love the fact they can put those things aside. What's happened has happened. And now we respect each other. You're good for the game, I'm good for the game, for different reasons. We're very different personalities, but we know what we bring, and I think tennis becomes richer for the experiences. You might not like a Novak and you might not like a Nick, but there's plenty of people who do, and I think polarizing of opinions is a good thing sometimes.
Robbie, I want to talk about an important man on the court. There's two important men in Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic, but one other guy who's going to be out there who's going to have a big impact on this match. That's the umpire, Renaud Liechtenstein, who isn't from Liechtenstein, he's actually from France.
That'd be good, wouldn't it?
What do you know about him, and how do you think he's going to make this match run smoothly, maybe particularly from the Nick Kyrgios perspective?
No, excellent points. One of the most important appointments that Jerry will have to make. He'll be assessing his chair umpires. He'll have a look at who's done a good job, who hasn't done such a good job, and when he understands the personalities on the court, you know, Renault's a gold level badge. He's been around the tour for many years. He knows these guys inside and out. And I think I would best describe Renault as firm but fair. And how he sets the tone of the match, if Nick gets out of control, is going to be very important, I think. Whether he chooses to nip it in the bud or because it's a Wimbledon final, will he give him some slack? But knowing Renault, I think he'll probably keep Nick on a relatively short leash.
Well, I think Nick has so far racked up nearly £500,000 worth of fines in his career so far, nearly 800,000 Aussie dollars. which do get reinvested back into the sport. So somewhere out there, it is going...
It's good for the game,
yeah,
isn't
it's kind of working out somewhere along there. So hopefully he won't add too much more to that later. But it's a mark of the man that we're talking about the umpire and how important that role is today, because we, rarely do we...
Well, I think what Robbie said, sets the tone is the best way to describe it. If something happens early on, tennis players are highly charged, all professional athletes are, and even something relatively unimportant can set them off in one direction and take a while for to get them back.
Totally, and we know how emotions can so often control the outcome of your actions. So that's going to be huge today to see how that all shakes out. I don't know if you remember Washington, was it last year or the year before, when Nick was just speaking to the fans at the back of the court just to keep himself relaxed. It's going to be fascinating to see how much interaction goes on.
Well, as Robbie said there, we can see live pictures from the inside of centre court. Nick and Novak, Robbie, making their way through this iconic venue. What are they thinking here? Nerves? Last-minute preparations?
Yeah, and you look at some of those pictures on the walls of the greats of the game, and you think, you could chalk yourself into the history books here with one incredible effort. There's many great Aussies that have come before Nick. He feels they haven't always supported him, but irrespective of that, to be up on that honours board is something else, man.
What a shot that is, look at that.
Do you think that the weight of the occasion, the fact it's a Grand Slam final, Wimbledon final on centre court, will help Djokovic, given the fact he's not got a great record against Nick, or will it help Nick because it raises the stakes?
I think it helps Djokovic because he's been there and done it before on many occasions. Aussies growing up, Wimbledon would have been the tournament that they've seen the most. A lot of Aussies play on grass. Kuyong Tennis Club, that's predominantly a grass court club just around the corner from Melbourne Park. There's a lot of grass courts in Australia, so it's quite commonplace, like it is here, Adam.
Thank you.
So Wimbledon has always been the top dog as far as the Aussies are concerned.
This is the bit I always think is the nervy part, the sort of waiting, that apprehension. I love this part of sport, that sort of pre-match.
It reminds me of the film Gladiator. Before they're about to go out, they know what's coming. You know what the battle that's about to commence, but you're not allowed to just walk straight out there. It's brilliant. Builds the suspense, doesn't it, Rob?
And they're both in the same, they're so close to each other, but they're both having such individual preparations. You can see how Novak's getting stretching in, Nick's just doing Nick. God knows what he's thinking this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think we must remember that these guys have done this on many occasions. Yes, the locations might be different, but the routine is the same. You're in the locker room with the guy that you're going to play against every week. And especially when you get to the tail end of an event, there's no one around, James. So, you're well aware of each other's routines and of each other's company.
Well, we wondered how the crowd were going to react to these two. Let's listen in to centre court. So a huge cheer for the players as they walk out onto centre court. A huge cheer as well on the hill, which is not too far away from where we're sat at the moment above court 18. Robbie, I wanted to pick up on the start of this match. It is a crucial, it's important to any tennis match, any final, but it will be very, very important. We talked about the umpire setting the tone, but also how the players set the tone in the first couple of games, the first couple of points.
And I think it's more important for Nick again to settle into this match quicker. I just feel the longer the match goes on, the more it favours Djokovic from both a tactical point of view as well as a physical point of view. Of course, Nick, having had the rest, will help him if this match goes long, but if he can get off to a good start, get that first set under his belt, then, the ability to manoeuvre is a bit more restricted for Djokovic.
I was going to ask you that because we've seen Novak drop the opening set a couple of times in this second week. Does he almost, not on purpose, obviously not, but it's part of his game almost using that first set to feel out the style of the opponent, and then we've seen him just blitz through the next three. Do you think we'll see that today?
I think he's a little bit of nerves, James. Absolutely, I do. I promise you, these guys are not immune to it. And he mentioned in his post-match presser after the Norrie game that he couldn't find his rhythm.
There's Dylan there, the coin toss we spoke to him a bit earlier.
Yes, let's listen into the coin toss.
Today we have the same condition, 25 seconds between points. The time starts when I call the score. For the Okai, it's a challenge. For the towel, Novak, can you use the green box, please? And Nick, can you use the purple box? Do you have any question? And try to keep the grass.
Sure.
Let's protect the grass. Let's do it one more time, Nick. Okay?
One more time? There is some. Right, we've got centre court to crown. So, Nick,
I'm getting last?
Yes.
I'll take the crown.
Very good.
There you go. Very forward. I was saying.
You see?
Sounds good.
Okay. So Nick, this way first. This way first. Yeah. This way first. Before of us, and then I move. Both sides.
Okay, that's the pleasantries out the way. Let's get down to business, shall we? Respect the grass one more time was the message from the umpire to Nick. One thing we saw when we talk about the route through to the final for Kyrgios, he had to play two guys who didn't give him anything. Tsitsipas reacted almost instantly to the antics. But after that, Garin and Nakashima, they were like icemen down the other end of the court. He wasn't getting too much back from them. Do you think Djokovic will have seen those two matches? Obviously, he's a far more accomplished player than those two, but the way that they dealt with Kyrgios and how Kyrgios dealt with someone who gave him nothing in terms of a reaction actually worked.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think Djokovic is the kind of player that engages with the opponent on the other side of the court. So, you know, his frustration or his anger will be directed towards his box. I think with somebody, you know, like Tsitsipas, that was directed straight at Kyrgios, trying to hit him, you know, trying to get in his grill. Didn't like the fact what he was saying to the chair umpire and made it known to the chair umpire. So he really was feeling directly the effects of what Nick was doing and saying. Novak doesn't behave that way naturally, so I think that suits Djokovic.
It was almost fire with Tsitsipas, wasn't it? It's sort of different.
Yes, but only intermittently. That's what I think Tsitsipas has done wrong. If you ask me again, next time they played, what should he do? I think he's got to go straight in. He's got to, the whole match, he's got to be at Kyrgios. And if Kyrgios beats him, he walks up to the net and says, you know what, Nick, today you were too good. Rather than in fits and spurts, you know, getting engaged, then not. It was almost like, you know, you poke the guy and then you run away from him, and you poke the guy and you run away from him. Show him you're there to compete.
Novak Djokovic, as we're seeing his record here, not just at the championships this year, but obviously the amount of times that he's won Wimbledon. What makes him so difficult to beat in a Wimbledon final on centre court?
Great question. I think between the ears, he's as good as you get. Mentally, he's one guy that I believe, Adam, that really works on his mental training like he does his physical. He loves yoga, he loves meditating. He talks regularly about visualization. Seeding is the other word he uses. Seeding is when you add the volume and the color to the visualization that you're doing. I think nobody is more in tune with their body than what he is. And I think it's all those things, when you put them together, that just makes him so incredibly tough mentally. And the fact that he's had a tough upbringing, he's had to deal with taking on Federer and Nadal in their pomp, and he realized that he cannot leave any stone unturned in order to beat those guys.
Yeah, he really is this sort of ultimate professional, isn't he? He's utilised every single resource, every aspect that's available to him, the mental side, and it helps to be able to visualise something when you've won it 4 consecutive times and you're going for your 7th. It's a bit easier to think about that when you come out onto court.
Hey, but let's rewind, 25 years as to when he was a youngster, right? And he talked about making the Wimbledon trophy out of paper.
Wow.
And then he would hold it up when he was watching Wimbledon, because that's the only tournament that could get to watch in Serbia. He'd hold it up, and he'd think that he had won Wimbledon.
For Nick, he said famously, we discussed the interview where he said he's uncoachable. If he wins Wimbledon today, does that justify his approach? It's a different approach, we know that, but it works for him.
Totally, and I think that's what you have to remember. Everyone is different. For some, they need somebody around them 24/7. Other guys need a coach a little bit more intermittently. Some people, very few, don't need a coach at all, and I think Nick is one of those guys.
There's the head-to-head, as you were referencing. 2 wins out of 2 for Kyrgios in straight sets.
Yeah, and not a single break point either for Djokovic in either of those matches. Those matches were in the space of about 4 weeks of each other.
But not over 5 sets. And as we know, with Novak, he is the master. Yeah. We saw it perfectly. Perfect example against Sinner. He doesn't fret. He doesn't worry. I'm 2 sets down, plenty more time left in this match, and he can turn it around.
Totally. And that's why it's so difficult to beat these guys 3 out of 5 sets, Adam, because it's a marathon. They know a lot of guys will come out and they might win the first first 15 Ks, but it's 21 Ks this one. And you've got to be able to hang in there. And he is the Elliot Kipchoge of marathon running.
Yeah, and both previous times on a hard court. And obviously today, totally different ball game, literally. But, you know, Novak's movement on grass, on top of that previously, I mean, we touched on this earlier, Robbie, important.
Yeah, efficiency of movement as well, James. So, again, over 5 sets, we've seen it in Australia, we've seen it here, his ability to slide on a grass court, the small steps that he takes when he needs to, all those things, again, they just add up. That's what makes the whole so good.
OK, as we near the moment where we're going to have to leave this one, if this match is won and lost for both players, let's start with Djokovic. Where does he win it?
He wins it by neutralising Nick's serve and just engaging him in long rallies, frustrating the living daylights out of him, and Nick not being able to deal with the situation.
And for Kyrgios?
He plays lights out tennis like he did in Acapulco and Indian Wells. He serves well. His backhand works very effectively. He goes after Djokovic's second serves occasionally. It's all in the serve. It's all in the serve for Nick today. OK,
Robbie, we're going to have to leave it there because our rights mean we can't show the men's singles final. You can, of course, watch it on all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. The entertainment we're about to see on centre court. Robbie, it's been intriguing speaking to you, previewing the men's final. Thank you so much for joining us here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Time for us now to catch up with Olivia once again.
OK, men's singles finals day. It's a huge day, and Bear Grylls is here for the opportunity to see it live, that battle on court. How are you feeling about today?
I think it's going to be a special one, don't you?
Yeah.
I think so. I think...
it's a box office.
I think the truth is anything could happen today. I'm nervous of making predictions.
No, that's what we like. You're either half right.
I don't know. I think Kyrgios is going to do it.
Do you?
I think it's going to be a 5-setter. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be one way or the other way, but I think he's going to clinch it, and it's be a bit of Wimbledon history.
OK, heard it here first. Oh,
having said that,
go on.
I am a Novak fan.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I think I really admire his. I do admire his tenacity and spirit, and the fact that everything's a battle.
Yes.
Well, and I kind of admire that.
Yeah, you obviously have that kind of spirit in you too. You go against the elements, and you've survived some tough things, so you get it. He's your people.
Well, I think you've got to respect it. You've got to respect that fight, and he's got it. But I think today will be special.
100 years of centre court, which is, you know, an amazing anniversary to be celebrating. Any other fond matches you've seen, memories of Wimbledon that you have enjoyed over the years?
Well, I think my favourite ever Wimbledon match is one that's quite unknown, but it's the semi-final Roger against Rafa.
Why?
And because I think it was the first one since that big 2008 final. And I think Roger really wanted to come out, and he just did a masterclass, and it was just, he won really convincingly. But both of them were at top of their game. There was no sort of injuries or no sort of quite off. They were both playing their best tennis. And I think that victory for Roger was sweet. And always been a Roger fan, you know, loyal to him ever since our running wild together. But a huge Rafa fan as well, so yeah.
What was he like? As a character, like, what did you obviously got an insight into his real personality, how he operates. What did you think?
Roger's just the coolest guy and a lovely family man and good fun, laughs at himself, willing to put himself out of his comfort zone, which I think I remember before running wild, he says, I'm more nervous for this than the Wimbledon final. I'm going, this is easy, this is like, it's fun. You know, so I think it's, I don't know, he's honest, and obviously then incredible on the tennis court as well, but a good friend and a good guy.
And just finally, playing on centre court is a really proud moment for a tennis player. Could you tell us one of your proudest moments in your career?
I don't know. I'm proud of being a family man, and proud of our boys, and proud to still be married. Yeah. And I'm grateful for life. I think that's how I look at all the stuff, and then the rest is the adventure, and that's a privilege. Never take it for granted. Never give up. Keep going.
Great advice. Go on, have a great day. Thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, guys.
Incredible shot from Koenig. Really taking benefit from that pace that De Groot sent down the court.
The reactions are skill at the net.
Incredible anticipation, and then had to execute the volley.
He left the gate open, didn't he? The big burly Argentine. And Gordon was quick to seize on that opportunity.
But still, Rebikina, if she can find more like that.
Rebikina seems to have found more of a rhythm.
Well done.
That's excellent court coverage. Open the rack face on this ball here, which wasn't easy because the ball was going away from it.
Hits the net.
It's a heck of a shot.
I mean, the power again coming down from Rebikina, and then Jabeur dealing with it with the drop shot. Yes, a bit of fortune, but what a touch.
Oh, wow. On the line.
Well, Mektic is the guy who we can expect some brilliant returns from. And that's what he does.
Well, you just meet the most wonderful people when you stand where I stand. How are you today, Sunita?
Beyond excited.
Beyond, love that.
Like, it's my first Wimbledon, and I am, you know, I'm in tennis white.
Yeah, you look beautiful.
Sort of rocking Serena Williams meets Venus meets. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah.
To be honest, I saw your outfit before I saw you. Do you know what I mean? You look amazing.
Thank
and
you
I
so
appreciate you
much.
dressing
Thank
up.
you.
I too have made an effort.
I mean,
how did you not notice? No jokes.
unbelievable sequins.
And who are you here with? Please introduce
This is the
yourself.
lovely Linda Riley.
Hi. Hello.
Editor of Diva magazine.
I love that.
Yeah, she's driving me crazy. I'm trying to go to the loo, freshen up, you know, to have a nice arrival. She wants to get in there, in her seat.
Well, if you haven't been here before, she's right. You got to get in, you got to soak it all up, because it's not just about the tennis today, it's the whole event of it.
Oh, wow.
Wimbledon is so fantastic. So you haven't been here, but are you a tennis fan?
I am a tennis fan. I was very disappointed for poor little Norrie, but he'll be back. He'll be
Poor
back.
little Norrie.
He'll be
Yeah.
back and he'll smash it next year.
What a great experience for him.
Yeah, fantastic.
And did you watch the women's final yesterday?
I didn't get to because I was doing Pride in Bournemouth.
Okay,
but I
brilliant.
heard all about it. Very excited.
But today's the big one.
And we're going to see Kyrgios.
I know.
Which, I mean, he's such a character. I can't believe it.
I think you're in for a treat. I mean, based on no knowledge, I still think you're in for a treat. What do you reckon today, Linda?
I think it's going to be a walkover for Djokovic. Who's going to?
He said it was going to be, what did he say, fireworks?
Oh, for sure it's fireworks. I think it's going to go all the way. Thank you, ladies. Have the best day. Go have some fun.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Well, we've swapped Robbie Koenig for Naomi Brody. Thank you. I think we've upgraded.
I was going to say that, yeah.
It's Robbie with a long blonde wig.
We'll tell
He's grown a bit.
We'll tell Robbie that.
Robbie on Sunday.
Naomi, welcome along. Nice to be in the sunshine again here at Wimbledon for men's finals day. But yesterday we saw a great match, and I think it lived up to the expectation, didn't it? A match that toed and fro between the two players.
It absolutely did. They were both, I thought, incredibly calm in the match, considering it was a first Grand Slam final for each of them individually, but both for their respective countries, both somewhat trailblazers and inspiring millions around the world. But each of them were pretty calm out there. I almost felt like at times Ons maybe wanted it too much, if that's a thing.
Oh, that's interesting.
Just in terms of she was... We saw her emotional embrace with her team right before she walked out, and it was like a really long hug. We were waiting for her to turn around to see if there were actually tears in her eyes. There weren't, but it was really, you could feel the emotion. And that was maybe 10 minutes before the walkout started. So after that, she kind of was in the zone. But then you could see after she won the first set, like the fist pump was massive. And then after that, she was really getting frustrated and letting out a lot of anger and emotion towards her, but like almost panic, you know, like she just wanted it and she could feel it was slipping away. Whereas Rybakina, one of her strengths, she's just ice woman, isn't she? We're saying Bjorn Borg's Iceman. I think Rybakina's the ice woman. We finally found her. There's just no reaction at all. It's like she's just won a first round of a challenger event. She won Wimbledon.
I was going to ask you about that. I mean, how they're running. I mean, Elena. I mean, under the radar is not the right word. We mentioned this to Robbie, but because Ons does have this the press attention. People we've been talking about her as pundits all week long, and the fact that she's the highest African-ranked player of all time, and as you said, a day of firsts for both of them. But do you think that did play a factor? Elena was able to just sort of breeze under the radar a little bit, and as you said, that was fantastic yesterday.
Possibly. I think it was more just the personalities rather than the outside pressure. I think Ons just wanted it herself so bad. She had the Venus Rosewater Trophy as her screensaver on her phone for a long time.
Wow.
And she actually predicted in January, the WTA Tour had asked players to make predictions for their year, and Ons had said, I'm going to win Wimbledon this year. She really had a mind set on it. So I think for Rybakina, almost to have just had the self-belief that she could do it in the final. You know, we saw the match against Halep. It was the same sort of thing. There were no nerves closing the match out. She hit the most amazing backhand return winner down the line to win the match, and then just continued that confidence through into the final.
And she had to keep the self-belief, didn't she? Even after losing the first set, she didn't panic, which was important.
Yeah. No, she didn't panic at all, and you could see she was just slowly working out the Ons game. Her unforced error count in that first set was high, and we were kind of saying, with Ons, it's like, do you want to hit to the forehand where you know you're going to be attacked, but you're going to get that consistent topspin shot back, or do you want to go to the backhand where you're going to have more time on the ball, but it's awkward? In the first set, she was going into the backhand and she was having to deal with the slices, and the unforced error count was high. And as the match went on, you could see she started switching it and going into the forehand side more. You know, yes, you're going to be attacked more, but you're getting that consistent shot, which for her as a 6 foot tall, aggressive player, you want that rhythm and to be able to dictate the rallies yourself.
Yeah, and just on the women's game in general, I mean, how great is it to have, as you said, a day of firsts, first Kazakh player through the Tunisian thing, where, back home, Ons Jabeur is known as the Minister of Happiness. It's great to have, two people like that representing the ladies' game.
It really is. I mean, we talk about them inspiring so many, and what great role models they are. Even Rybakina herself, she's quite quiet, but I love that she just owns that's who she is. She doesn't feel she needs to go out there and kind of have a fake celebration. She's just comfortable having her quiet wave to the crowd, and then we saw the emotions afterwards when she went up to see her box, and also in the press conference speaking of her parents and that she hoped they were proud. The emotions then started to flow. So it's not that she's not excited, she's just a bit more of an introvert. But both of them are just so authentic and true to themselves, but genuinely really nice people, and I think that we can see that as they're portrayed in the media and also how they conduct themselves on court.
Well, we can hear from Rybakina now. We did get an interview. We had to wait a little bit for it, but she did speak to us in the end.
Understandably.
Jenny Drummond caught up with her.
Elena, congratulations. You are Wimbledon champion now, the first Kazakhstan player to win a Grand Slam. How do you reflect on, firstly, the match and also the last few hours?
It's tough to believe, honestly, and it was a great match, very tough, and also now I think it's something new for me, what's happening after the match, so even in this I'm quite nervous, but hopefully I get used to it, and it's also something about the practices, but in the end I'm super happy that I finished with the title, and it's just unbelievable.
Now, a day or so ago, you were on the practice court, and I believe you had some doubts, and your coach turned round to you and said, you have to believe. You have to believe it's not just you in your first Grand Slam final. When did you start to believe today?
I think after the first set, when I was super nervous and I didn't show my best tennis, and of course I was not serving that well, so I was just trying to tell myself, okay, what's the worst thing can happen? I just lose, so just try to do everything possible in the next points, and then I found my game and I stopped thinking about what's happening around, no other thoughts, only about playing my next point, and in the end I'm super happy that I managed with all my nerves and emotions, and I fight till the end.
And your parents aren't here. First of all, have you spoken to them, and also just how important have they been for you in terms of now becoming a Grand Slam champion in your tennis career?
Of course, it's very important. They believed in me since the beginning, and of course it's tough that they're not here, but hopefully it's not the first and last time I'm playing final, and I'm gonna work hard so they can see it live. And I think it's just also the beginning, since I'm just 23 years old, and that's what my coach actually was telling me on the court today, that it's just the beginning, and I can play so many tournaments and so many opportunities I will have, so hopefully they will see it.
Well, it is incredibly exciting, and what is even more exciting is you've got your membership badge on. You are now going to be a member of the All England Lawn Tennis Club for the rest of your life. How exciting is that for you?
It's amazing. I have no words. It's just, it's really special. It's special to be here, to compete, and to win the title. It's crazy, and to be a member is just, I mean, I cannot forget this day, never, I think, and for sure I'm gonna come back even when I'm old, just to see how it is, who is playing now, because it's just really, it's a history what I did. I can really realize it now, but I think one day, of course, I'm gonna sit down and think that it's just a crazy journey, and not many people actually did it.
Exactly, you are in great company in the history books. Very well done, Jelena.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from Elena there last night. Just seemed to take everything in her stride. But this morning, as which she said there, she wakes up in the history books. That must be, I mean, can you even imagine how that would feel? Does the pressure go up a couple of levels now for, ahead of the US Open? And
I think so. I think we've seen that with Emma Raducanu winning the US Open as well. The target's now on her back. As we were saying with Ons and Rybakina coming into the final, was the pressure more on Ons? It allows Rybakina to kind of stay under the radar a little bit and just get on with the matches, but it's not going to be the case anymore.
No, as you can see yesterday, certainly not under the radar anymore, is she? She's going to be signing a lot of autographs and doing a lot of selfies, you'd imagine.
Absolutely. We asked Robbie this question, ask you too, Naomi. Do you think now the floodgates will open for her? Is she a player you could see going on to win 2, 3, 4, 5 Grand Slams?
Absolutely. I think the fact that she's 23 and she has so much in a positive way to still work on her game. As you know, it's kind of in the way we spoke about Kvitova when she was younger and how she could improve her movement, and she did. It's never going to be necessarily a strength in the way it is for Halep and, players that are a bit shorter and a lower centre of gravity. She's 6 foot tall. Of course, she's not really hustling around the baseline, but she can definitely improve that part of her game. She can improve the net play. She kept coming forwards. I loved that in the final. She continued to come up to the net. Sometimes didn't have a choice because Ons was drop shotting her and forcing her to be up there. But her net game, she was winning less than 50% of points while she was up the net. So again, a massive part of her game that she can still improve.
One thing that impressed me as well was the fact that she did this in her first Grand Slam final. A lot of people look at Halep, who it took a couple of even though she was such a good player and everyone was saying she's going to win a Grand Slam, no worries about that. But it took her a couple to get used to the occasion and what to do in a Grand Slam final before she then finally won one. She did it first time out.
Yeah, and you feel that she could do it again because it's that mentality, isn't it? And I think it's especially important with her game style when you're going to be so aggressive and you're going to hit a lot of unforced errors that go alongside your winners. You need to be accepting and calm to keep that calm mind frame, to not let your emotions and anger bubble over when you are hitting the unforced errors. As we saw in the final, she dropped them right down the second and third set because she just stays calm. She's just focused on each and every point. And as Robbie says, I definitely feel like it can now open the floodgates for more slams because her game is suited to so many different surfaces.
Yeah, more slams to come in the future for sure. And as we reflect on the last day here at Wimbledon, it's been an amazing tournament. Obviously, so many iconic things associated with this place. You saw the pomp and the celebrations there. We've got the strawberries and cream all over the place, the all whites. Our iconic hill just behind us here.
Just jam-packed today.
Jam-packed today. And actually not the only hill in the world anymore. Over in New York, I love this, 4,000 very lucky people have set up their own hill in Brooklyn. They can take on the Wimbledon experience. They've got their own strawberries and cream, you might imagine. They taste as good. And we can join it for men's finals day. Jamie has been checking out what's going on over there this Sunday.
We are so delighted to have all of you for what promises to be a spectacular day.
Over here in New York City, the hill in New York here at Pier 6 Brooklyn Bridge Park has been packed all weekend, but nothing compares to today. Fans were lined up as early as 7 a.m. to get one of the walk-in spots. But of course, if you had one of the online tickets, you were very, very lucky, including these ladies right here. How did you guys hear about this event?
It's actually Yes, I got an email from the All England Lawn Tennis Club, forwarded it over to Megan, and luckily one of us won.
And who actually won the tickets?
I did.
So luckily you took your friend that alerted you to the tickets in the first place.
Yes, I'm so grateful Allie sent me the email.
Now, have either of you actually been to Wimbledon before?
I have. I went in 2019, yes.
And how was that?
Absolutely amazing. Did the whole thing, stood in a queue for 5 hours for a couple of days, and absolutely loved it.
And how do you think that this setup compares to the hill at Wimbledon so far?
This is perfect. I mean, I'm blown away by everything, all the flowers, you know, all the drinks and the food and everything is great.
Will you guys be partaking in some strawberries or maybe some gin cocktails as well?
Absolutely, you must.
All right, what are you looking forward to most today?
Hopefully just a really tight match. Like, I want to see them going back and forth and the crowd going wild. Yes, I'm interested to see the different, attitudes clash today. So I'm excited for that.
I think that's an excellent way to put it. Are you guys rooting for anyone in particular?
Djokovic.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy yourselves. I also have another fan over here who I think you got here around 7:30 a.m., but you were also a ticket holder as well, right?
I was, yes.
All right. How did you hear about this?
I'd heard about it online. I had just signed up to get updates from Wimbledon, and they opened up the contest, and we got in on the lottery a few days ago, and it just seemed like a really fun outing on a Sunday morning.
Absolutely, and the weather is absolutely beautiful today. It's not too hot. It's a little breezy, not humid. Have you been to Wimbledon before?
I have never been to Wimbledon. I've been to the U.S. Open several times, but it's on my bucket list to go to Wimbledon and the other majors.
Yeah, I mean, mean, it's on my bucket list as well. I'm kind of getting my first taste of Wimbledon right here at the Hill in New York. What do you think of the setup so far?
This is so fun. I'm really excited. What a great way to spend a Sunday morning.
And are you a tennis player yourself?
I am a tennis player. I played yesterday in York, Maine, and so I am a player.
All right, who are you rooting for today, or are you just rooting for a good match?
I'm rooting for a good match, but I got to go with Kyrgios. Sorry, guys.
All right, well, hopefully, you guys can be friends and not foes as you sit here and watch together. But maybe you'll be fast friends, because that's what I hear happens at the Hill. Everybody becomes friends. You sit together for hours on end watching tennis. So enjoy your day, and hopefully making some new friends here today.
Thank you.
All right, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. So great to see that over in New York. How cool is that? We've gone international here at Wimbledon. You're loving that.
Absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to US Open coming up in a couple of weeks, months. I don't know how far we are off now. I'm losing track. A few weeks almost, actually.
Yeah.
I love that. What a great initiative to get more people involved. Henman Hill, as we're saying, is absolutely packed here today. So I'm sure they, over there in New York, in Brooklyn, are enjoying a little bit more of a spacious viewing.
What I like about the Hill is you get collective pockets of people supporting one player or the other. They kind of buddy up. And when one person wins a point, one part of the Hill starts cheering, and when the other person wins it, another part cheers.
They need a name, don't they, in Brooklyn?
Yeah.
We've got him. We'll have to think. We'll come back to you on that one.
We were thinking, this is the Hill in America. We can actually show you live pictures there.
Look at that!
Not a bad view of
That's
the
not a bad
New York
view.
skyline in the background.
Ours isn't bad here either.
Court 1 in the background or the New York skyline. Either way, you're having a lovely day.
You can see London from the Hill, can't you? A little bit further away, but it's not too far. But we can update you with what's happening there on centre court and what they're watching, because Nick Kyrgios has got off to a great start. He's got a break. 4-3 he leads after being on court for just over 20 minutes. And it's almost what we expected. We were saying that the start of this match will be crucial to set the tone for both players. And if Nick could get off to a good start, an early break, that would just calm him down and almost justify the tactics that have worked for him in the past against Djokovic. He's beaten him twice in a row. Would work again.
Yeah, and for me, it was really interesting at the coin toss. Nick won the coin toss but elected to receive.
Yes.
And considering he's been completely dominant on his serve this whole year, never mind just this tournament, his serving statistics are just, I mean, it's unplayable. Is he expecting there to be a bit of nerves with it being a Wimbledon final? He's saying to his opponent, you be brave enough, you start the match. And although I think Novak double faulted on the first point of the match, although he was able to hold, but Nick now has, as we say, the early break, and it's now Novak that has to play catch up for the remainder of the first set.
It's a big call to make, isn't it? Especially, he described himself as the best server in the men's game, and he's come out here on the final at Wimbledon and said, actually, over to you, Novak.
Yeah.
So far, as we just said then, wasn't able to deliver. Nick's just gone, it's 5-3 up in that first set, so pressure on Novak
Absolutely.
early doors.
And we were saying as well, weren't we, how it's so hot today. What is it, 29 degrees maybe? It's really, really warm. The sun's really strong as well. And Novak really struggled in that 2013 final with Andy Murray, didn't he, when the weather was very similar. So it's going to be interesting, not necessarily because he's not fit. He's obviously probably the fittest guy on tour, if not one of. I don't want to offend Rafa and other fans. Cam Norrie. But definitely one of the best athletes in the sport. But the courts play differently. They're going to play more like a hard court, as you know, with the ground, when it's not wet, it's not going to be soft. It's going to be rock hard dirt out there on the court today.
You've played the game at this level. You know what it takes to turn around a match when you haven't started well, or the other person's just started brilliantly and got that early break. What's the key to it for Djokovic?
Staying calm, not panicking, just staying within touching distance of his opponent. He knows that Nick's never been in a Grand Slam singles final. He's never won one. So just staying close enough to keep asking his opponent the question, can you finish it out? I'm going to make you win this. I'm not going to give it to you. So just to keep going and stay calm. And Novak often, I feel, in the latter stages of slams, loses the first set. I don't know if he's trying to figure his tactics out or work his opponent out, or he wants to lull them into a false sense of security. I don't know what it is, but he often does, so I'm not too surprised.
Yeah, I wondered that. We've seen him, even as recently as this week, he has come out and almost, not given away, but it's been quite a convincing loss in that first set. He's, like you said, almost sitting back and just taking his time, easing himself into the match. And when you're going for 7 career slams, you've got to he backs himself to be able to come back from. So it's by no means over, is it, in this first set?
Oh, definitely not.
Don't write them off.
I think if I mean, I couldn't call. I just sat on the fence. I had no idea who's going to come out on this one. I could argue both ways for a long time, but I think if I would have to pick Novak, I would have guessed that he'd lost the first set anyway. So for me, it doesn't matter.
I remember it was a discussion with Lendl and Murray, and they were talking about, Lendl was almost like he was teaching Murray what he used to do in some of his Grand Slam finals early on in his career, and he always used to say he liked to start a match not at 100%. It was almost like he was building up to that point, warming up into it from when the match has started. We always talk about the warm-up prior to the first ball being hit, but he said my warm-up continued in the first few games. It was almost like I was getting to 100% from 80 to 90 and ticking into it, and he always felt that that made him feel more comfortable, and in the back of his mind he always felt he had a little bit more to give and he'd get there eventually. And Andy Murray in this interview was saying how much that mindset and that change of mindset for him, something he hadn't thought about before, really helped him in his matches.
Yeah, I think that comes with experience, doesn't it? When you know walking on the court that you don't have to produce your best tennis at the start of, because then where do you go from there? If you walk on and you're relaxed, as you say, you're almost treating it as an extended warm-up. You have so much room left to improve, and if your opponent comes out all guns firing, where do they have to then, what gear do they have to move up to if they're already in top gear? Whereas if you're just kind of holding back a little bit, which maybe is the mindset of Novak, then as the match goes on and you assess what your opponent's doing well, what they're not, they burn out a bit of energy as well across the 5 sets, you're ready to go for the rest of it.
Yeah, and so much has been made coming into this match about the preparation or lack of from Nick's side. Obviously, really unconventional route to the final, but he'll take it. How beneficial is it having those extra minutes on grass that Novak's had at competitive level versus Nick, who's only been able to practice? I mean, is that going to make a difference out here today?
I honestly don't really think so. I think for a lot of players you could make the argument, but for Nick Kyrgios, I don't know that it matters.
Anything goes.
Anything goes. He's so talented, and I feel like the more he could train, the more he'd get inside his own head. He's almost better to just go out there, have fun, play a few games with his mates, drop shots, touch games, just to feel the ball and then get off. He doesn't need to be out there for hours and hours. It's not the way he trains. It's not the way he's going to get better either.
Just to update, Kyrgios 2 points away from the opening set, 30-love at 5-4, still with that break. But that's not the only final taking place right now. Let's head over to court number 1. Can we watch some of the live action of the boys singles? Michael Zheng of the USA against Mili Polyachak, the number 3 seed, who actually was warming up with Novak, wasn't he?
He was.
You will have seen him earlier on. He was the player who was down the other end hitting with Novak. I suppose Novak was happy he was warming up for his final, and Polyachak was probably quite happy that he got to warm up with his one of his idols for this one against Zheng as well. And it's worked so far for the number 3 seed. Took the first set on a tiebreak 7-6, and we can join the commentators at 4-3 on serve in the second.
Deuce.
But it's all tiny margins. Just clinging on at the moment.
Advantage.
Well, certainly from the right-hand court, he's much more effective than he is from here. Getting quite a few cheap points into the deuce court. And he's pushed it. He'd actually worked himself into a position to close out the game.
Deuce.
And that's just about as demonstrative as he gets. A shake of the head. Because he constructed that point well, hadn't he?
Pure perfect, and he had an open court on the volley, didn't he? To hit it that hard.
Oh! I thought for one awful moment from his perspective, he'd just put it back on the racket of Polyachak. But he could have put it anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, don't write the match report quite yet.
Jean.
And his
4
team
games all, second sets.
are a lot more animated than he is.
Well, apart from that last serve where he missed the first serve, his serve got him out of trouble, really, in that game from 15-40. He hit one at 125, one at 122, and they all went in, and that saved the break.
Love.
The kicking serve to his backhand, because he is short and the ball going high, he's mistimed a lot of high balls on his double-handed backhand.
Yes, you're right. Got some pace on that forehand when he gets a hold of it, though.
15-all.
You wonder if he's almost going to have to become Rafa-esque and just run round, you know, just be so quick on the ball that he's almost playing 80% balls on his forehand.
30-15.
Well, that's
40-15.
Not 3 backhand errors, but 3 forced errors on the backhand. And Polacek with a chance to take a 5-4 lead. And then to exert even more pressure on the Zheng service.
Yeah, I think he's right.
Michael Zhang is charging up on the left baseline.
Well, I hope for Zheng's sake that ball is long, because he's stopped. He's stopped. It's always a risky business, stopping playing in the middle of a rally.
No, that's good. It's on the right. I thought that was out. I must say, I thought that was out too.
Very, very, very dangerous tactic, that. And it's bitten him really
Polacek
hard.
leads 5 games to 4, second set, and by 1 set to love.
So this could be it. One more game would be enough for Polacek.
So as John Inverdale said there, Polacek 1 game away from the boys' singles title. We can update you with events on centre court, because Nick Kyrgios has taken that first set. As we said, 6-4. He got the break early on and managed to continue through to take it. And Naomi, what jumps out at you here from these numbers?
Firstly, the unforced error count for both players. Nick's hit 4 there. He's missed 4 shots in that set. And Novak's missed 5. So I would assume that's very high quality tennis.
And also famously difficult to do against a player like Novak, who gives you almost nothing.
Absolutely. And 14 winners from Kyrgios, 7 of those aces, but still, I mean, just incredible statistics. The other, of course, Nick Kyrgios, great first serve percentage in a massive amount of points won behind it, both his first and second serve. The only tiny area for Novak, I guess, is points won behind his second serve, 56%. You'd normally be saying that's a good stat. You kind of want to be just above 50-50 on your second serve, so around 56-60% is pretty much where you want to be. So it just shows Nick up at 83% of points won behind his second serve. Sounds like he's been super aggressive and giving Novak absolutely nothing.
Yeah, he does go big on those second serves. I mean, you see him hit second serve sometimes the same way a lot of guys speed-wise hit their first serve. It's so hard to play, even for Novak. Great returner. It's just so unpredictable, isn't it? That's the problem.
It is, and you just can't get into the match when he serves like this, Nick. As we're saying, I mean, 7 aces, 0 double faults. He's just giving his opponent nothing whilst playing well, and the only question Novak can say is, can you sustain it? You know, I'm just going to hold my level steady, because those stats are great from Novak as well, but he's still lost the set. So I'm just going to keep my level as and where it is. Can you keep yours?
Well, we heard a big cheer on the hill when the set was won by Nick Kyrgios. Be interesting to see which way the crowd is siding in this one, both inside the court but also out on the hill as well. And for a bit more on this match, delighted to say we can bring in Blair Henley, tennis journalist who's over in the USA at Newport, Rhode Island. We'll talk a little bit more about Newport in a second, Blair, but thanks so much for coming on. What have you made of the final so far?
Goodness, well, it's not a surprise to see Novak Djokovic drop the first set, but I think against Nick Kyrgios, you're playing with fire because he has not only the game, but the confidence to finish it through until he's holding that trophy at the very end.
Yeah, and Blair, it's a special occasion where you are today. Talk us through what's in the back of your shot there, because you've got a pretty great background for a Zoom call, haven't you?
I sure do. You know, interesting symmetry, guys. The last non-Big Four player to win Wimbledon was Lleyton Hewitt 20 years ago. I'm here in Newport, Rhode Island at the International Tennis Hall of Fame, and we are in full Lleyton Hewitt celebration mode. He is being inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame next weekend. And behind me, you can see his induction display. We have a Davis Cup jacket, a Davis Cup commemorative plate, a hand-painted didgeridoo. I'm very interested to see if Lleyton can actually play the didgeridoo. That's yet to be determined. We see his shoes from the last match he ever played. So some interesting symmetry, a full circle moment for Lleyton Hewitt coming in this coming weekend.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to make, Blair, the symmetry of the fact that we could have, potentially, if it continues as it has done so far, an Aussie winning today on centre court and Lleyton Hewitt being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yes, and Lleyton Hewitt, apparently, according to Nick Kyrgios, is the only one of the Aussie legends who has sort of maintained a, we'll say, decent relationship with Nick Kyrgios over the years. We know that they hit together a couple of weeks ago. So that's high praise, I would say, coming from Nick Kyrgios.
Yeah, certainly, isn't it? I don't imagine there's too many people out there that can say that. And yeah, as you said, I mean, I guess local time in Australia is sort of coming up to, well, it's nearly midnight over there, but you'd imagine a few late nights for them watching in, Blair, today.
We know the Aussies love their sports, though, so I'm not feeling bad for them. They're going to be up. They're going to have, a pint in their hand. They're going to be enjoying this. I mean, this is the Super Bowl over in Australia. This is pretty exciting.
I'm interested to get your take on the the neutral view of Kyrgios and Djokovic. How do American fans receive him and how this match might go? Who are they supporting?
I think a lot of people are there for the potential chaos that Nick Kyrgios can bring. And I love that. The fact that you can get people who are sort of on the fringe. We're, of course, going to be watching the final today, but there are those people who may have never watched a Wimbledon final before who might be drawn in by the fact that Nick Kyrgios is playing today. We don't know what to expect. I will say, apparently now, Novak and Nick are buddies. They're planning dinner dates after the final. I think that actually guarantees we'll possibly see a more straightforward match from Nick Kyrgios. We tend to see more of the sideshow when he doesn't necessarily have a ton of respect for his opponent. Now that those two are best friends off the court, I think we're going to see maybe a little bit more straightforward match today.
I don't know what it's like there at Newport. I've never been. Hopefully my brother's not being too noisy and loudmouthed as he always is around the grounds. He and Andy, I know, are there together, so they can cause a bit of trouble. But what's it like as a tournament? I know it's really popular amongst the players, and it just extends the grass season that extra week. But also with the combined Hall of Fame trophy ceremony throughout the week as well. So I suppose there's lots of current and past players around.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite weeks of the year, the official finale of grass court season. I feel like some people forget that this is happening after Wimbledon, but a couple of years ago, they actually resurfaced the grass here. The players are loving it. You can see the result in the player field. We have Felix Auger-Aliassime, the first top 10 player in the 46 years of this tournament coming to Newport. Andy Murray is, of course, here. I got to talk to him a little bit yesterday, but did not get to ask him the most important question, which was how much of his decision to accept the wild card had to do with the fact that Liam Brody is also here.
Yeah, maybe you can answer that, Naomi.
No, I'm not too sure about that one. I'm just hoping he's going to be on his best behaviour as big sister. That's all I have to say.
And also, and Blair, and you can answer this, Naomi, that Newport, with it being the week after a Grand Slam, it gives opportunities for players who may not always be able to get in the draw at an ATP level event. We've seen some winners in the past, not household names, but they've gone on to do well, pick up lots of points, or even win the tournament, and it's then catapulted them up the rankings and given them a chance to play on the main tour after that.
Yeah, and also the grass season's so short compared to the other seasons. You know, you can play on the clay court challenger tour right through the grass season. So the grass court tournaments are high level and stacked draws. So to go after a Grand Slam and get that extra week in, the players absolutely love it. And then they can, of course, stay out in the States for the run-up for the hard courts before the US Open.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Blair, I don't know if you can sort of see behind us the shots of our Henman Hill at Wimbledon.
It's very busy.
It's busy, but we've also got, I don't know if you saw the pictures earlier from Brooklyn, where they've recreated their own hill. It's great to see that, isn't it?
I sure did see that. I think that is a brilliant idea. Not surprised that came from the marketing minds at Wimbledon, but it gives the American fans a chance to get a taste of what it's like. And maybe some of them are thinking, hey, I got to get to the real thing next year.
And is the Wimbledon final on somewhere at the Newport Tennis Club? Have the players got it on a TV?
It's actually one of my favorite things every year to get a photo of the guys here watching the final. They have sort of an outdoor players lounge area. And to me, it just sort of represents the fact that tennis never sleeps. Yes, you have this match that everybody's watching at Wimbledon. And then you have guys out here in Newport playing qualies today. I always think it's a really interesting look at what the tour is like for the players you don't necessarily see on a day in and day out basis.
Yeah, we were talking about this with Naomi earlier, the scheduling. You know, we talked about the fact that Nick is pretty, well, he says himself it's not really a proper schedule, but he seems to be very selective in where he goes. And do you think that allows him, you know, Blair and Naomi, to put his energy into the right places, so to speak?
That was what we were saying, wasn't it? That maybe because he's not playing as many tournaments now, the few that he does play, he's fully committed and 100% mentally there, not just physically. So, yeah, I suppose it's the same sort of thing.
Blair, obviously, US tennis has a great record on grass. So many great champions down the years, both on the men's and ladies' side. So, although there aren't too many grass courts in America, I think there's been more constructed recently, but they have a great history with tennis on this surface, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Americans in general sort of have that aggressive baseline game bonus. If you have, for instance, a Maxime Cressy, who is also here in Newport, who took out Felix Auger-Aliassime early at Wimbledon. So if you can mix in the transition game and the volley game with that big ground stroke game, I think you're going to do just fine on the grass.
Yeah, he's certainly got the game for it, hasn't he? I mean, it's kind of almost tailor-made. The run-in as well, it's been a fantastic setup so far. And the question is, can he deliver on the big day? We shall find out.
Yeah, we shall have to wait and see. Blair, we'll leave you there. Thank you very much for joining us here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Enjoy the rest of the week at Newport, Rhode Island, and I'm sure she'll be heading out to watch Liam in his qualifying match later.
Yeah, head on out for me, Blair.
How's he feeling, and who's he playing?
He plays Evan King in the first round of the qualifying today. I guess they're a few hours behind being in the States, so he will, what time is it now? He'll probably just be getting up, getting started with his day. That's the good thing with grass season, whether it's here or in the States, you never start too early because you have to wait for the morning dew to go.
And inspired, hopefully, from his performance here at Wimbledon. What a win against Schwartzman.
So great.
Yeah, and he kind of had the mindset before he even came into the grass season. After grass season, he really wanted to play a lot of challenger events, get his matches played up, so he's feeling confident for the rest of the year. Hopefully, as you say, he's taken some massive confidence for the fact, although he didn't get the ranking points to show, but he's beaten some really good players and even though he lost with Dimonor, had a really good competitive match against him too. So yeah, on a grass court, especially for Liam, with that leftiness, that annoying, awkward leftiness, hopefully he'll have a final good run on the grass.
Yeah, well, he seemed to love playing on the surface. I mean, he said it himself, and hopefully he can go to Newport, well, I imagine, full of confidence and ready to cause a few more upsets, as he did here.
Fingers crossed. And Andy as well. Andy deciding to go and play there. I'm not sure he'll have ever played before because normally he's probably still in here at Wimbledon.
And that's the thing with Andy Murray. I mean, you've got to talk a player who, despite what he's been through, all of the injuries, the fighting back, the disappointments, you know, both with the injuries and also, you know, performances, players he wouldn't want to lose against. He just keeps going, doesn't he? He absolutely loves it.
He does. He's a massive lover of tennis. He's constantly watching it. And it's funny because we can hear there back in Newport as well, all the players are sat around the television trying to watch the final. And you know, we're not just players of the sport, but we're spectators. We love the game. So yeah, and Andy's dropping back down a level, trying to get his matches in as well. And I feel like he's just on the cusp of having a few good results.
Well, yeah, speaking of good results, the big one today going on behind us here on centre court, where Nick Kyrgios took the first set. We can bring you some updates on that. Djokovic has just broken back in the second, up 3-1
yes,
there.
He's turning it around.
It's
the big
slowly going,
turning around.
as predicted. Naomi, thank you so much for being with us. Best of luck to Liam next week over in Newport as well. We should look forward to seeing how he gets on.
I'd say I'm going to go and sit on the hill, but I don't think there's any space. So,
stay with us.
OK, thanks so much, Naomi. Let's head back over to Court 1, see some live action in there. We saw the boys' singles final between Zheng and Polyachek. The number 3 seed, Polyachek, having taken the first set 7-6. They have just gone to a tie-break in the second, as they did in the first, and we can settle in and join the commentators.
Both players receive one additional
So on
challenge.
their feet. And we've had one tie-break already, which Polyachek won very easily, 7 points to 2. You sense from the crowd they would like a deciding set.
1-0.
Just didn't finish the shot, did
No,
he?
he didn't commit to that one. Very important shot that is in the men's game now, that block return, and that one didn't get that one right at all.
Oh, cagey stuff. And that's brilliant. That really is.
Michael Zhang is challenging the call on the left near side line. The ball was called
I think
in.
it just clipped the line, didn't it? Yeah. Well played point there. From both players.
2-0.
Really good rally.
Michael Zhang has 2 challenges remaining.
Good instinct to close in on the net on that one. Must-win point here from Zheng. Good serve.
Really, Polyachek is challenging the call on the right centre service line. The ball was called in.
Late challenge, isn't it?
Polyachek.
It was just for something to
Really,
do, I
Polyachek
think.
has 2 challenges remaining.
Just to add to the drama.
I think he wants to prove the umpire wrong.
There's the drop shot again. This time, oh my word!
How did he get that? I thought that point was over.
Oh, Zheng must have thought, for the first time in the match,
3-1.
he'd pulled off a cross-court
Polyachek.
winner, and just...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a courtesy to both players. Please do not call out during the point.
No, you can't expect the crowd to be quiet during that. I mean,
Exactly.
goodness
Come
me,
on.
look at that. That was a winner, and then it wasn't. That was sensational. The timing and the balance to get that.
Yes. He was made of rubber on that shot.
Oh, he's done it good he is. He knows how good he could be, or maybe he doesn't know how good he could be, and that's the key thing here. Again, Zheng must have thought, I've got this. And then that was a great little flick down the line.
Fantastic point. But where's he got all this crowd stuff? He wouldn't have played in front of more than 50 people before.
Maybe he's been waiting for this moment.
Yes.
He's been waiting for this moment to arrive.
That's good reaction. Needed that badly. Pulled out some big serves on big points. The American, I must say. It's another one of those right on the line.
Well, I think it's fair to say the only thing you could put your money on is that it's not going to be an uninteresting journey following Millie Polacek.
No.
One more serve for Zheng, and he senses he needs this point. He's somehow clung on to this match in the face of a barrage of winners, some brilliant shots, some eccentric behaviour.
Another good serve. 119, gave that a pretty good smack.
4-3, Polacek.
I'm not sure the cry of "come on, Millie" has ever come round. Number one caught before. Good, powerful serve.
5-3, Polacek.
1-2-3 body serve. Now, does he go out with his one wide? That's his favourite serve here.
Yes, Michael Zhang is challenging the call on the right far sideline. The ball was called in.
Well, this is a big moment. He's had a few run-ins on some line calls in this match, and this one just wide.
What a good challenge that was.
Second serve.
Oh, he came in behind that so well, and on the point of victory, he seeks the acclaim of number one court. 3 match points. He came in behind that approach shot so well, and the execution of that volley was perfect.
Outstanding.
Remember that face.
Game. Set a match.
Well, he's flat on his back. And it's a distinguished list of former winners. Ball and Lendl and Edberg and Cash and Federer. Is Millie Polacek a name that in 20 years' time will resonate like those great players? He is the junior champion at Wimbledon. His future could be anything. Really anything. But it's going to be fun watching him.
It's almost like he's been dreaming about these things. And what will I do when I win Junior Wimbledon? What reaction shall I do?
I will lie down on my back. I will embrace my opponent. I will then kiss the turf.
Well, there's certainly a buzz around the court there. I don't think they were expecting to see a junior sort of behave like this in the good fashion and occasional bad fashion, but now he's going up into the box here, is he?
Yeah, he's going to go see the box and say, listen, I'm sorry I shouted at you for the last hour and 56 minutes, but you will have to understand this is how I am. And one or two of the coaching team are saying, yes, but we're going to do something about that.
Do the juniors normally go up enough? Forgotten if I can't remember them doing this either. Maybe I'm wrong, but
well, as we always say, that's a Pat Cash now, and Pat Cash won this title in 1982, so 40 years ago. Pat Cash was junior champion at Wimbledon. And he's got a job with the BBC still, so maybe in 40 years, maybe in, hey, there's a thought, in 2062, when you are watching TV coverage, maybe he'll be part of the commentary team.
Exactly.
What do you think about this, Millie? 7-6, 7-6. And two pretty conclusive tie breaks as well. And we are going to hear from him, I think, as well, which will be very interesting. So there's the score. 2 hours as near as makes no difference. And I think we're going to hear from him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winner and runner-up of the boys' singles final. On court for the presentation, please welcome Ashley Tatum and Craig Howarth, who are members of the Committee of Management of the Championships. Firstly, a big round of applause for this year's runner-up from the United States of America, Michael Zheng.
Well, he played really well, but at key moments, errors crept into his game. He had a break of serve in the first set, serve for the set at 5-3, had 2 set points. He broke early in the second set as well, but he couldn't capitalize on them.
And now, the 2022 Wimbledon champion from Croatia, Millie Policek.
Centre stage. Will he one day be on centre court?
Doesn't know where he's going.
Well, we've never heard an interview with Millie Policek before. This could be the first of many.
Well, Millie, first of all, I'd like you to explain how you felt at the moment that you became champion.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out and making such a nice atmosphere here. I'm really pleased to be here and to play on this court. When I stepped on the court, it was an amazing feeling. I saw that it will be an amazing match in with such packed crowd, and yeah, I'm so happy with my win. I think I'm first Croatian guy that won tournament in junior here, so I'm really, really happy, and that's all I can say right now.
If you don't mind, though, I'd like to ask you about how you controlled your nerves, because you looked so at ease on this show court. You looked so comfortable. And, of course, you were engaging the crowd as well. So did you feel comfortable from the moment you stepped down on the court, or were you nervous?
I was comfortable from the first point. I didn't feel any pressure, so I'm a chill guy, like in life too, so I step on the court, what happens, it happens. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Now, today I won, and I can be really, really happy.
It feels like we're listening to a young Goran Ivanisevic.
And lastly, it's been an incredible journey for you. Apart from, obviously, your opponents and the battle through, you've also been ill during this tournament. You've had to overcome that.
Yeah, I had some stomach problems, I think food poisoning, so before my quarterfinals match, I didn't know if I will be able to play, I was with doctors like 15 minutes before the match. I went out. First set I lost, but I give my all I had in that moment and played second and the third amazing set, and I won at the end. And I think that was one thing that helped me throughout these semifinals and finals match. So I think once in the tournament you need to survive, and that was my day that I survived, and in the end I won. So I can be really happy.
Indeed, that was your day to survive, but today you thrive. Many congratulations. Another round of applause for your champion, Millie Polacek.
Well, who knows what will happen, but I think he spoke there like somebody who's on a mission. And that was a very mature way of approaching that.
Definitely a day for sun cream.
She doesn't look too impressed though, does she? But she's doing the right thing, taking care of her.
Oh, we know we've now got another young ball boy playing. Good girl. Oh, that's not a bad serve. That is not a bad serve.
Oh no, there's some real technique going on
There's
here.
a ringer. This is a ringer.
Pick up full-on junior Wimbledon potential right here. Oh, yes.
Tom Cruise is here as well. There we are, Maverick himself.
I was going to say it's a nice souvenir, but he's got to give it back.
I mean, even if he did steal it, I would not go up to him and say, "Oi, you've stolen the ball." Because he looks like he can take care of himself.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
No way. He's hit him right on the head to finish with.
Well, that lighter side stuff is always so great. Radzi, I was down on court number 3 for the wheelchairs a little bit earlier, and there were guys catching balls left, right, centre, one-handed. Everyone was cheering. It was so much fun, even though there was serious business going on the court in that wheelchair gentlemen's final. We'll bring you up to speed in that in a short while, because there's been so much, again, going on the final day of the championship, and none other than the boys' singles title, which was actually going on just behind us on court 1 there. We could hear the shouts and screams. We just saw that on-court interview there, didn't we? Millie Polacek from Croatia taking the title there, defeating the American on the other side of the net. Great achievement, isn't it, for these youngsters to come here and also be crowned at the end of the championship just before the men's title, which is taking place currently on centre court. And they joined, don't they? Such an illustrious list of names that have gone before them, who've gone on to become Grand Slam champions, Radzi.
Well, as you can hear probably through our microphones there, the cheer coming from centre court, where Kyrgios is obviously playing Novak Djokovic. If you look at the 2012 doubles boys champion, Novak Djokovic, or rather Nick Kyrgios, was one of those very men. And 10 years ago, he basically said, I didn't for a second think I'd be playing in singles final at Wimbledon, yet here he is. So Polacek is a name absolutely to look out for, and he could be a household name in a number of years to come. And by the way, he does not look 18. When I was 18, I did not look like that, let me tell you.
I mean, Radz, I was just saying, no, we didn't look like that either. Neither of us, I can vouch for that.
Not at 25, like that, to be honest.
But I was just going to read, I've got a couple of guys that have been there, done it, and gone on to greatness as well after lifting the boys' singles title here, like Pat Cash is one of them. Roger Federer, of course, that was back in 1998 there. We can go a little bit earlier on in terms of who came after that. You've got Nicolas Mahut in 2000, Gael Monfils in 2004. Literally, the list
2004
is
was
absolutely
that?
yeah.
Wow.
No, not too far away there. But yeah, Gregor Dimitrov in 2008. So many great names.
But even like Ash Barty, for example, on the girls' side of things, it really is a perfect grounding. If you can sort of learn to win here, you can learn to win anywhere.
Well, I spoke to Liv Hovda, who won the girls' singles title yesterday as well, and I actually showed her in that interview a tweet from Billie Jean King herself, and she hadn't seen it yet. And Billie Jean King basically said, oh, this is a star for the future. And Liv's reaction was of shock, and I hadn't seen it. And I love the fact that I broke that news to her live on Wimbledon Uncovered on our first interview.
That's so cool. And the thing is, if someone like Billie Jean King says you've got potential, that's the belief you need. That's the sort of the validation. That's basically the Twitter blue tick going, bosh, you are legit, you're going to do well. And on those days that perhaps you don't want to train, Billie Jean King said, I could make it, so I'm getting on that court and practicing.
Wouldn't you just take a screenshot of it, blow it up and frame it and put it in the house somewhere and watch and look at it every single day?
100%. I mean, a proper... That's also the incredible thing about Wimbledon. If you go to, say, a World Cup semi-final, a World Cup quarter-final, you're not going to see Pele walking about the gaff. You do see Billie Jean King walking about the gaff, John McEnroe walking about. You see legends walking around, and it's really lovely because obviously people revere them, some people do ask for selfies, but there's also just a sense of, that's John McEnroe, and all the history that's been created here of people who just have to come back year after year because it's so special.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's special moments happening everywhere. Let's draw your attention then to centre court and give you a quick update on the scores there between Novak Djokovic and Nick Kyrgios, of course. So Nick Kyrgios, sorry, for those of you who don't know, who took that first set 6-4, and he's currently trailing in the second 5-3, but is now deuce. In that second set. Big game happening there. And Radzi, it's quite the day, isn't it, for both of them? I was lucky enough to be at a Rangi earlier where Nick Kyrgios was warming up, and then over on court 10 where Djokovic decided to warm up. Quite the contrasting styles as well. And I always kind of like to read into that a little bit. Yep. We know what happened yesterday, didn't we? So Ons Jabeur, she was in a Rangi. Elena Rybakina, she was over there on the outside courts, maybe soaking up the atmosphere a little bit. We know which way that went, but you can't particularly read into that in terms of what's going to happen out on the court. But I think Nick knows everybody's going to be out there. He wants to kind of, keep in his zone a little bit. He's obviously had so many days off now, and I don't know, it felt like he was so relaxed out there, Radzi. He's spoken about not being able to sleep well after knowing he wasn't going to be playing Rafa, and that kind of
I'm going to interrupt you here.
Bit, didn't it?
Disadvantage Kyrgios, potential at its break point. In the 9th game, this is enormous for Nick Kyrgios.
He literally was this morning so relaxed. He had a couple of members of his team down there, including his sister, but they were just joking around. He was doing all the underarm kind of serving through the legs and just having a laugh, and I thought, it didn't look like he was about to play his first ever Grand Slam final.
Yeah, you can't have that adrenal dumps too early on. I mean, I think trying to hold all that back is a great thing. My big question was, what would happen when he actually walks out onto centre court and it becomes real? And Novak Djokovic, we had the Cam Norrie-Novak situation of Cam, who was raring to go, frothing at the mouth almost to go out and play, and Novak was just totally serene. Right, we're hearing a cheer on centre court. OK, we don't know which side that's going to be. So,
Juice.
It's gone back to Juice. Our producer, Chris, has kind of communicated to me subtly by saying it's gone to Juice. What he's actually saying is, Radzi, calm down. It's back to Juice now. This is proper drama here, because if Kyrgios wins this game, if he breaks Novak and wins this set, this is the big question mark then for Novak. He often throws the first set, doesn't go his way. So many of his matches go to 4 sets, but were it to be 2 sets down, yes, Rach, this is proper tennis. It's proper Wimbledon Day 14. It's why we're here.
Oh, it is Wimbledon Day 14. Another great matchup, which has happened a little bit earlier, was out on court number 3.
Just before we do, who are you going to call? Who's going to win today on centre court?
Novak Djokovic. I'm pretty sure that's
Nick Kyrgios. Nick Kyrgios.
We have to be divided here, don't we?
Yes.
But Radzi, court 3 was so special. This looks like possibly Nick Kyrgios had an advantage. We're going to park that bus there because we're going to talk about what happened on court number 3 earlier.
Novak's got advantage.
The gentlemen's wheelchair singles final, and it was such an awesome event. I was actually lucky enough to be down there watching it. And Alfie Hewitt from Great Britain, he was out there up against 27 times Grand Slam singles champion Shingo Kunieda from Japan. He was incredible. The match was incredible. They were both looking for their first ever Wimbledon singles title here. Pause that conversation, Rachel Radzi.
Djokovic may have won that game and it now may be one set apiece. That may have happened. That may have happened.
Well, that's going on for a long time. This, though, has finished. But, Radzi, it was a day, wasn't it, for Alfie Hewitt over there? He'd beaten his countryman, Gordon Reid, to get there. They obviously lost in the doubles final together yesterday at the championship. And Alfie really wanted this one, as did Shingo. Both never got their hands on this singles title before. Alfie took the first set. He was up 4-2 in the second. I raced to court thinking it was going to be done in 2. It wasn't. It went to a third. Alfie was 4-1 up in the third.
Then what happened, Rach?
This happened.
Oh, that's nice.
Hewitt is challenging the ball.
Looked long.
On the left baseline.
Oh, it felt long, didn't it?
The ball was called in.
Oh, my word, it's in. Half a millimetre.
Yep, one of those blades of grass again.
Goodness me. That is a huge call.
Alfie Hewitt has one challenge remaining.
How will Alfie respond here? Needs a positive serve.
Shingo Kunieda gritting his teeth there. Ball just jumped a little bit out of his reach. Didn't get the connection he wanted. All these minor things are huge now.
Forced into error. Kunieda robust, as anticipated.
I thought Hewitt should have pulled the trigger on the shot before that. On previous mid-court balls, he has done.
Prize within his grasp. Can he make it third time lucky, having served for it twice?
So, going back at the beginning of these wheelchair tournament, we watched a match. That was how Alfie was serving.
Yeah, 7th double fault. Mind you, Kunieda's hit 8.
Which is unheard.
But it's how you deal with it in your mind right now, isn't it? He's got to flush that away. Can't let it contaminate this point.
Oh my!
That's a brilliant response from Shingo Kunieda.
Well, what can you say?
Uber courageous. That's what I say.
5-2 down, was he?
Yeah, 5-2 down, and now we're at 5-all.
Goodness me!
Incredible effort. A trio of Japanese games successively.
Perhaps Kunieda's going to do to Hewitt what Hewitt did to Gustavo Fernandez.
Well, that might be going through Alfie's mind. We hope not, but.
What a defence. That's the baby.
Two really good strikes from Alfie Hewitt there.
Love 15.
He needs that to re-establish his momentum.
I mean, that was a great return of serve and a fantastic defence shot. Nothing wrong with that, but goodness me.
10 out of 10 point all round.
90 mile an hour winner. Don't know how he got that back.
He's found it again.
So it's the forehand firing now, not just the backhand.
He looks relieved. Does Alfie Hewitt after this one. Knowing what Kunieda's bringing, has been so threatening. That was bang on.
Goodness me. Use the whole chair rotation, shoulder rotation, racket speed.
Coolly taken.
I mean, against mere mortal wheelchair tennis players, most of these shots are winners.
15-30.
These guys are, look at the reach.
They're lasering the lines, aren't they? Really high quality. Accuracy, pace, length. Hewitt needs to break here. Having lost the last 3 games, he won't be feeling too good about himself.
Go-to backhand return, cross-court, off Shingo's serve is a go-to shot for him. And it has been.
From here on in, it's what's going on upstairs. That's about it. Because we know they can both play all the shots. It becomes a giant mental battle.
Oh, what?
Well, that was a little fortunate, many will be thinking.
Well, no, he meant it. Took the power off.
30.
Half volley, angle.
This is incredibly good. Look at
wrist.
Yeah. That was fantastic.
I mean, that's off the strings. That's not off the.
Oh, you're right.
The wood.
Credit to him. Brilliant shot from Kunieda. Not so fast, suggests Alfie Hewitt with that forehand clunk.
You know, you've got to say the winner has got to play brilliant for 2 or 3 points in a row.
Clever slice from Kunieda. That was timely because it stayed low and was sliding away from left to right.
Advantage Kunieda.
But Alfie Hewitt would have known what he's getting himself in for, and he would have prepared mentally for an absolute scrap, and he's got one right now. It just keeps on giving this match, doesn't it? High quality. How's he done that? Fabulous striking from Alfie Hewitt.
Advantage, Hewitt.
Yeah, it's these mid-court balls by Kunieda. I mean, they're not that short, but they're giving Hewitt time to pick where he wants to hit the ball. And he's taking his chances.
Double fault for Kunieda. He won't like that.
On the left service line.
The challenge spurned out of desperation. Hewitt knows it's long. I think he does as well, judging from his body language. But let's take a look and just, out of respect, confirm where this lands. Quite a long way long. And it is indeed a break for Alfie Hewitt, who will get a 4th opportunity to put this match to bed on his own serve.
6 games to 5. Final sets. Kunieda has 2 challenges remaining.
So that game just then stopping the run of Japanese games at 3. And that could prove really massive in the overall scheme of things now. But can Alfie Hewitt do something that he's not managed to do on the 3 previous occasions and serve this out? It's been the tougher of the 2 asks, both favouring return of serve today. It's been pretty evident. 13 breaks of serve from Alfie Hewitt, 12 from Kunieda. So sharing 25 breaks of serve, that's something else.
Well, it's testament on how well they're both playing and how well they're both returning.
So as we head into the 4th hour of play now then, can Alfie get it done here? Alfie Hewitt serving for the 4th time for the championships. That's 6-5, deciding set.
First up.
It's gone. As he was in the 2nd set, he's now 2 points away from the title.
30 love.
A menacing look down the court from Alfie Hewitt to Kunieda. It's not those mental demons again, is it?
Yeah, well, you can see him chuntering himself, but again, scoreboard's in his favour. But I'd like to see him do, you know, go big.
Yeah.
Got nothing, absolutely nothing to lose.
Make it happen.
So go big because he's holding back because he's going for the placement. Yeah, but that's pressure. That's what it does.
Yeah, it does.
So don't
the
stop
arm
what you're doing.
tightens in these kind of moments. You've got to be deep breathing. Kunieda knows that. Sucking the air in. Too big from Shingo Kunieda. He's at it again. A trio of successive points for the world #1, just in the nick of time.
30-14.
He yields again, does Alfie Hewitt. Kunieda, though, bringing his very best. That was a terrific return game.
Final sets.
So
I would have challenged that on the right-hand side. Just to give himself a bit of a mental thingy.
Breather, yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be treated to a deciding set tie break then. Like all sets that reach 6-all in the final set at Wimbledon and all the other slams.
One additional challenge.
So this one will go to the first player to 10.
It's not the old school going to 7.
And definitely the long one.
Has a different flavour, doesn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, it does. Good start.
Breaker serve, backhand, again winner down the line.
Hewitt.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Long way to go.
Well, that's sort of what I was saying. Now it's a 10. It is actually a long way to go. It's not to 7.
Good fielding in the crowd.
1-all.
So the difference is to 7 also is one mini break can make the difference. But to 10, you've got to have a couple, at least. Although it is first, regardless, his first 10.
Deadlock on the scoreboard.
Nets for serve.
Stayed so low, didn't it? Loaded with underspin slice. Just knifed through the court and ended up rolling on Kunieda.
2-1. Hewitt.
That's lovely. Well, if it'd been me, I'd be doing that an awful lot more at the beginning of the match. But you can't question the technique there.
You've just got to control the small moments and let the big moments take care of themselves. It's doing those little controllables as well as you can. Raucous reaction from this show court 3 crowd. They're loving that strike.
3-1.
And we came into this match wondering how much Alfie Hewitt had in the tank, but there's been no signs of fatigue at all.
No, but it's the desire, isn't it? And sometimes the desire can be a bit debilitating.
Hewitt.
Yeah, Kunieda's been behind all the way, really. So you've got to go, if you're going with the flow, it's going to be Hewitt's match.
Another telling length off another buckling forehand from Alfie Hewitt. But still, you don't sense he's out of the woods yet. He needs more of a bolster, more of a cushion
4-2
in this race to 10 points.
Hewitt.
Seeing what we already have from Kunieda, who's been 5-2 down in games in this deciding set. He'll remain steadfast. But that, a very positive scoreboard look for the British #1. Who's loading on the fluids on this scorching finals day here at Wimbledon. It's been beautiful.
And the chalk on his hands so he doesn't get any slip. Gives him grip.
He's got one more serving point here. But he's at the tougher of the 2 ends to serve with the sun. That's a big return from Kunieda. Telling length.
4-3.
Yeah, and you heard Alfie
Hewitt
laugh at that because he turned the wrong way. Hewitt tried to fake Kunieda by going off to the other side, his forehand side, and it didn't work. Missed the backhand slice by a country mile.
5-3.
Nerves playing their part.
Hewitt.
Cutting it far too fine. Over trying. He knew as soon as he'd made contact.
Yeah, he was trying to put side spin on it. So he wanted it close to the line, but then jump off. Didn't work.
Well, we'd have been lauding that backhand if he'd made it, and he's made so many of them that are really good and found their mark. Not that time. He's still got to remain positive and make things happen out here, because Kunieda's not just going to lie down and have his tummy tickled. Too good. Yeah. It's just been a plentiful array of winners abounding in this match. So many of them. Look at this.
Well, that was replicating one of Hewitt's best return of serves.
Deadlock again. Yeah, really good height and length from Kunieda. Very experienced shot.
And what are you going to say?
6-5.
The loser in this contest is going to be devastated.
Yeah, there shouldn't be one, should there? It just seems cruel. These two so tight all the way. Straining every sinew as Alfie Hewitt there. Kunieda breaks to the front for the first time in this tiebreak.
Doesn't really hold his serve very much though, has he? So fortune favours the brave on the return. Oh, that serve was close.
Deep, good length. So they roll round at 12 points. Every 6 points, of course, you change in the breaker. Kunieda will be feeling a little better about his plight right now. He has just dug so deep today. It's been down and out so much. Alfie Hewitt's had 4 opportunities to serve it out, but not really done that much wrong. But Kunieda's just raised the bar every time.
I don't know how he does that. You know, you look at him, and there's been points in this second set, and it's where you've looked at Kunieda and you thought Hewitt's in charge.
Thank you.
First big tee serve by Kunieda for a long time.
Kunieda. Thank you.
Oh, he rifled that bounce smash down the court. So positive from Kunieda.
Goodness me.
9-5.
What a time to get a smash in. I mean, let's face it, you're going to see some tears, whether they're joy or from defeat. It's dear, oh dear.
So having saved close situations, it's championship point for Kunieda.
Oh my word.
And he just needs the one.
4-6, 7-5, 7-6.
It's been a long time coming, so this will be savoured. The world #1, Shingo Kunieda, wins his maiden Wimbledon singles title and becomes the first player to complete a career Golden Slam in men's wheelchair singles. He now holds all 4 Grand Slam singles titles. And remarkably today, he wins his 50th Grand Slam title in singles and doubles. And look at what it means to him.
Well, great scenes down here then. Shingo Kunieda there taking his 28th Grand Slam singles title and his first here at Wimbledon. This is one he just said in his interview on court was a dream come true. He was a finalist here a couple of years ago, but has never lifted this trophy, and he had to do it in the 3-set battle in a tie-break in the third over GB's Alfie Hewitt, who's in the background getting interviewed on court. He wanted that one as well, being on home soil. Couldn't quite make it happen. We thought he was going to do so. He obviously took that first set, and then in the third he was 4-1 up, and we came rushing onto court to try and get a shot of the end of this match. But you can see what it means to the team here. Number 28. What an occasion. They're on court getting a couple of pictures and selfies with all the team there. Shingo's wife is on court with him as well and his team, and it's a great moment for them. When they've stopped their selfies, I'm going to go in and try and get a couple of words from a couple of members of the team and see if they tell me what this moment means to them, because it's a pretty special one, that is for sure. I'm going to jump down here and go over this way. Guys, obviously supporting Shingo.
Yeah, okay.
What does it mean? Can I have a quick word? What does it mean for you and the team to get this title?
Because he has never won the Wimbledon, so it means a lot to him. So of course, and then I'm very happy for him. Yeah.
I mean, tell us about how that match unfolded. Alfie there taking the first set and was quite dominant in the second and the third, 4-1 up, and then Shingo came back like the true champion he is.
Yeah, but until the end, we felt we feel like I'm worried about him all the time. So but at the end he won, and then so everything is happy for the team. Yeah.
And Shingo mentioned that Roger Federer had been giving him a couple of words of advice, and that's why he won this title on grass.
Yeah.
Do you know what he said to him last year?
Actually, it was the online event with the Uniqlo and ITF, that his sponsor, the Uniqlo, and then Roger talked to me like I don't remember really, but like how to slice or something like this. So yeah, it's I hope it's very helpful for him. Yeah.
Totally. Approaching this match, I spoke to Shingo after his last round, and I said, "What are the tactics?" He said, "I can't tell you them yet because maybe my team will hear." What were the tactics coming into this? Surely to take it in just 2 sets.
I don't know exactly, but he just fought and then be positive every point. So that's the reason that he won. Yeah.
Totally positive every point. I'll see if I can get a quick word with maybe Jane, if she's over there, wants to speak to us, or Shingo's wife. Can you have a quick word? Would you have a quick word with us of what this means?
I'm going to translate.
Okay, so obviously, a proud moment seeing Shingo win his first ever Wimbledon singles title on here, the one that's kind of eluded him for many years. He said it was a dream come true. What's it like for you as a member of his family?
グランドスラムでこれから唯一勝ってなかったけれども、このタイトルを取れたっていうのはチームにとってどういう意味があると思う、奥さんにとってどういう意味があると思う。
すごくこれを待ち望んでいたのでとても嬉しいです。
We are really looking forward for this title, so she's super happy about that as a wife.
And for Shingo, what will it mean to him? He said it was a dream come true, but when he looks and reflects on now his 28th title, how do you think he'll process this?
28個もウィンブルドングランドスラム勝ったけど、ウィンブルドンはまだ取ったことがなかったと。今回はどういうふうなプロセスでこの大会に臨んだのか。
ちょっと難しい質問ですけど、でもいつも通りにやりました。
A little bit tough questions, but say to him, remain the same,
Well, enjoy the celebrations tonight. Congratulations to you and Shingo. Thank you. Well, a special moment down here for his family and his coaching team, and for Shingo. He's going to go and enjoy those celebrations with all the fans down here. It was a great crowd down here for this wheelchair gentlemen's single title. What a moment for Shingo Kunieda.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, will capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon. Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me want to ride with the window down all night.
Welcome to Around the Grounds with Amex, where I found my way to centre court here at Wimbledon, which has been the main stage for the championships since 1922, which means this year we're celebrating its 100th birthday. We are outside centre court. What memories stand out in your mind about the magnificent centre court?
For me, it's Andy Murray, 2016, seeing a Brit win at Wimbledon centre court. You can't beat it.
I was completely and utterly overwhelmed. My next door neighbours didn't know what was going on. I was screaming at the television. It was incredible for him to do that.
What is it about centre court that is so spectacular?
I think, firstly, it's the size and the feel within. No one's in sort of a crazy rush all the time. Everyone's relaxed, really enjoying watching the tennis.
The atmosphere is just electric. Just listening to the ball, the speed of it. The weather's gorgeous today, so couldn't wish for anything better.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the history behind it, and it's just very special. You could tell so many historic matches have been played there.
I was blessed, honoured to play 28 years ago. I played on centre court against Martina Navratilova. It is just iconic. There is nowhere better.
3 words to describe centre court.
Magnificent, magical and amazing.
Stunning, historic, Kyrgios.
It really is such a special court, isn't it? Here's to the next 100 years.
Greatness. It takes time to evolve and to grow, to strive for relevance in a world that changes fast, to learn how to adapt when the conditions work against us. It's an endeavor to be sharper and smarter, a labor of excellence as old as time itself. A century of relentlessly pushing the boundaries further and further, again and again and again.
You have to develop an edge to be great at something. I had that. And then, boom, there's something clearly wrong.
You doing your job, umpire? You're pathetic! How much bigger a point can you screw it up with? Couldn't you see anything?
From New York, John McEnroe.
You either loved him or hated him, but you could not be aware of John McEnroe.
I didn't want to be booed. I wanted everyone to clap for me. But if I wanted to be like my idols,
There's a foot over the line!
I did learn you gotta be a bit of a lunatic out there.
You cannot be serious!
Who doesn't mind yelling at an umpire, man?
Go around the world, meet girls, and party. I was on such an unbelievable high. #1 in the world. I'm the greatest player that's ever played. Why does it not feel that amazing? You always worry you're too much like your dad. He was a perfectionist. That's my biggest flaw. I was melting down. 37 psychologists and psychiatrists didn't help. It felt like there was no way that it could get worse, but it proved to be incorrect.
John's a perfectionist. In his head, it's never good enough.
I would dwell on tennis matches when I could have been a better dad. That's the worst feeling. You always hear, do whatever it takes to win, at any cost. Is it all worth it?
John McEnroe, the inimitable, the incomparable, possibly the new iteration of John McEnroe, is currently playing on centre court in the form of Nick Kyrgios against Novak Djokovic. And what a match it is proving to be. 1 set apiece, and deep into the 3rd set in the 9th game, Kyrgios leads us 40-love on his serve. Every man is holding their serve. This is all gonna, basically, this could come down to the wire, this match, Rach.
Oh, I mean, it's so exciting in there. We can just hear the reaction from the hill and from centre court itself as well. But we do know, don't we, that he's got a small team with him. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. We've seen there in his box. He doesn't even have a coach, but he does have a manager, a physio, a sister and a girlfriend. They're the 4 kind of main protagonists in there. His mum is at home in Australia, and she was actually interviewed, though, this morning by the Sydney Morning Herald, basically saying how much she's seen him grow and mature since he's actually met his recent girlfriend. She thinks that's been like a kind of a changing point in his life, and you can see that by how she said that he loves life more now. And we've seen that for his Instagram. If you guys have been following what he's been doing away from the court this championships, he's been a London tourist. He's been going around and living life outside the championship, which I think is super important, especially when you're in this bubble, which it is a bubble, isn't it, here at the Fortnite? You know, you come here every single day to practice, to see your competitors, to see your peers, and it's really important to go away from that otherwise. And Radzi, they're all staying in a house, his team as well, his manager, his physio, his girlfriend, sister. So it shows the closeness of that team and kind of what he's got around them. But it's the similar story to Djokovic as well. He's got his family here. We keep seeing Stefan, his son, and Tara on the practice courts, you know, hitting around. And this morning, Radzi, I saw Stefan, his son, playing a similar boy his age, and every time he got a point, he was like, yes, point, just like his dad. It was so great to see. But the point I'm making is that Nick has matured in the last couple of years. You know, do you remember a couple of years ago when he said, you know, I'm not really bothered about winning a Grand Slam. That wasn't what he was after, and that's why he says he doesn't have a coach, because he says, I play to have fun and play my own way. What's the point of having a coach if I don't want to win a Grand Slam? He won one early this year at the Australian Open, with Thanasi Kokkinakis, and maybe that's changed his mindset. Now that he's in a final, surely, if I asked him that question, do you not want to win a Grand Slam? I'm sure the answer would be yes, but the mindset has been changing. He's maturing, even you know, a lot of people have been talking about this, haven't they, recently?
Yeah, I think he's extremely pragmatic. So he speaks about himself very logically and very objectively. He says, my game at its best can beat anyone, but it often isn't at its best necessarily. Whatever he's done since the US Open, it is metamorphosized. He's a different guy.
Aussie Open.
Excuse me, Girls Open when he won in doubles. He's just metamorphosed. Those 6 months, I mean, we're used to hearing comments from the media. That hasn't changed. We're used to seeing semi-controversial things on the court. That hasn't changed. But what has changed is what he's produced on the court. And then not to mention more controversy in the form of Rafa Nadal not playing in the semi-final, meaning Nick gets a bye through to the final. How does that affect you? Does it help you? Does it hinder you? Does it stay in your brain? Is it too much thinking time? Well, the upshot is he's playing one of the greatest players of all time, and he's holding his own at the Wimbledon final in the centenary year of centre court. It is proper. This is properly teed up. And you kind of mentioned the whole family dynamic. You've got a family man, and Nick Kyrgios, until relatively recently, was a bachelor. You've got a man who has a coach, a man who doesn't have a coach, a man who's serene, a man who isn't, a man who's controversial, a man who... So there's so much in this match, stories within stories, which is why I'll be fascinated to find out what the headlines are, no matter who wins.
Yeah, exactly. It's two contrasting characters like Radzi just mentioned, and we'll bring you up to speed now on what is happening in centre court. So we know Nick Kyrgios at the first 6-4.
Oh, no.
Yeah, then he lost the second 3-6 there, and he's just gone. Djokovic has just broken him 5-4 in the third. Djokovic
He was 40 love up
on serve. So that's a bit of an update now of what's been happening over there. The reaction on the hill has been fabulous. Reaction in centre court here at SW19 has also been fabulous. And I'm very curious to see what the reaction is like in New York, where we have the hill in New York, and Jamie's there for us.
An absolutely packed house here at Brooklyn Bridge Park, Pier 6 in New York City, where we have set up the hill in New York to replicate the real deal back in London. Jeremy is here. What do you think of the atmosphere so far?
It's incredible. Plane tickets are very expensive right now to go to England. I would love to be at Wimbledon right now, but I'm here instead, and it's even better maybe because it's a 15-minute bike ride from my home.
That's perfect. Yeah, you don't need your passport to get to this hill.
I got to get that renewed, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. So next year, maybe you can go to the Wimbledon, the real thing. What do you think of the food, the drinks, the activities? What's been your favorite part so far?
Food's lovely. I love gin, so the gin cocktails are great. The food, the mini sandwiches, they're cute.
They're cute.
They're cute. That's a good way to describe them, and delicious. And just it's really nice to be around a lot of like-minded people in general. It's like a little tennis community here, watching a sport that everyone loves. So.
Yeah, absolutely. New York is definitely known for the tennis community and just loving to experience free things that are outdoors. I mean, the weather could not be more beautiful. Just kind of a perfect British day in New York City, right?
Absolutely.
All right, well, enjoy your time here. And by the way, this is amazing. Fans are excellent, very excited, but I'm sure nothing compares to the real thing back in London. So we're going to check in with Olivia, who is at the actual hill.
Got a beautiful rhythm going.
Thank you so much, Jamie. It looks amazing there at the hill in Brooklyn. I'm here at the original hill in the sunshine at Wimbledon, and I found some friends here. Hello, ladies. How are you?
How are you?
I'm great. Are you having a good time?
It's wonderful to be here. We're having an amazing time. We're just loving it. I'm on the cloud number 9. I'm so happy.
Have you been here before? Have you been to Wimbledon before?
I have, yeah.
For me, it's my first time. Amazing. What are you thinking of the experience?
I love it. Such a great atmosphere. Actually, watching here, I think, is even better than to be on the centre court.
I think you're probably right. It's so good here, isn't it? You've been before.
Yeah.
Why do you love coming back, and why do you love getting a great spot on the hill?
I think today is a really special day, you know, watching Djokovic and Kyrgios playing the way they are right now. Two people with so much intensity in their game. Yeah, today is just really, really special, and being on the hill is arguably better than being on centre court.
Absolutely, I agree. Well, ladies, thank you. I won't keep you a minute longer, but look at this. I'm going to settle in too and watch some of the tennis.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, from one hill to the other, back to the studio with Radzi and I. I mean, I would like to be over in Brooklyn, wouldn't you, at the hill in New York, Brooklyn Park Bridge.
I love America. I love New York. It's a special place, and Brooklyn in particular. Brooklyn, Manhattan, the Bronx, Harlem, all of it. Staten Island.
Red Eye,
yes.
Red Eye over there tonight?
Why not? Why not? If hopefully our producer Chris will spend us some tickets so we can make some pre-recorded items for next year. That's what we want to do. Up the ante of things, go even better. But yeah, it's amazing to see Jamie out there and see the fans and to remind ourselves that tennis is a really global sport. Regardless of who's in the final nationalities, there are no Americans, but I tell you what, there's undeniable passion.
Yeah, exactly. The American won yesterday. The junior girls, the American Liv Hovda, she did take the title, didn't she, which was great to see there. But the hill down here, of course, Henman Hill, is absolutely packed as well because there's not much else going around on the outside courts.
Look at that.
That is the place to be. It looks like it's at capacity watching this iconic men's final. You can see the reactions there. Something must be happening, unfolding over on centre court. That's lovely shots from... There's a pergola at the back of the hill as well.
A pergola?
Pergola.
What's a pergola?
It's like a little, like, shady area. You never been to a pergola before?
I know a pagoda. That's as far as I know.
Oh,
a pergola. I'm an ignorant. Not a culture vulture. I'm an ignoramus. I don't know what else to do.
He don't know where he's going with that either. So we've already got up to date then on set 3. So we can bring you up to speed on that. So Djokovic took that one as well, 6-4 in that third set. So at the moment, he's very much having it all his way in centre court. The first one didn't, Radzi, but then it's kind of gone Djokovic way in that third.
You want some stats? So in terms of overall in this match, so the winning percentage on first serve for Kyrgios is 69%. For Djokovic, it's 80%, which tells its own story. Now that's overall in terms of that set there. That's compared to, interestingly, Kyrgios had 73% compared to Djokovic's 62%. Whereas, excuse me, 66 to 94. So the old eyes letting me down. The myopia's kicking in on day 14. It appears, and then look at those unforced errors, 11 to 2, possibly telling the story of this, that perhaps it's been Kyrgios's not necessarily taking his eye off the ball, but maybe not doing what he needs to do when he has the opportunity to. But it could go long, Rach. It could go long.
I mean, this is now a repeat performance of what we've seen quite a lot unfolding.
Yeah, not this one, though.
On centre court with Novak Djokovic. It happened with Cam Norrie, didn't it, just a day ago. He took the first set and then Djokovic went steamrolling the next 3 to take that one and move over here into the final. And we've seen it happen a lot. Djokovic kind of just warms up, and there's been a lot of talk about can he move into that 5th gear in the final? Possibly not, because 5th gear would have been taking it in 3 sets. If it stays as it is now or going 4, but this is maybe what Djokovic is capable of this tournament.
Part of the reason why tennis is crazy, though, is if we think back to the very first match that Kyrgios played here, it was against Paul Jubb. That went to 5 sets. I mean, Paul Jubb, the Brit, a.k.a. this man here, Paul Jubb, could have possibly beaten Kyrgios. Who would have thought then that Kyrgios would go all the way through to the final? Well, it has happened. There's also been action happening on courts very close to our cameras, on court 18, which is about 5 metres to your right-hand side. And what's been happening there, Rach?
Well, Olivia was there earlier on, wasn't she, on court 18, because the Wimbledon Junior Initiative was happening down there, and she was speaking to some people about it.
Right, an amazing thing is going on today ahead of the men's finals. The WJTI are doing an incredible event here on Court 18. I'm with Darren Stanford, who has progressed through the ranks of the WJTI. Darren, lovely to see you today. Tell me a little bit about what's going on here, first of all.
It's an exhibition with all of our kids that have joined the programme from the youngest age, could be 6 up to 17, and it's just an exhibition to show everyone what we do outside of the club.
Okay, so the WJTI is an amazing organisation. We spoke to them a little earlier during the tournament, but tell us a bit about your kind of journey through the I don't know what to call it. Is it a charity? Is it an association? What actually is it?
Yeah, it's run by the Wimbledon Foundation. It started in 2001. 2 months in, I joined, and 21 years later, I'm still going strong as a licensed tennis coach, teaching the next generation.
Okay, so you were selected at how old, and why were you selected?
I was selected at 11 years old. Dan Bloxon, who you could probably hear.
Loudly.
Yeah, very. Came into my school, delivered a session, invited me down, gave me a letter, and 2 weeks later I was on the outdoor courts just around the corner and started my tennis journey. Not to say I was good at the time, but loved every minute of it, and it's been an incredible journey.
Did you play tennis before? Had you tried it out before? And was it something you'd thought about as, I guess, a career?
No, not at all. So it was always football for me. And I said I'm going to experience tennis, see how I get on. Wasn't great at the start, but I found the bug for it and started to play once a week, then 4 times a week, and then it went to 6 times a week, and saw myself getting better. And yeah, I'm sticking with it and love every minute of it.
How many kids are in the program currently, and how many do you try and recruit each year? And what do you do for them?
So we got over the 20 years we've seen over 200,000 kids in the program. We currently have Sunday we'll see about 150 kids, Saturday the same 150 kids, and we just provide them with free coaching, give them a great experience, give them a new skill that they would never have tried before, and hopefully in the future we see them hopefully lift up this amazing trophy.
Wow, imagine if you'd help nurture the next Wimbledon champion. That is really incredible. This is a great initiative going on right now. The Bryan brothers are on court. Yes. What's that like for you?
It's unbelievable. I was a ball kid for them in 2004, so it's to share the court again with them is an amazing experience. But it's fantastic for the kids to see 16-time champions joining them on court. So it's brilliant for them.
Absolutely. What an amazing and what a way to start off men's finals day.
Phenomenal.
The energy's already up here this morning.
Certainly
and
is.
Loud. Let's go.
This is true, yes, no, for sure.
All right, thanks, Darren. We're going to catch up with you a bit later.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Look who I found on court 18. They're massive, not just in height. Bob and Mike, Bryan, how are you both?
We're doing great. We're still here on Sunday, which is awesome. We have a little doubles final for the Legends doubles.
You are
It's
legends.
during the Kyrgios Djokovic final, so come on out. We're going to need some crowds support out there.
If you don't have centre court tickets, this is the court to be on. Is it on this court?
It's right out here, court 1, right here in court 1. So yeah.
All right, how are you feeling about being back? You love it here. You're great here.
Yeah, it's our first time back since 2019, and we're having a blast. We brought our families. It's been like an amazing vacation. We've actually been watching tennis for the first time ever. Yeah. Usually we're back on the couch resting the bodies, but this time we're enjoying the whole event, and the kids are having a blast. They've actually hit on grass for the first time, so they're stoked. But what a final today, and it's excitement in the air.
What is your kids' situ, and are they good tennis players? Are you trying to train them up to be the next gen?
Yeah, I mean, we love the sport, so we're trying to pass it on to our kids. We think that, there's a lot of life lessons you can learn. So he's got 3, 10, 8, and 6, and I got a little 2-year-old. I got a little baby racket for him. He's hitting balloons and everything. So I think.
Right, is that what I should do? I've got a 2-year-old. I've got to start them now on balloons.
It can only help. Start him young.
Now, that was a lovely thing you just got involved in, WJTI, Wimbledon Junior Tennis Initiative.
Yeah.
Yes, got it.
Yeah, got it.
What did you think? What did you think of our bright young stars?
No, what a great program. All these kids are having a blast. They're all really good players. They got futures. We saw a lot of potential out here today, and they seem like all great kids as well. They're listening to their coaches. They're trying hard, and that's what it's all about.
That's really nice, and thank you for taking part. Obviously a bit hot and sweaty. What's the plan now for you two then, ahead of your match?
We're going to go jump in the ice bath, get massages, pop a lot of Advil.
Whoa. I thought this was a match, not a holiday. What are you talking about?
We're 44, so we're a little bit beat up right here. We're just going to tape these body parts on and go out there and try to get through one more.
And is it all about fun when you're here for this kind of Legends final?
Yeah, exactly. We're not sweating it like we used to. We're sleeping through the night. When we were playing in the finals, we'd get like 1 hour or something. So no, it's stress-free, and we're just having a blast.
Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you, guys. I managed to pull Dan Bloxham off court, head coach of the All England Club. Big role, big job.
Nice.
Big day today.
Really
what
good.
was that like? Because it seemed really fun from the crowd's point of view.
This is kind of what we do all year round. So the championship's another sort of sideline of what's going on. But this is what happens every day at the club, and we're at schools every single day with the young coaches like Darren and Alicia. This is 21 years of history. So these guys started when they were very little, and now they're coaches on the program. And for us to have this energy and the love of sport at the club all the time is fantastic. It's something we're really proud of, and we've seen over 220,000 children.
Which is just remarkable. There's some really talented kids in here as well. I mean, they were putting the Bryan bros through their paces. How proud are you, and what's the kind of hope for some of them, do you think?
Well, I mean, for us at the club, it's about introducing kids to sport and having a passion and a healthier lifestyle, which is so current. So really, for us, if they become great players, fantastic, but if they become guys who like sports, fantastic. So we're on a win-win-win, but some of them are obviously really good. We hopefully do a good job as coaches, and I think the Bryan brothers, I said it was a little hit. I don't think they realised they were going to be, they were looking at me like, hey, what's going on?
They've got a final to play today.
They got a final, exactly. So hopefully they won't need to warm up again. But yeah, the kids, if they're in a good environment with good coaches, with good energy and passion, the club and the foundation are happy to provide that, and it's a win-win.
It really is. Now, what about you and your role generally, not just with this? Tell us a bit about your career here.
Yeah, no, I was very young when I started, obviously, because I've also been here 21 years. But my job is really diverse. I'm very lucky. So during the week, we do a lot of things with the WHI. We also run club activities like you would at a normal club. We play 35 matches a year against other clubs. It could be Oxford, it could be Cambridge, it could be Middlesex, Yorkshire, Monte Carlo, Villa Primrose. I've just been to Germany to see 2 grass courts events to try and support the events that we have around Europe. And I coached the German kids. I don't think they were quite ready for me to be charging around over there in Germany. And then obviously I have a minor role today in Master of Ceremonies, so I start the ball rolling with every singles match, men's match on Centre and One. So I look after the players in the mornings, so I'm just going to go and see them now.
May I suggest you have a shower first?
I might. Well, actually, it's quite good. If I go like this, at least they know I have a clue what end of the racket to hold. So I get a little bit of street cred. But really, to make the players feel they're somewhere other than just a facility, that they've arrived at a club and the club are excited about seeing them, and make it a different feel to their normal matches at normal Grand Slams. And that's kind of my job during the Champs.
Well, I'm impressed that you still got such energy at the end of this quite long, hot tournament, but well done. Have a great day to you too.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
I'm Stefan Edberg, and I won Wimbledon in 1988 and 1990. Well, personally, this is the place to come back to if I had to choose one place. Since growing up, watching Borg winning his 5 titles here and playing here myself, winning, and you always feel very welcome when you come back to Wimbledon. It is always a very, very special feeling, just getting through the gates and getting in here and you know, being on center court, gathering all the champions from the past. It's not going to happen very often. It was so great to see some of the guys that haven't seen for a while and all get together and step on the center court and with the cheers of the crowd. So I think it was very, very special for everyone. I still remember the first time when I came here to Wimbledon, you know, taking the bus over to Wimbledon, walking all the way from the station over the hill and entering the grounds. That was a very, very special moment because I've seen it on television. I hadn't seen it in real life. So that was a very special day. And I would say, obviously, for everyone who wins Wimbledon the first time you win here, you know, holding the trophy, just feeling that you just won it. And it's hard to describe. Playing at the center court at Wimbledon is a place where you can actually have 17,000 people roughly being totally quiet. It's a fascinating feeling being out there when it gets to a crucial point and you can hear yourself breathe, you can hear the bounce of the ball, and that you won't find anywhere in the world, I believe. You have a lot of inspiration here, at the same time a lot of tradition. Borg McEnroe back in 1980, like so many of us has watched, you know, the Federer-Nadal match. That stands out so to be one of the best matches. And recently I watched this very long match when Djokovic beat Roger in the final a couple of years ago, having match points. And it was probably quality-wise the best match that I've seen in my entire life at Wimbledon. He just has this legacy, and I don't see anything changing it. It's still going to be there at the same place, I believe. And now they're investing a lot around the ground here, building more courts. So this is going to stand out for the next 100 years, I believe.
Well, Millie, congratulations on becoming the first Croatian to win a Wimbledon junior singles title. That sounds pretty nice, huh?
Yeah, thank you. It is pretty nice, and I'm very proud of myself to be the first Croatian to win the juniors title. And I'm looking forward to the pro tennis and next tournaments.
Yeah, does that worry you, the kind of pressure now that's going to come with this sort of accolade? You know, it's a big win here at Wimbledon, it's an iconic place. Are people going to be sort of looking out for you in tournaments to come, do you think?
Well, I don't know, maybe yes, because Wimbledon is a special place, special tournament, and I'm very happy to be able to win the Grand Slam just here, I think they will maybe follow me a little bit more now. And as I said before in the interviews, I'm from small country, Croatia. We don't have that much medias that are like looking for us. So I think that it will become like more. I need to become more used to interviews and stuff like that. So I think it will be much better now.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Have you managed to catch in with anyone back home in Croatia? They're happy back there?
Yeah, I spoke on the phone with my father. Yeah, he's happy. As also my friends, they send me messages, but I didn't have time to write back to them. But I will do, and I think it's also not only for my family, friends, for all the people in Croatia. It's a big moment.
Yeah, you've been a busy man doing all these interviews after your match. But let's talk about the match itself, because although you won in straight sets, I mean, you were made to work for that. You know, 2 tie breaks, you were down in the first. Talk us through the match. Were you looking forward to it? How was it?
Yeah, I was ready to give my best, to give all I have in that moment. And I entered the match good, playing good, but I didn't realize some chances that I had, and he broke me. I was 5-3, 40-15 down, him serving. I managed to win that game, to turn the momentum around and to win the first set. Second set I was also break down, but I stayed calm, just keep on going, and in the end, I was, I think, better player today, and I won.
Yeah, you did fantastic. And one of the things I thought was great was your work at the net. You won 15 of the 22 points you played at the net. Is that a big part of your game, the volleying?
Yeah, I'm also pretty good in doubles, so I like to come to the net. I like the way you need to play on the grass, so if you cannot stand all the time from the back, you need to come on the net. And I think my volleys are pretty good. So that's why I'm coming to the net a lot.
Well, you've been practicing with one of the greatest grass court players ever in Novak Djokovic. We've seen pictures of you hitting with him during this week. Just what's it like learning from a guy like that? It must be such a great experience.
Yeah, it is. It is such a great experience, and you dream to practice with one of the greatest guys of all time, maybe the greatest one. And it's a dream come true, I can say.
And is there one particular thing you've learned from Novak? Any advice he's given you that's helped you win this tournament?
Yeah, as I said, he told me to be calm, to play my game. But yeah, when you practice with him, you see much better some things that you cannot see from the stands, and I think it helped me in a lot of ways, and I'm pretty happy that he gave me a chance to practice with him.
And then finally, Millie, we saw you down kissing the grass when you won the tournament. Just what does it mean to you to win here at Wimbledon?
It means everything, because it was from the beginning one of the best tournaments for me, and I just dreamed like to win a Wimbledon. Now I'm here, I won the tournament, so it means a lot.
Well, congratulations. You mentioned getting better at media and interviews. You've got some fans down here as well, so
Thank you.
He's a popular man. Yeah. Thank you, Millie.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I have to say, I absolutely love hearing from players on that balcony there. A glorious view, and hearing players not long after they've stepped off the court is just, it's like nothing else. You get a real honesty.
Well, it's also a pretty special moment because fans can come and stand around there, and we saw that quite a lot last night with Ons Jabeur. The Tunisian fans here have been special throughout the championship, and even though she didn't go on to lift that trophy, they were very much milling around and cheering her and giving her the support she probably needed even more so last night. So it is a special place, that media balcony here at Wimbledon, and it's just behind centre court. If you're ever wandering around here, lucky enough to be on the grounds, that's where you can find it if you want to spot a star.
Basically, also, if you come from a country that doesn't traditionally have a lot of tennis history, you tend to get the most die-hard fans in that area. So a lot of Serbs this morning, and then you'll see the TV cameras because they're going, this is television gold. A lot of characters holding a lot of flags today. It happened again yesterday. Hello, Salim, if you are watching. A legend yesterday, kept us all entertained, supporting Tunisia, a properly die-hard Ons Jabeur fan. And what a match that was yesterday, by the way. A great final.
Yeah, well, the fact it went to 3 sets, and I was banging on about, oh, if it goes to 3 sets, Ons Jabeur, her record in 3 sets is much better than Elena's. And yeah, it wasn't to be. And what I loved about yesterday, other than the match, of course, was the fact that in her press conference, when she was asked how her parents would react to this, she just started crying and saying, is that enough emotion for you? Because she hadn't been showing much emotion on the court and for the past fortnight. And yeah, she kind of broke down in tears in that press conference, which really did show that she's just a 23-year-old girl, really, isn't it? Kind of on the biggest stage of her career, achieving her dream.
Well, I think as well, it's easy to sort of, as a mere mortal, look at it and say, oh, she hasn't shown much emotion. What does that say or what does that mean? But who knows how she was feeling? Maybe it was total disbelief. Maybe she stays stoic all of her life, but we always want to see that. We want to see that other side of sports people who possibly the reason they've gotten to where they've gotten is for that very reason that they can hold that emotion in.
Well, she has that game face, hasn't she, on the court? But I've mentioned it on this show before, if you have joined us previously than today, that in Irangi, I think it was the day before the final, her and her coach were having that sit down, and her coach very much had to say to her, believe in yourself. You can do this, very much giving the impression that Elena was actually not believing in her abilities. He said, you've got to play that game, and she did it absolutely perfectly in that second and third set.
Just for context, when was that on the sort of the timeline of yesterday's final?
So that was the day before. So that was after she'd won the semi-final against Simona Halep, and on the off day, so that had been on Friday, yesterday. In the morning practice, that's when she had that. So yeah, it was interesting.
That's remarkable. Given how she was when she won, to think there's actually an inherent doubt in her mind, as there have been in many, many sports stars over the years, great or somewhere in between. Mike Tyson was a classic. But in terms of Mike Tyson, he's had some battles in the ring, some absolute humdingers, some knockout punches, and we saw those in the form of the men's doubles because there were match points defended, there were championship points defended, and that was equalled of what happened in the semi-final. I'm talking about Max and Matt, the Australians. A phenomenal performance. Let's remind ourselves of the comeback kings and how they managed to lift the trophy.
Thank you. Thank you. Ready for play?
Here we go.
Thank you.
Champions retaining their title or new champions?
Second serve, that was. Massive forehands, massive.
Two, 1, Captain Purcell.
Yeah. Didn't hold anything back there. No. It's been the biggest shot on the court, and he's got hold of a few who've just been absolute thunderbolts.
Purcell.
So with the mini break, the Australians
still a long way to go. These 10-point tie breaks seem to go on forever.
Thank you.
Yes, just a reminder, first to 10, 2 clear points. It's been a championship drawn in tie breaks by these two. And as the sun sets, it's entirely appropriate that this final will be decided by one.
Thank you. Ready for play?
Two mini breaks.
5-2, Efton Purcell.
We've talked about the power from Purcell, but this was just a well-controlled forehand. Right on the outside of the line.
So far, a tiebreaker to remember for Max Purcell.
Yeah.
Thank you. Efton Purcell. Please.
Slipping away.
7-2, Efton Purcell.
Well, it's been a few moments of inspiration from the Australians.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
So good.
8-2. Efton Purcell.
Golden.
And the title slipping away from the Croats, and it's heading their way. And a 22-year gap between here and the last All-Australian winning duo. The Woodies were the last. Ebden and Purcell on the brink.
Thank you. Thank you.
Championship points, and loads of them.
Game, set, match. Efton Purcell, 3-2, 7-6, 6-7, 4-6, 6-4, 7-6.
And they celebrate at the end, a la the Bryan brothers. And it is an Australian and an Australian again. Wimbledon men's doubles champions.
What a way to do it. Another come from behind victory. These guys have just put on their capes and become Superman when they've been behind.
Well, that is their first title, the fourth time of asking for Matt Ebden and Max Purcell there. Let's go from one doubles matchup to another happening right now on court number 3. It's the ladies' wheelchair doubles final. And it's all coming to a head in this second set. Let's join this one now.
In center match, Kyrgios Matheson. By 2 sets to love, 6-1, 7-5.
Wonderful to see that sportsmanship at the net. Disappointment for the Dutch duo of Diede de Groot and Aniek van Koot, who have taken the first 2 slams of the season. But here at SW19, it is Yui Kamiji and Dana Mathewson who got out of the blocks in blistering fashion to take the first set 6-1. They went through a bad patch in the second set. The number 1 seeds had the opportunity to serve for the match twice, but were broken on both occasions. And then Kamiji and Mathewson took their opportunity to prevail. 6-1, 7-5 after an hour and 29 minutes of play. What a performance from the Japanese-American pairing.
I mean, so much credit has to be given to these two, doesn't it? For riding that storm. The best doubles pairs in the world, best players in the world, can ride through those storms. They can have that sprint start, have a tough time in the middle, but they find a way to pull it back, stay strong, remain resilient. And they proved that today. They were the definition of it. Those smiles just say everything. And I have a feeling this might not be the last we see of this pairing. Perhaps Yui has found a new regular doubles partners for these Grand Slams. I'm quite excited to see what these two can achieve in the future. And I think it's worth noting, Dana Mathewson having the week of her life. She got engaged at the start of the week. She's flown out to Wimbledon and won her first title here, won her first Grand Slam title ever. What a week. I wonder what the prize money will go towards. Hey, perhaps the wedding, I wonder?
Indeed, could well do. But the here and now sees Yui Kamiji and Dana Mathewson awaiting to be crowned as Wimbledon ladies wheelchair doubles champions. A terrific performance from the players ranked 3rd and 7th in the world. Well, as the heat shimmers over the London skyline, Louise can take us inside the numbers at the conclusion of what was a brilliant back and forth affair. Yeah,
it was a superb match, wasn't it? Especially that second set. It's really interesting when you look at these stats in comparison, you know, to the first set. They were a lot more heavily weighted towards Kamiji and Mathewson. The double fault stat has remained heavily in the negative for De Groot and Van Koot. But actually, total points won have balanced out a lot better. There was a huge, drastic difference in that first set. But that did balance out in the end. So we definitely saw a really good level of quality tennis in that second set, and I think there's a lot for all players to be proud of. But for now, what a phenomenal achievement for Kamiji and Mathewson. And like I say, I can't wait to see what these two are going to do in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and runners-up of the ladies wheelchair doubles final. On court for this presentation, please say hello to Debbie Jevons and Sandy Proctor, who are members of the Committee of Management of the Championships. Firstly, after a hugely entertaining match, please put your hands together for this year's runners-up, Diede de Groot and Aniek van Koot of the Netherlands.
So the runners-up making their way out onto court. Diede de Groot and Aniek van Koot. The competitors that they are, undoubtedly bitterly disappointed, particularly when they had the opportunity to twice serve for set number 2, unable to get it done. But I'm sure in years to come they'll look back with immense pride as they take the runners-up trophy here at Wimbledon
and
2022.
Now, your 2022 Wimbledon champions from Japan, Yui Kamiji, and from the United States of America, Dana Mathewson.
But what a wonderful moment for the newly minted doubles champions here at Wimbledon. Yui Kamiji and Dana Mathewson. The lefty-righty combination pairing perfectly in this, their first tournament together, to lift the Grand Slam prize here at SW19. the 2022 ladies wheelchair doubles champions here at Wimbledon.
Dana.
Yui Kamiji and Dana Matthewson.
If you'd like to just come this way for a quick chat. Thank you. Just there, yeah, that's fine. Well, firstly, congratulations. How does it feel to be crowned the 2022 Wimbledon champions? Dana?
It doesn't really feel real, which you could probably tell back a second ago. We didn't know what to do. I'm obviously really excited that I got to play with Yui. We've never played doubles together before. So this was a great first time. Yeah, I'm just overjoyed.
Yui, as Dana said, you've never played together, but you gelled so well. What is it about this partnership?
Well, we haven't played together before, but we know each other. We played against each other also, so we know how to play. And yeah, we just enjoy on the court and off the court. We share the moment. That's how we are good, I think.
And Yui, you came out so well. That first set, to take it 6-1 and to move 2-love up, but then there was a shift in momentum. How did you keep your nerve?
Yeah, I think Dida and Anik played so well in the second set, so I'd like to say congratulations and thank you for having a great final today. And but we never give up until we are 5-2. Yeah, until like the end of the match. So I was a little bit nervous, but yeah, still like have passion and talk many times, and yeah.
And for both of you, have you got a message for your teams who are courtside, giving you such great support?
Well, just thank you. I mean, they put in so many hours with us off the court that not everybody sees, and that's a huge part of why we're here today. So thank you.
And just finally, Dana, as well, it's been a good few weeks for you because you just got engaged as well.
I did. Yeah, I'm not wearing the ring, but I did.
Well, I'm sure he's watching at home and is very proud. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Wimbledon champions, Yui Kamiji and Dana Matthewson.
Well, there were 4 wheelchair trophies being awarded today, and that was one of them there in the ladies' doubles. But earlier we saw Shingo Kunieda being crowned the wheelchair gentlemen's singles champion for 2022. His first Grand Slam singles title here. He's got 27 in total, but this was the first time he managed to get his hands on this one. He was in the final in 2019. It didn't go his way there, but it did out on court number 3 a little bit earlier, where he defeated Great Britain's Alfie Hewitt for the title, and Adam caught up with him after that epic victory.
Okay, who is the...
Well, it is, of course, one of the finals day, and trophies are won here at Wimbledon. Delighted to say we're joined by Shingo Kunieda, who's just won the gentlemen's wheelchair singles title. It was a wonderful, epic match out there against Alfie Hewitt. Talk us through it.
Yes, it was one of the toughest match in my career, in my long career. So really happy to win this title, because this title is only left one for me. So yes, on the grass, play tennis is really difficult, so it was a really difficult title for me. Yeah,
you mentioned you've won 28 singles titles, but Wimbledon previously had eluded you. You've done it today. Was there a moment where you were worried that it would never happen, that you would never win here at Wimbledon?
Yeah, yes, I thought this today will be the last chance for me, because my age is 38, so I couldn't get more chance because young player is coming. So today was very high pressure to my body, but I could overcome everything. Yeah.
We heard in your on-court interview, maybe the secret was that you spoke to a certain Roger Federer before coming here to Wimbledon. What tips did he give you about playing on grass?
Yes, he said to me, I have to attack every point, and if I mistake, you don't feel regret, because on the grass is attacking tennis is the most important. So he told me, so it was very key for me. Yeah.
Well, it worked. As you said, you've won titles all over the world, but what's so special about coming here to Wimbledon?
Yes, Wimbledon is a special for every tennis player. So I really fun and enjoy this week. Yeah.
You've been followed as well by a huge crowd, people supporting you. I think your wife was here in Wimbledon to support you as well. Did that was that a nice experience to have your family, your coaches, your friends here to watch you and spur you on to this great success?
Of course. Yes, when we had Tokyo 2020, it was no spectator match last year. So this one is my wife is there, and my coach and my trainer, everyone is there. So I could share my happiness with them. So it was really very good. Yeah.
Now you've won it and you beat one of the younger players, shall we say, out on tour, Alfie Hewitt, in the final. You'll be back next year to come and defend, won't you?
I hope so. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much, Shingo, and congratulations once again.
Well, yeah, massive congratulations to Shingo there. And as I mentioned before, I was on court 3 watching that all unfold, and it was an absolutely epic battle. There were so many people on court as well. A lot of them were cheering for Alfie Hewitt as expected. It was very much the let's go Alfie, let's go chants all around court 3. But after that matchup, we heard from Shingo firstly on court with Claire Balding. Actually, she did the interview, and he said it really was a dream come true. After getting 27 titles, not getting that one, he really wanted to add that one to his list of accolades. And Radzi actually said he thinks the reason for getting this title on grass, he had a chat with Roger Federer last year. He unfortunately didn't tell us what Roger said, but he said it's down to a chat I had last year with Federer.
That's interesting. You mentioned about the sort of the power of a Billie Jean King tweet, the power of a conversation with Roger Federer. And Kunieda, more Grand Slam titles than Roger Federer, more than Djokovic, more than Nadal. I mean, what an athlete he is. Such a long career, so humble. And obviously you watched the final. What is it for you that you enjoy most about wheelchair tennis that you possibly don't get in other times?
Oh, I mean, it was just beautiful to watch. The shots were epic. Obviously, we're allowed to have 2 bounces there instead of 1, which we'll see out there on men's and women's side of the game, which obviously is needed because it's pretty difficult to navigate around.
Have you tried it?
I have tried it.
It's unbelievably difficult.
It's unbelievable. The serving, obviously, you know, you think the kind of power of the guys comes from the legs. Obviously, they're strapped in so they don't topple over, but you do see that as well because they do really have to stretch for these different balls to give the return. But no, absolutely incredible out there. And after the match as well, Radzi, Shingo actually turned to Alfie and said, don't worry, you've got more years on me. I'm sure you're going to come back and lift this title because it's, of course, one that Alfie really wants as well, being on home soil.
Yeah, it's amazing. And he kind of touched on some elements of wheelchair tennis, the dexterity you need in your back to get down for those shots. I mean, Gustafa, by the way, has an absolute monstrous torso. These guys, some of them are brutally strong. And the thing that really challenged me, certainly, when I did some filming with wheelchair tennis, is just trying to go to where the ball will be, let alone try and hit the ball, just to try and get to it is a feat in of itself. So what those guys do is unbelievable. Their delts, their triceps, the conditioning is off the charts, as it is, Rach, on centre court, where it's literally and metaphorically heating up.
Yeah, it is indeed. Update on the score, 5-all then in that 4th set. So it's not the one-sided affair I think a lot of people thought it would be. Novak Djokovic finding that 5th gear, coming out, taking it straight sets. Nick Kyrgios is really using that rest, that 3-day rest, to his advantage here.
That's
and
fair.
is feeling fresh coming out onto centre court. We wondered if that would go not in his favour, because obviously he wanted to play against Rafa. He spoke about the fact that he was ready to play Rafa, and he had some sleepless nights when he knew that wasn't going to be the case. But it is on, game on in the 4th set now, 5 apiece. So we'll pause there on centre court, but the hill is still kicking off in New York, and we can go to Jamie now with an update.
I finally found the ideal place to watch the matches here at the Hill in New York. This is the VIP area for Sipsmith, and I'm here with the ultimate Sipsmith VIP, I think. This is Jared Brown. He is the master distiller and co-founder of Sipsmith, and you actually were at Wimbledon just a couple of days ago and flew in for this.
I was. I left after lunch day before yesterday. Still got my credentials from Wimbledon on. Got on a flight came over, so yesterday morning I could be here for this as well, and today, and I'm absolutely blown away at the support. The number of people who've turned out to watch this great match.
Yes, it's absolutely electric today. I don't think they're even allowing any more walk-ins because it is so full here on the Hill in New York. And I know Sip Smith is a partner with Wimbledon for the second year in a row. And in fact, you guys are featuring a very special bottle for some of the cocktails here today. Tell me about this beautiful strawberry-adorned Sip Smith bottle.
This is the Sip Smith Strawberry Smash Gin, made with the strawberries from Hulo Farms in Kent, the official strawberry supplier for Wimbledon. Wimbledon approached us a couple of years ago during the pandemic and asked if we would be interested in partnering with them, which of course we were. They're Wimbledon. But they have that same uncompromising passion for quality that we do. And so it was a perfect partnership. But they had a glut of strawberries because they didn't have the usual 500,000 fans showing up for the Wimbledon fortnight to eat them. Asked if we could do something with them. So we said yes. We put them in the still. And we made Strawberry Smash. It might seem like something new and different, but I'm also a historian of drink. I've got a strawberry gin recipe from 1639 in London. And so we're really reaching back to tradition to create this. But gin and tennis, they go together. In fact, tennis, born 1874, same year as the gin tonic.
Wow. I love that we're also getting a little history lesson here from Jared. And again, a beautiful bottle. And so you could literally sip a taste of Wimbledon by drinking this gin. So I know you guys have a strawberry smash cocktail. What's your favorite cocktail that we're offering here today?
Oh, I dearly love the strawberry smash Collins that's being served. There is also a lemon drizzle Collins, and that's a dry gin, but replicates a lemon drizzle cake, which is a beautiful English cake.
All right, well, it all sounds so lovely. And again, we are here in the VIP area for Sip Smith. A little bit more room to spread out here. Not so the case up on the Hill, where it is jam-packed today. So many spectators, so much energy, and just a lot of fun. And I can tell you, I've been keeping an eye on the drink line. It is a very popular place to be today, so well done.
Oh, it is, and what a perfect location, perfect weather. This is just fabulous.
It is. We cannot say perfect weather too often in the summer here in New York, but no humidity, a nice little breeze, a little sun, and everybody is enjoying the food, the tennis, and of course the cocktails as well. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Back to you.
Welcome to Vodafone's Wimbledon Walk of Champions. I am currently in the clubhouse. I hope you can see. Look at the trophy cabinet around me. This is seriously cool. I'm in a VR headset, obviously, but I'm really in the clubhouse. I've been in the clubhouse, and it looks just like this. Deep breath, everyone. I'm about to enter center court. This is how the players enter for their match. Oh, I gotta move ahead. Oh, I'm gathering myself. Are you ready? You're about to see what it feels like to enter center court now. Look at this. This is center court. How many legends has been on this court? How many people have stepped out here and felt the impact of being on this court? This is incredible. I'm coming out and I'm coming back. Oh, to life. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Whoa, that is crazy. I actually have to readjust. It's so loud. I'm going to put it over here.
No, go for
that
it.
is seriously amazing. You are fully transported into centre court there.
Yeah.
Tell me about that whole thing and how it came to be and kind of what the point of it is, because anyone can experience this if you're visiting Wimbledon.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. We basically created a VR experience, so virtual reality, and it's the walk that players take on any day of the tournament when they're playing on centre court. So you start at the changing rooms, go all the way down, waiting in the lobby before you go on. And it's so good because it's something that not anyone can do. So your average Joe can't access that. Nobody can do that. So
we have access to everyone. We can't do that. So
exactly.
it felt very special.
Yeah.
And sorry, I feel like my face has been squished into a million pieces. You've got all the detail. The attention detail is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
But how, like, the information, you kind of are really educating a fan on the history of centre court too.
Yeah.
Was that quite important for this experience?
100%, hugely. We worked really closely with Wimbledon, so everything that you see on the walls, every little artefact, is a direct replica of what you see if you're actually doing the walk itself. So there's so much you can interact with along the way. If you're a tennis fan, it's amazing. Even when you go out onto centre court, you get to experience loads of different amazing Wimbledon moments.
Yeah.
So
it was really amazing. I actually encourage you all to do it. Walking past, you might be like, nah, yeah, VR, but actually, for a tennis fan, that is really epic. Thank you, Sarah.
No,
Love
no worries.
that.
Yeah.
Might just pop back in because my match was about to start.
Good luck.
There is not a single person at Wimbledon that Olivia has not met. Something tells me, though, she possibly hasn't met those two gentlemen there in the quad wheelchair singles final. Two Dutchmen, Vink and Schroeder, the number 1 and 2 seeds. It's only right that they met in the final. And in 2 sets, it was Schroeder, the number 2 seed, who managed to take it. Absolutely delighted himself and the crowd there. 7-6 in the first set, 6-1 in the second set, making light work eventually of that one under the fairly intense heat of SW19 here. But look at the smile on his face there, and indeed of his coach. A wonderful moment for all concerned.
Well, we can now go live then to court 1 as his action is unfolding. And it's Schroeder and Vink. They're actually now on the same team in this final against Andy Lapthorne and David Wagner. So
it's basically double Dutch, right?
It's double Dutch. Well done, Radzi. I loved that. So now they have to put that final behind them and go again together and try and come out with another title. This is the 4th. I mentioned there was 4 titles on offer for the wheelchair game today, and this is the 4th of those. So it is the quad wheelchair doubles, which is live now on court number 1. The players are just warming up at the moment. You can see the clock is just ticking down the back there. 1:35 there until things get underway on court number 1.
Andy and Big Dave getting themselves ready for this one, taking on the 2 Dutchmen, Sam and Niels. And I'll tell you what, a lot of work's been done by the Dutchmen already today, and in this intense heat, fair play to them. They must be perspiring like Lee Evans in his pomp just a few years ago on stage. He went through a few suits, that man. What they managed to do, Rach, is truly phenomenal. We spoke before about the challenge of wheelchair tennis period, but in terms of quad performance as well, what they really do is beyond inspirational. And undoubtedly, the match on the number 1 court will be exactly that. The action isn't just on centre court, it's also on court number 1 as well. A fantastic show court, so we can head over to hear from the action right now.
30 seconds.
But Niels Vink has come along in the last couple of years and really shaken up this quads division. Only 19 years old, but did lose this morning in that final to Schroeder, so he might be a bit physically tired from that, maybe mentally tired as well. Vink had sepsis, the bacterial infection as a baby, and was lucky to survive really, but lost both his legs and a couple of his fingers are affected as well. The quads, if you're wondering, quads is, in broad terms, the player's impairment affects both lower limbs and upper limbs. So many of you will have been watching Alfred Hewitt this morning and Gordon Reid. In the wheelchair singles and doubles, their impairments only affect their lower half, their lower limbs. And one other real difference to be aware of, if this is your first time watching wheelchair tennis, the ball can bounce twice as long as the first bounce is in play, so don't be fooled by that.
First set.
So a fantastic occasion for all four players, a fantastic occasion for Wimbledon.
David Wagner to serve.
And it's David Wagner, the
Ready?
48-year-old, to get us underway.
Love 15.
And I want to forget that double fault to start.
To be honest, he often starts with a double fault, so I think he won't be too worried about that at all. More interested in getting the first game on the board and holding serve.
Wagner was beaten in the singles by Schroeder. It was a funny old match. It was love 6, 7-6, 1-6.
That's big differences. I think what we'll be looking at here is that the two Dutch players, they are much faster, much quicker, react quicker than I think the Wagner and Lapthorn will. So Wagner and Lapthorn will look at
30-15.
Trying to force errors.
Wagner's here in London with his father. I saw he posted a photo on social media the other day of him and his dad, both big supporters of the Seattle Mariners baseball team. And after a double fault on his first point, Wagner and Lapthorn do come through that first game. And I think Lapthorn may be joking about that first double fault. And you can see just how hot it is. Andy Lapthorn just wiping his head with a towel, and all four players making sure they take on plenty of water. It was baking hot just walking over here to court one, to the commentary box. So what it's like out there on court, I do not know. And one interesting thing, Peter, is that the courts are very bare now, aren't they? They've had 14 days of play, but that should actually make movement on the court in these chairs a little easier.
Yeah, much easier. We've had some really good weather, so it's easier to push on. Has made the courts much harder, which is perfect for what we want. We don't want it rainy, cold and damp. It's really hard to push. It's like pushing through slush and mud. So, you know, the courts here are fantastically prepared.
And Niels Vink, the world #1 at just 19 years old, having his first serve of the match.
Not really talking a lot, these two, at the moment, are they? I wonder if that's anything to do with the singles I had this morning.
Vink strapped in really tightly to that chair. You'll see the strap across just around sort of the thigh area there. That must be very tight to just hold him securely in the chair.
He was trying to be cute. Instead of actually trying to smash that overhead, he thought he was just going to pop it back in. So the other big difference, although it's 3 limbs affected with these, they're more disabled, if you like. They have more inability. They might not have so much core like Wagner. So actually some of these overheads haven't got the same balance.
So Schroeder's challenged the ball on the right baseline. The ball was called in.
So first challenge of the match. And we're hoping that this has gone long, which it has.
(40-15). Wagner has changed the ball on the left centre service line.
I was about to say a
The ball
pinpoint
was
serve
called in.
from Vink, which I still think it is, but Wagner is challenging. Oh, fractions in it.
Game.
You can see why Wagner and
Schroeder.
Lapthorn challenged.
1 game on. Lapthorn and Wagner have 2 challenges remaining.
So you can hear the shouts of "Come on, Andy"
Andy
already in
Lapthorn
the
on the serve.
background, because Andy Lapthorn is going to have his first serve of this final.
Love 15.
And the quads division was expanded this year, in fact, at Wimbledon, up to 8 players. So we had 4 quarter-finals in the singles, and we also had 2 semi-finals in the doubles, rather than going straight to a final.
Yeah, it's much better having the increased draw sizes, because that will give more hope
30-15
to the other quad players further down the rankings. Spreads the money a bit more, which means they can play more, because the bigger the draw sizes, the better the quality players. We can increase that. Good serving by Lapthorn here.
40-15.
He's fired up already, and we've only had a few minutes play. This really will mean the world to Lapthorn to be on a show court at Wimbledon. See there, Peter, the speed of Vink that you talked about.
Yeah, so Wagner also loves to go in, take the short ball, the drop shots, doing lots of things like that. The problem is, Vink and Schroeder are so fast, particularly Vink. If he's going to drop shot, he's got to make sure it's in the gap and it's a good one.
Oh, that's great skills from Niels Vink. What anticipation, what reach here from the Dutchman.
That's fantastic, fantastic movement and vision. Look, right at the top of his racket and the top of his reach. Good control. Yeah, the American and British player have got to be careful of these two. At the moment, Vink's the one on fire. That's the shot Lapthorn's got to do, his big topspin forehand.
We're going to leave court number 1 after that epic rally in the wheelchair doubles and take you over to centre court, where it is match point for Novak Djokovic against Nick Kyrgios, having dropped that first set 6-4. He has fought back the Serb 6-3 in the second, 6-4 in the third. It's gone to a tie-break in the fourth set, and he's given himself match point at 6-3. And it is another titanic rally from the baseline. Djokovic coming in. Can he come up with a pass? No, he can't, Nick Kyrgios. And that is the title won for Novak Djokovic. What a performance. What a comeback here at Wimbledon. He takes his 7th Wimbledon title, 4th in a row, incredibly, at 21st Grand Slam. And with it, he overtakes Roger Federer and goes to 1 Grand Slam behind Rafa Nadal on 21. Rafa Nadal, of course, is on 22, leading the race at the moment. There is Novak Djokovic drinking in the applause from the crowd on centre court in the sunshine and almost paying tribute to the grass, as he always does, Jack.
Yeah, as has become customary. Dare I say, Adam, looks quite relieved.
It's going to taste good today.
That is a sweet tasting grass. It's 29 degrees. That's fun to see.
And his wife there, Yelena, enjoying what has been a brilliant match at this one. It's toed and froed back and forth. He had to overcome adversity, and he will head up to the players' box a little bit more swiftly than we saw from Elena Rybakina yesterday, who probably didn't realise she had to.
Yeah, I think someone had a word with her and said, you can go up there if you want to. I love this part. And I remember Maria Sharapova doing it back in the day, and it was before we had phones, and someone had to give her a phone so she could call home.
And it is much easier these days to get up there. It was a slightly circuitous route before the last couple of years, but now much more simple for the players to get up and celebrate with their team. And with Djokovic, as we've said throughout the championships, a rather large group in there, many family members, his father and mother, who's hugging there. A huge moment of celebration for them. Goran Ivanisevic, we saw his agent, Talo, in the flat cap as well. And it is a special moment, even though he's done this so many times before, a special moment for the team and the family and his wife Yelena as well, because this is a culmination of so much hard work.
Yeah, 7th career title here at Wimbledon. And for those that sort of wonder whether it meant as much still, I think those pictures tell you all you need to know. I think relief, delight. Make no mistake, today was not an easy match for Novak at all. You know, Nick's had a really interesting run in, hasn't played as much tennis, he's had a lot of time to think about this match. Novak's come straight into it, and he's done what Novak Djokovic does.
And the expectation, of course, was for Djokovic to win, but it hasn't been an easy year for him, both on and off the court. Not able to play in Australia, of course, the well-publicised reasons for that, so he wasn't able to add to his Grand Slam tally at the start of the year. Then heading to Roland Garros, losing to Rafa Nadal, and Rafa has been so dominant on the clay in Paris for so many years. Didn't manage to take his chance there, and coming to Wimbledon knowing that if he wanted to continue his chase to become one of the greatest players in the men's game, and perhaps the greatest player of all time, he probably needed to win Wimbledon here because the chances would be running out.
And I think you can see that in his face. You know, he knew what was at stake today, he knew the expectation, and as I said, I think he looks like a relieved man. You saw Nick Kyrgios there. Great tournament for him on the court. As we said, slightly unconventional route to the final, but he gave a good account of himself today. You know, I think a lot of people after he won that first set were excited, but you've got to remember, Novak's done this time and time again this week. That first set often he has dropped, but that's how he's become such a phenomenal player. He's able to find his game when he needs to, and we've seen it. Nick reflecting there. What's going through his head?
Yeah, made for a brilliant final, but frustration ultimately for Nick Kyrgios. I think he'll be feeling, or his team and he will be feeling, that he had it on his racket, having taken that first set looking relatively dominant, and it looked like that Djokovic wasn't quite able to find a way through the formidable shots that Kyrgios has in his arsenal, the big serve, the forehand as well. It was working in that opening set, as it had done in the 2 previous times they've played before on the tour, in order to really, struggling Djokovic to put Kyrgios away. There's not many players at all where he's got a losing record against them, but he was able to overcome that, having lost the first set. We know that beating Djokovic over 5 sets compared to 3 sets, as their previous 2 encounters were, is a completely different kettle of fish, and Kyrgios found that today.
Yeah, you might have said if this was the best of 3 set tournament, the result could have been very different, but Novak's biggest strength as he has a, I'm sure, very grateful change of clothes there. It is absolutely sweltering here at SW19. Hottest day of the tournament so far. Fresh set of clothes for the trophy presentation, which is to come. As we look back on a fantastic match. I think this is championship point.
Yes, this was the moment he did it. A backhand cross court into the net for Nick Kyrgios. Shakes the head down the other end of the court, but the moment Novak Djokovic won it. And it has been a little while for him, hasn't it, since he last lifted a Grand Slam title. He's been spoiled recently in his career, winning so many, but I'm sure it's a feeling that doesn't get old.
No, and you wonder whether Goran's had a word this week. Obviously, the big serve was Nick's biggest weapon, you might have said, and having an Ivanovic in your corner to lend a few words of wisdom, great move there, bringing him in, I feel.
Yes, absolutely, and he's helped Djokovic improve elements of his game that needed to improve, the serve, and also, just as we were saying with Robbie before the match when we were previewing the tactics, how to return against a big server, because Ivanisevic himself, although he was known for his big serve, he had to return against some of the biggest servers of the game, notably Pete Sampras. So he has been helping Djokovic with how to focus on those returns. And I think we can hand over to Sue Barker, who's going to conduct the on-court interview.
Her Royal Highness is accompanied by Ian Hewitt, Chairman of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and David Rawlinson, President of the LTA. First, please show your appreciation for the championship's referee, Jerry Armstrong. And for the chair umpire, Renaud Lichtenstein. Now, to the runner-up, Nick Kyrgios. The gentlemen's singles champion for 2022, Novak Djokovic. Nick, I've got to say thank you for bringing your spectacular brand of tennis to this Wimbledon final. He's tough to beat, though, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a bit of a god, I'm not going to lie. I thought I played well. But, yeah, first of all, I just wanted to congratulate Novak and your team. Of course, you've won this championship, I don't even know how many times anymore. So, And then obviously to all the ball kids, umpires, I know me and you and I have a very tough relationship at times, but I thought I'd thank you for putting up with it. And then the crowd, it's been an amazing couple of weeks for me personally.
I was going to say, your first Grand Slam final here at Wimbledon, has it made you hungry for more?
Absolutely not. I'm so tired, honestly. Myself, my team, I think we're all exhausted. We played so much tennis. But I definitely need a well-earned vacation after this one. So I'm just really happy with this result. It's probably the best of my career, and hopefully, maybe one day I'll be here again, but I don't know about that. But yeah.
Well done, Novak. Before we get into all the stats, what a match you had to play today. You had to dig deep.
Absolutely. Nick, you'll be back. Not just Wimbledon, but in finals. I know it's tough and to find, consolation words after a tough loss like this, but you showed why you deserve to be one of the best players in the world, particularly on this surface. Congrats to you and your team for an amazing tournament. I wish you all the best, man. I really respect you a lot. I think you are a phenomenal tennis player, an athlete, amazing talent. I mean, you've been hearing all of that for many years. But now, everything is starting to come together for you. So I'm sure we're going to see much of you in the later stages of a Grand Slam, man. And I never thought I'm going to say so many nice things about you, considering the relationship. Okay, it's officially a bromance. All right.
And it started on social media, didn't it? Because you had a little exchange and you said the winner buys dinner.
That's what I have. That's why you lost. I don't know if we're going to make it happen tonight or some other night, but hopefully this is a start of a wonderful relationship between the two of us. Off the court as well.
I've got to say, though, he didn't really want dinner. He said, let's go to a nightclub and go nuts. So are you ready for that?
I didn't respond to that because my wife was next to me, so I was like, we're going to. But let's start with dinner and drinks, and then we'll see. We'll see after.
First of all, let's talk about this. Your 4th Wimbledon in a row, your 7th Wimbledon title, your 21st Grand Slam title. How special?
I mean, thank you so much. I lost words for what this tournament, what this trophy means to me, to my team, to my family. I've said this many times. It's always has been and will be the most special tournament in my heart, the one that motivated me, inspired me to start playing tennis in a small little mountain resort in Serbia where my parents used to run a restaurant. I was 4.5, 5 years old, and I saw Pete Sampras win his first Wimbledon in '92, and I asked my dad and mom to buy me a racket, and my first image of tennis was grass and Wimbledon, and I always dreamed of coming here, just playing in this court, and then of course realizing the childhood dream and winning this trophy, and every single time it gets more and more meaningful and special, and so I'm very blessed and very thankful to be standing here with the trophy.
And Novak, you must love this court. You're unbeaten on centre court since 2013. That's pretty special. You must love this place.
I do. It loves me back, I think, as well. Look, as I said, most special tennis court in the world, no doubt. When you walk out on untouched grass. Well, exception this year, we had a couple of training sessions prior to the beginning of the tournament, but you know, just everything is so directed and focused on the tennis players and a ball and a racket. This tournament has the most history, most recognition around the world. So again, I'm extremely happy and grateful to be here.
I must give you a chance to talk to your team as well.
Yes, please. Thank you for reminding. My family, my parents are here. Oh, my daughter is here as well.
Tara's there.
Okay. Oh, wow, okay. She's not 5 years old yet, so she wasn't allowed to watch a match live, but next year, hopefully, if she's interested, which she wasn't too much in tennis, she can watch Daddy play live. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all the team. Goran, Uli, Edo, Elena, my parents, Ziki, everybody, Rebecca, Mark, Masha, everyone that has been there. Yelena, nice to see you again. My son is the only one missing because I think he's playing a set against Bob Bryan's son at the moment, because that's what they've been doing in the last couple of days. Anyway, thank you guys. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. Appreciate it. Thank you.
One last question. And finally, Novak, your dinner with Nick may have to wait because it is your wedding anniversary.
Exactly.
So you'll have other plans this evening.
My gosh, I'm gonna buy you flowers after this. You keep on reminding me of the things that I would get in big trouble if I forget. So, darling, happy anniversary.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Wimbledon champion Novak Djokovic.
This is my present.
Novak Djokovic, everybody.
Yeah, well reminded there, Sue, the anniversary, maybe taking precedent over the dinner with Nick Kyrgios. God, you'd want to be a fly on the wall for that dinner party, wouldn't you?
Yes, and also a special moment there for Sue Barker.
Yeah, amazing.
Her last year working for the BBC at Wimbledon, retiring after this year's championships, and so many special interviews that she's conducted after the ladies and men's singles finals here at Wimbledon. She's spoken to the greats down the years, herself a former player. And I think both of those interviews, and also the go-between between the two of them, as we can see them continue their discussion as they pose for photos, struck the perfect tone. You know, mutual respect. They discussed the tweets on and Instagram posts prior to the match, and I think it was also a level of respect between the two players, but also a willingness to accept what had gone before, and that hopefully now it would be a bromance.
Yeah, well, Nick's talked about that a lot, about his maturity and his growth, and you know, showing it there, I think, in admiration of Novak, and I think that's reciprocated, obviously, and yeah, I think it's not a bad doubles pairing for a bromance, that is it?
No, not at all. And these will be, as we said yesterday, for the ladies singles finals, the photos that will be on the back pages, sports newspapers, sports magazines and websites all around the world later on this evening and tomorrow. And nice to see them shaking hands there. You know, as we said, disagreements, certainly very different characters prior to this, and they've had their battles before, both on court and off it. But in the end, it was a match that was played mostly in a brilliant spirit and had some great tennis. It was exactly what we were expecting. And actually, the interesting thing I thought about the match was it followed for Djokovic a similar pattern to the semi-final against Cam Norrie. Totally. Lost that first set, then able to fight back, get the momentum, and then keep it going. It was almost like Norrie was the amuse-bouche for the final. He saw what was to come.
Well, and it was the same in the Sinner match before that. You know, in the quarterfinals, he also dropped. Well, no, yeah, he dropped the first set there as well. So Novak this week has got himself out of some really sticky situations, and you know, by no means when he lost that first set was he out of this. And the self-belief. I mean, you don't win this thing 7 times, you know, not knowing how to come back. And you know, if you ask me, I think he played today this match. He played it in exactly the way he wanted to play it. He didn't let Nick take over and impose his game, his mentality, his mindset on the game at all. This was a Novak Djokovic match, you know, through and through, and that's why he's here now shaking hands with the team involved, because
such a gentleman, yeah, shaking all of the ground staff's hands, all of the work that goes in behind the scenes to make centre court what it is. 100 years this year, the centenary, and all of the officials, the line judges, the umpire as well. Renaud Lichtenstein, who oversaw that match. We wondered how he was going to get on, and in the end it was a convincing and comfortable performance from him as well. And I think another thing it is worth mentioning, we intimated this before, that for Novak Djokovic the pressure was on because he is chasing the Grand Slam record. He is behind Nadal. He's still one behind, but he was two behind obviously going into this match today. And having missed his opportunities for different reasons in Melbourne at the Australian Open, then in Paris, and at the moment not going to be able to go to the USA. That may change to try to win the US Open. This is his opportunity, and he had to get it done.
Quite, and especially with that, with Rafa out and obviously Roger not here, this was his chance to remind not just the tennis world, but the wider sports world. Look, I'm still around and I'm still competing and I'm still, pretty good. #1 seed, #1 in the world. Don't forget about Novak Djokovic.
You can say that again on a grass court. I mean, as Sue said in the interview, as he begins to pose for selfies, and he's got a fair few handshakes and autographs to come.
That's nice
He's
to see
signing
him
them all night. The fact that he hasn't lost on centre court since 2013 shows just how dominant he is and has been for a long time on a grass court. He mentioned in his interview about when he was a kid in Serbia, looking up to Pete Sampras. The first Wimbledon he watched was Pete Sampras's first title-winning run here at Wimbledon. And when you watched Sampras, you saw a player that was carbon cut for grass, a serve and volley. His game was almost built for a grass court, even though he was from the USA. Whereas Djokovic is a player who had to learn how to win on grass. He grew up, although he watched a lot of Wimbledon, not many grass courts in Serbia. He grew up playing on slow clay courts and hard courts. And he wasn't a player that when he first came out playing on grass here at Wimbledon, the other grass court tournaments, was naturally suited to the surface. So for him to have got to that point where he is now, where he's almost unbeatable on grass and on centre court, is a huge transformation.
Well, you feel that this surface is his to win on it for as long as he wants to. He does have that air about him at the moment. He's playing in a brilliant way, and it certainly isn't going to be the last time, I suspect, that we see him lifting a trophy here at Wimbledon. You just feel that.
And the way that his game has almost defined grass court tennis in the modern era.
Yeah, quite,
It wasn't that long ago when Pete Sampras and his coach Goran Ivanisevic was Nick Kyrgios.
Careful, Nick.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with that. That's probably worth a few bob, shall we say, that shield that he's got in his hand. But how he's redefined grass court tennis in the modern era, because, as I said, it wasn't that long ago where the likes of Pete Sampras, Mark Philippoussis, they were the classic grass court players coming in behind everything, serve and volleying, to where we are now, where grass court tennis can be played from the back of the court, serve and volleying at choice moments throughout the match. Also partly because the court itself has changed and grass is a little bit slower than it was before. But Djokovic is now, if you are coming up through the latter stages of the juniors out into the pros, if you want to win on grass, his is a game that you'll model it yourself on.
Right, and he's made it that way, as you said. He's redefined how we're seeing it. It's the two of them begin to slowly, I feel like they've been taking pictures forever. They must feel the same. It is, as we said, a warm one out there. I'm sure there are ice baths tonight.
Oh yes, plenty of that. As we've been discussing throughout the championships, Djokovic is a stickler for all of the physical aspects of tennis. We've spoken about how important the yoga is for him, his diet. He has almost redefined physical preparation for the game. He is as fast and as fit as perhaps he has ever been, and he's one of, we've seen Federer and Nadal and Murray struggle with injuries in the latter stages of their career, but Djokovic has managed to stay relatively injury-free, and that's testament to all the work he's done off the court, the yoga.
There's a bit of yoga there, actually.
Yeah, he's a flexible guy, and he's making sure that if he is going to break that record of Grand Slams in the near future, he knows that he can't afford any long-term injuries.
No, quite, and that's such a, just staying in this is as much a battle as it is on court. The longevity of these guys, Roger, Rafa, Novak, been around for so long now, and I think the reason for that is, it's why Rafa pulled out. He wants to come back. He preferred to take the hit this time around and hopefully come back stronger next time. And it is so important what happens after this. Actually, let's a word on that, because there's a ball tonight. We understand that the Champions Ball back after a little break, so they'll go and enjoy themselves, maybe have a little beverage or two perhaps tonight, certainly perhaps a Knicks camp.
Yes, I'm sure. And maybe he's quite relieved he doesn't have to go to a nightclub because he won that particular bet. But yes, the Champions Ball awaits later. It's now hosted here at the All England Club. Previously, it was hosted at a venue in London, so he'll be staying on site. He'll be getting dressed up in his suit and tie to enjoy that tomorrow. And there is his name, and it shows his dominance over the last few years here at Wimbledon, of course. The championships a couple of years ago was unable to be held due to COVID, so 4 wins in a row now for Djokovic. He is Mr. Wimbledon and Mr. Centre Court.
As the net comes down on centre court, that's quite an iconic shot there, signalling the end of a brilliant 2 weeks. You know, 14 days in a row here at Wimbledon hasn't happened before, and as you can see, a lot of people stuck around to watch the now infamous presentation up on that balcony that you can see in the shot there.
Yep, they will be heading up, Novak Djokovic and his team, back through the corridors at centre court that they walked through in order to get out on the court, past all the memorabilia, the photos, the posters of the great champions down the years. There is some pictures of Novak Djokovic, because he's also written himself into history, as we've been saying in previous years here at Wimbledon, as they stride out onto that members' balcony to present the trophy and show it off to the fans, some of whom were, of course, inside centre court to watch the match, but also plenty of spectators, as we've been saying, on the hill. It was absolutely packed out there today. Fans of Djokovic and Kyrgios cheering them on, watching on the big screen on the side of court 1. A lot of those people will have made their way down to the other side of centre court, just on the underneath the southwest hall, as you can see, and we can wait for the players to come out. It will be Djokovic who has, I suppose, won the spoils and is able to go out there and show off his trophy.
Yeah, and lots of people eagerly waiting to see that trophy, which in that sunshine, in the beautiful gold that it is going to be sparkling away outside the southwest hall. A lot of people, as we said, sort of stuck around for this one. It is one of the most iconic sites in sport, not just tennis. The way this place is kept, the grounds, the stadium, the history. Do they know there was a final on? A little bite after the match.
It's always time for tea here at Wimbledon. As we head into the early evening, just coming up to 5:45 local time, it's going to be another beautiful evening at SW19 as the sun still warm in the sky and blue skies overhead. And I think also important to reflect last year's championships. It was brilliant to have Wimbledon back, having missed it for a year during COVID, but also it wasn't in terms of the number of crowds, there wasn't a full crowd able to have here at Wimbledon. You know, there was limited capacity, so it's nice to see the stadiums full once again, the famous walkways teeming with life. And here comes Novak Djokovic.
I mean, in fairness, there are a lot of people that want to take pictures with him, so I can understand the slight delay in getting through. Obviously, Duchess of Cambridge has been down here a few times. She's a big tennis fan. She played a lot herself when she was younger. She knows a lot about the game. We saw George here as well, taking in his first Wimbledon, I think I'm right.
Yes, it's his first time here, I believe. She was here yesterday for the ladies' singles final. Had a discussion with Elena Rybakina after she had won the famous Venus Rose water dish, doing the same today to have a discussion with Novak Djokovic. As you said, she loves tennis. Been here at Wimbledon a few times this week, and is once again having a conversation with the singles champion, and light-hearted as well. Nice to see Djokovic cracking a smile.
Next year, maybe.
Yeah, maybe next year. Hopefully see him back. Djokovic cracking a smile as well and enjoying the moment, because I'm sure it's easy for him, having done this so many times before, not just at Wimbledon, but at all of the Grand Slams. Each time will be special because you never know when it will be the last.
Well, quite. And in fact, I'm sure if you said to him that you'd be back, you know, he'd have taken that at the start of the year, as you said, the way it went, and not getting the slams in that he would have liked to. Special there. There you go, Novak. That's still you. Yep. Just checking. 4 in a row. Pretty tough with that.
Doesn't get old seeing that name alongside all of the greats of the game on the honours board, the gentlemen's singles winners here at the All England Club. And I'm sure now the discussion will turn once again to where Djokovic ranks in terms of the greats. The numbers obviously don't lie, as we said. Rafa Nadal just out in front, having had such a brilliant year, winning in Roland Garros and the Australian Opens as well, jumping him up from 20 Grand Slams to 22. Still the leader by 1. Djokovic overtakes Roger Federer. Remember, before Wimbledon, he was level with him on 20. He's now moved to 21, 1 clear of Federer. And given the injury issues that Federer has had in the last couple of years, you might feel that, is that now the moment where Djokovic is ahead of him and he won't be caught by Federer?
That is the question. You can see over his right shoulder there, Federer does appear quite a few times, so no doubt he's got his eye on that record. And it was great to see Roger back here, obviously, for the centenary celebrations, and hopefully that's not the last time we see him back on court. He said himself, you know, I'd like to come back and do one more. So
here they come, upstairs, up to the members' balcony. More people to thank and celebrate with, plenty more selfies as well. And also interesting to reflect on the fact that there have only been 4 winners of Wimbledon in the last, well, it's been a significant number of years. So it shows the dominance in the last 20 years. Wow. So it shows the dominance. There he is with the great Rod Laver. What a great champion he was, you know, dominant in his time. But it shows the dominance of Federer, Djokovic, and Nadal, and then Murray, who won a couple of those as well, getting a chance to meet Prince George there. Shows their dominance.
Wow, look at that.
He's got to be careful with that so the lid doesn't fall off.
Yeah, pineapple on top of that trophy, as you were saying earlier, because pineapples were once a sign of opulence and wealth on that glorious trophy. It doesn't seem, I thought it was quite heavy. He seems to be making light work of that, doesn't he, Prince George?
No, he's obviously been in the gym working out, hasn't he? Getting ready for that tennis career that perhaps follows, because he is a big fan of tennis.
Yeah.
But yes, as we were saying, that is someone else going to win it at some point? Because we thought today, and we were discussing with Robbie Koenig and Naomi Brody earlier on today on Wimbledon Uncovered, would Kyrgios be the one to break that spell that's been held by Djokovic, Federer, Nadal and Murray here at Wimbledon in the last 20 years, but unable to do so?
Yeah. I always wonder what they talk about here. You know, poor guy's been on court for 3 hours. He's gone up all the stairs, taken all the selfies. But he, you know, great professional, great guy, just taking the time to chat.
Yeah, maybe what are you planning to do after Wimbledon? Where are you off on holiday?
Yeah.
Because that will be the thing for him. He will then, you know, obviously enjoy the Champions Ball this evening, then take a little bit of a break, a couple of weeks off, I'm sure, to rest and recover, spend some time with his family, and then attention will turn to the US hardcourt season. At the moment, as we said, he won't be able to enter the US given the current travel rules, but he will hope that potentially changes over the coming few weeks, and that would mean that he is able to compete in the Masters Series events as we head into the US Open. Montreal and Cincinnati, the traditional warm-up events, the Masters 1000 tournaments where he's been a champion so many times before, and then the US Open in New York. But at the moment, that is unknown.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. As he politely excuses himself there from the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, they're heading off. More hand. God, how many hands? I had £1 for every hand he's shaken today, Adam. We need to come back next year, wouldn't we?
Well, similar. We saw Rafa Nadal, unfortunately, after he had to pull out a couple of days ago, he was shaking hands and thanking almost everybody in the grounds here at the All England Club, just to say thank you for all that they've done to make the championships so special. And Sally Bolton, the CEO of Wimbledon, leading him on his way, although he probably knows his own way now, having done this a few times before.
When your picture's in the wall, you probably don't need someone to show you the way. As he comes out onto that iconic balcony, let's hear the cheers.
A few Serbian flags there in the crowd, and Djokovic is always very well supported. Obviously, a huge Serbian community here in London, as there was yesterday, supporting Ons Jabeur. Remember, we caught up with loads of Tunisian fans who come down to watch her, and it's similar for Djokovic. He's always well supported by Serbians who both come over to
watch him here at Wimbledon, also those who now live in the city, and that made for a fabulous atmosphere on centre court.
It's quite a picture. I expect the one you'll be seeing tomorrow morning, probably his new WhatsApp picture. Brilliant scenes here at Wimbledon. I mean, that is just iconic, isn't it? I love that they come out and do this. It's great to see.
Yes, it's a typical moment now of the championships, and a moment that all of the crowds look forward to, and great to see them stay behind after what was a fairly long final, not as long as we've had in the past, but 3 hours they were on court, and then for the fans, rather than to head off into the night and enjoy their evenings in London, to stay behind just to appreciate what we've seen and celebrate with the champion.
Quick sigh of relief there, I think.
And I think this is the moment where they start to realise that they've truly done it. Everything rolls so quickly from winning that match point. This is the time when they can walk back towards the locker room, also not having to carry their bags, which is nice, because onto the court now, of course, they carry their own bags, but
they're making their way safely back.
Safely
somewhere
back.
under the bowels of...
Yeah, bite to eat, ice bath.
Of course, these windows wrap around the whole centre court, so if you're lucky on your way out, you can catch a glimpse of the now singles champion on his way to the locker room. Fantastic flowers, though.
Yes, absolutely, as always here at Wimbledon. Well, let's catch up with Olivia. We saw a huge crowd down there beneath the balcony, and Olivia has found her way in there. A little bit of space for her at the moment. Let's catch up with her.
We are about to welcome the men's single Wimbledon champion, Novak Djokovic. 7-time Wimbledon champion. 4-6, 6-3, 6-4, 7-6, beating Kyrgios in this Grand Slam final. He's now won 21 Grand Slam men's singles titles, catching up to Rafa Nadal, who has 22. He's bypassed Roger Federer. Roger Federer, of course, has 8 Wimbledon titles to his name, so Novak Djokovic hot on his tail. He looks elated. There's thousands of people here below the members' balcony cheering for Novak Djokovic, taking his time, drinking it all in. 35 years old, from Serbia, feeling super grateful, very humble, thanking his supporters. Really proud of himself. Well done to you, the men's singles champion from Wimbledon 2022.
Back here at the Hill in New York, Brooklyn Bridge Park, Pier 6, and we are here with Australian singer-songwriter Sam Fisher, who performed yesterday. You'll also be performing a little bit later today. Safe to say you are rooting for the Aussie in this match.
Of course I am. Of course I am. It's Kyrgios all day. I mean, look, his game's amazing. His personality is hilarious. He's controversial, but like everyone needs a little controversy. Never hurt nobody.
Yeah, I mean, I think it brings definitely like some spice to the game for sure. What do you like about his game and just his style?
It's just different. I think he's not afraid to pull in some like trick shots. He mixes it up. His serve is on fire. I think in this grass court season, he's been the best on grass. I know Djokovic has this amazing record at Wimbledon, but if there's someone who's going to beat Djokovic right now, I think it's Kyrgios.
And what do you think just of the setup here, the atmosphere, the energy? You've got New York on the Hill watching Wimbledon.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's so great. I mean, I know the English love their hills, so it's nice to bring it here to New York. The weather is incredible. It's nice that it's a little cooler today than it was yesterday. I was sweating. But it's awesome. Everyone seems to be having a good time. So it's a great scene. I hope this continues.
What was the feedback from the fans yesterday during your performance?
Oh, they loved it.
Of course.
Bang it.
Can you sing a few bars for us? I'm going to put you on the spot. No?
You'd have to wait for that.
Okay.
A couple hours. And then you can film the whole thing.
Okay.
And you get a free show, guys.
Perfect. I love it. Well, enjoy the tennis, and we'll look forward to your performance a bit later.
So much. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We are right underneath the members' balcony here. There's a massive crowd that's gathered, and undeniably some massive Novak Djokovic fans as well. I'm delighted to be joined by Nada. Nada, to be absolutely clear, which country were you supporting today?
I am originally from Serbia, but I came all the way from Chicago.
Wow!
To support Novak just for today's day.
What does that man mean to you?
It means a lot. I'm like really a big fan of him. I see him like my son. I have a daughter. She knows that. I just love that guy. His sportsman, his character, his knowledge. He speaks so many languages. We are just proud of him, simply as that.
So to come over from the Windy City is a big investment. At what point did you think we're going to come again?
I think next year you'll see me again here.
And is this your first time?
Yes, first time. My second time in London, but very first time on Wimbledon.
And how nervous were you before the final started?
Oh, he knows. I was super nervous. I was my son is playing or I'm playing. I play tennis recreationally, of course, but I don't regret. We came all the way from there. It's a lot of efforts. We waited today so many hours just to get tickets, 5-6 hours. As you see, I lost my voice as well, cheering for him, and I think he deserves this title. Although Nick is also a great guy, I really respect him as well.
Well said. I'm so pleased our producer managed to spot you, Ersin. He spotted the Serbian tops and said, we must speak to them, especially with this behind us here. And
this is in Cyrillic. Novak in our language, basically. Yes.
And just finally, you mentioned your son, Novak. You have a daughter. Would you like to give a message to your daughter who might be watching?
Isidora, I still love you.
Thank you very much for your time. I think we found the #1 fans, not only in Wimbledon, but in all of Serbia as well.
Some fully paid up members of the Novak Djokovic fan club there near centre court. Delighted to say Daniela Hantuchova has joined us once again here on Wimbledon Uncovered. 3 hours it took, but Djokovic in the end was able to do it, having lost that opening set. What did you make of what you just watched?
Yeah, I think it was a kind of a perfect match for Novak. Got tested in the first set, actually throughout the entire match, and he did so well to manage everything that was going on the other side of the court. And he was so focused right from the start. And I thought actually he played his best tennis at some stages of the match. And yeah, I mean, to see him lifting the trophy once again, I don't think it's something we expected at the beginning of the year when he had to deal with everything he had to go through. And it just shows what an incredible champion he is. His movement once again was exceptional, given the fact that he couldn't really predict what Nick was going to go out there. And as we said yesterday, Novak loves to have tactics spot on and know exactly what to expect from his opponents. That was not the case today, and yet he found the way how to kind of really be ready for everything that Nick was throwing at him.
Yeah, you certainly don't quite know what you're going to get on the other side of the court when Nick's involved. But a word on Novak, we talked about his build-up to this. Obviously, he couldn't get in the practice that he wanted to earlier in the year with Rafa out and no Roger here. Do you think he would have been feeling the pressure out there today? Yeah,
not only pressure, but the opportunity that he had, and he really took it, went after it, and it's obviously incredible that he's able to play this kind of tennis with so much little practice that he had before coming to Wimbledon, because normally we see him doing well when he's been successful at the beginning of the season, winning already a couple of titles. He didn't have that kind of preparation, and yet he found a way how to get it done.
And he had to fight his way through it, didn't he? It wasn't all plain sailing. We've seen him win Grand Slam titles and Wimbledons before where he's not really been tested early on. Yeah. Admitted he didn't have his best game in the first couple of rounds. He almost went out against Yannick Sinner. Yep. Cameron Norrie tested him as well. I thought today actually followed a similar Cameron Norrie match, losing the first set then and coming back. So he's earned this title. Oh, big time. And also I love the fact that he was, I think, in a much easy way dealing with himself. He didn't get too down on himself. He didn't get too many frustrating moments. If so, he used that energy to start playing better tennis. So I think mentally he was so stable throughout the entire tournament. And I also love the fact that he was very open about it when he was not playing his best tennis, that, okay, mentally I needed to change my attitude. And physically, honestly, I thought that was the most impressive part. Saying that how little tennis he played before Wimbledon, and already when he came to make the comeback on clay, we were all wondering, okay, what kind of shape is he going to be at? But within 2-3 matches, he was already so sharp, and this is just the consequence of all the hard work he's been putting in, even when he was not on the tour.
Well, we're not done there with the tennis today. Here at Wimbledon, day 14, the men's singles final has concluded, but the ladies' doubles, who've been waiting very patiently since 2 o'clock this afternoon, just walking onto court here, the #1 and 2 seeds meeting each other in the finals. which is great to see, actually.
Yes, absolutely. Mertens and Zhang, the top seeds, a Belgian and Chinese pairing against Krejcikova and Siniakova, the Czech pairing, number 2 seeds for the championships here. And it should be a really entertaining final between these two. I believe, if my stats team are correct, that Zhang is the only one of the 4 who hasn't won a Grand Slam title yet, because Mertens is the defending winner. She won Wimbledon last year, but she didn't win it with Zhang, I believe, and I don't think Zhang's won Wimbledon before, whereas Krejcikova and Siniakova have, of course, won Wimbledon before, I believe, back in 2018. So some serious quality in terms of the doubles, the ladies' doubles that we're going to see there on centre court, and entertainment that could, as we saw yesterday, the men's doubles final going late into the night, 5 sets on centre. It could be a late one again. They're starting, well, it is now 6 o'clock local time.
It's not over yet.
In the UK. No,
Here on the last day.
If you've got a ticket for centre court, you've seen a great men's final, you can see another one there.
Don't go.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if the girls will be looking to make it really, quick points, because 8:30 there is the champions dinner, and this is where they all have a wonderful opportunity to dress up. And I'm sure it must have been a little bit frustrating at times, because I ran actually into all 4 of them before coming up to the roof here, and the rest of the women's field and the remaining champions from the legends, they were already all picking up dresses for tonight, and they had to be, still keeping focus on the match, having to do their warm-up. So it's not easy to come out here knowing, that there is something else really exciting going on later on tonight.
And the championship, the champions dinner this year is now held here. It's not at a venue away in London.
Yeah, I think we are all very excited about it, because obviously everyone has to go back to their apartments, houses or hotels to change, and there were some years that we wouldn't start before 11:30 at night, also depending on how long the finals go. So I think today it's one of those days that we are looking at a perfect scenario, and it might actually start on time, unless the girls decide to go for another 3 hours here.
Yeah, take us inside that, Danielle. Obviously, from the outside, we don't know too much about what happens when these matches conclude. Is it a great thing to be a part of? A bit of dancing, a bit of dinner, a couple of drinks?
Obviously, it's such a special event, and I have to say, I was, as a player, you always try to not avoid these kind of things, but you try to stay with your team, your friends, your family, and not having to go to too many of the parties, because you just, at the end of the tournament, you are so tired and you just want to get away from it all. But Wimbledon Champions Ball is one of those most special nights we have throughout the season, and if you can be part of it, it's such a huge honor, and it's extremely special, and the way they do it, just like Wimbledon does everything, it's so much class, so stylish. They do also like a nice little recap video, which is always very, very emotional, and then once the champions enter the room, it's obviously incredibly emotional moment for everyone.
We're still waiting for our invites.
Yeah, we do. We're going to have to get better at tennis, aren't we?
My dinner jacket's standing by just in case.
And naturally, the focus is on the men's and ladies singles winners, but there are so many trophies handed out here at Wimbledon. We're watching the ladies doubles final here. They're going to have 2 winners later on tonight. The juniors who get a chance to go as well. Mixed doubles, men's doubles, the invitationals. It's a celebration of everyone's achievements here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, and I think that's why winning Wimbledon in anything is so special, because of everything that happens afterwards. Obviously, for the singles champions, having the opportunity to talk with the royal family, go to the members' areas, talk to special guests, and then the champions ball. Those are the moments that you fight so hard for. Me personally, when I won the mixed doubles here, I don't really remember much on the court, but the fact that we were told, I didn't know that also the mixed doubles winners can go to the champions ball, and I was freaking out. I was so happy, and obviously one of the highlights of my career.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, back to the tennis here. We can see the 4 of them warming up. I mean, how do you see this one playing out? Obviously, the Czech doubles pair there. In fact, they were in the final of the girls' tournament the same year Nick Kyrgios was in the final of the boys' doubles back in 2013. So we're looking at a pair here from the Czech Republic that know each other pretty well. I mean, how important is that in a partnership?
Yeah, it's huge. We always talk about how the chemistry and understanding each other makes the biggest difference. And these 2 girls, they're almost like sisters. They've played together for such a long time. Obviously, with Krejcikova having to deal with injuries the last couple of months after Roland Garros last year. they struggled with their results, but it's nice to see them doing so well once again, and they will be super keen to get another Grand Slam title here.
Yeah, we can see their record. 4 Grand Slam titles, winners at the Australian Open, Roland Garros, and Wimbledon as well. So a really, really strong team. And their opponents today on centre court for this one, Mertens and Zhang. I was saying that they were a pair that they both had plenty of success in doubles, but a pair that have started to work together recently on the tour, and they've enjoyed success straight away.
Yeah, and I would say, as far as their style goes, for grass, they are better fitted. And you know, on a paper, taking away how much Krejcikova and Siniakova has won in the past, I would put their opponents as the favorites. Having said that, though, looking at these two and how much time and years they spend on the same side of the court, I think just that experience will somehow help them to find a way to the title.
And great to see Krejcikova back after that injury that you mentioned. You know, really difficult to come. I think it was an elbow injury, which obviously in this sport is a big deal. So great to see her back in a final here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, and I think she really needs that for her singles to pick up once again, because obviously she's low on confidence right now. All those expectations she had from herself and from everything around her after winning Roland Garros, it's always huge, and that's where most of the injuries can happen, because you start to train even harder, start to expect more, and sometimes the body is not ready to kind of react to it. So it's nice to see her doing well, even though it's just on a doubles court yet.
Just quickly before we leave this one, is there anything to the fact that this is the last final? How will that influence the players, that it's the last one before they have to head off for the Champions Ball? Could that affect them mentally at all?
Maybe just for the fact that they saw the rest of the girls already in their evening dresses. Other than that, no, I think you know, they are such a professionals, and they were pretty chilled right before getting on court. From what I saw, they were actually chatting to each other, and yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic final. I mean, what a weather, what a day, and what a way to finish these championships.
Yes, a beautiful evening. They will enjoy their time on centre court. Well, we will leave this one because we, due to our rights restrictions, aren't able to show you the match, but you can, of course, watch it on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. That is the scene at the All England Club. Still plenty of people on the hill who are going to be watching the women's doubles final on the big screen. But there was another big final earlier on today. We're going to take you to court 18, where a certain Daniela and Laura Robson were in action against Kim Clijsters and Martina Hingis. Here's the match point. Danny, didn't quite go your way today, did it?
It didn't, but honestly, we had so much fun with Laura. And it was such a privilege and honor to be part of the Legends Invitational. I think all the teams will agree with me that had to face Clijsters and Hingis. They could be easily on the main tour, and I wouldn't be surprised if they should be actually on the center court playing the finals. I mean, it's just unreal the way they still hit the ball. I think Martina Hingis missed the last volley I remember in 1979 or whenever she was born. It's just unbelievable. Obviously, I had the honor to play a lot of doubles with her, so I kind of knew what to expect. And no, it was such fun. We are exhausted. We are happy it's over. And we said, right, now we have 12 months pre-season and work on number one priority, our overheads. The thing is, when things go bad in the Legends, because we are not playing that often, it's so bad that you just want to run away from the court, because it can be really embarrassing. There are moments that you feel like, okay, we can still hit the ball, but when you miss shots, it's like the easiest ones you can imagine, and yeah, it's not much fun. But overall, no, it was really an
And talk
honor.
About your partnership with Laura. You picked a good partner there, because she's only just retired, so and she's still playing a pretty good level. Loving, I think, being on court, and I was chatting with her before Wimbledon. You know, obviously it was difficult for her with all of the injuries, having to decide to step away from the game when I'm sure she felt that she had more to give if she could just get over her injury problems. But nice to see her with a big smile on her face and enjoying being back on a court for the Invitationals.
Yeah, I think ever since we found out that we are playing together, because we don't really pick it, it's the Wimbledon Championships that decide who's playing with who. We were so excited, and you know, many times in the practice sessions, I kept telling her, like, why are you not still playing? Obviously, with the hip, it's not possible, but the way she still hits the ball and her timing, she was one of the most talented players. I actually remember the very first professional match she played was against me after she won the junior Wimbledon. We played the first match on court 2, and I was so impressed. Honestly, like the pure natural talent she has and how she reads the game, it's absolutely fascinating. And it's so great to see her back on the court, even though it's just for the legend. And it's so crazy to call Laura already a legend because easily she would be still winning a lot on the main tour. And yeah, we really got professional about our preparation. We started to hit like, I would say a week before the championships, making sure that we can actually last the matches. I think today with this weather, it's sad to say, but one of the goals was to actually get through the match and to survive on the court.
Yeah, one of the hottest days of the championship today. That didn't deter anyone on the hill. It was jam-packed earlier. I'm sure they're going to stick around for the ladies' doubles as well. But, you know, Danny, you might not know this, that's not the only hill at Wimbledon, because this year, for the first time, over in New York, in Brooklyn, they have recreated the iconic, we call it Henman Hill. This has been a topic of debate all week long. Murray Mound, Raducanu Ridge.
Robson Ridge, it could be that.
Robson Ridge, maybe. But over in New York, in Brooklyn, 4,000 people have been sampling the delights of Wimbledon. They've got strawberries and cream, they've got the alcoholic beverages. It's all happening. And we can cross over to Jamie to find out how they reacted to the men's final earlier on.
Back here at the Hill in New York, Brooklyn Bridge Park, Pier 6. This has been the site of some very exciting fan action, and it's been just so fun, so electric. We still have some fans hanging out because there are activities throughout the day, and these fans in particular were here bright and early this morning. How did you guys get in, get your tickets, and all that good stuff?
Well, we won some tickets by entering online ahead of time, which was really exciting. And we also brought some friends with us here today.
All right, well, lucky friends. Of course, you were here taking in all of the tennis action. Who were you rooting for, and were you excited by the results?
I think I was kind of rooting for it to go to 5, but I mean, I can't be too disappointed because it was a great match and such a high quality of tennis, so yeah.
Yeah, I was also just looking for a good match, but I don't know. I was having trouble finding someone to root for, to be honest, between these two. But glad to see him win 21. You know, I think he's like probably the best player of all time. So it's good to see that.
I agree. I mean, I was slightly curious just because, you know, the whole race between Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, I was like, gotta protect that record. But I mean, still, I was hoping for an amazing match, and we got pretty much an awesome match.
We certainly got an amazing match for sure. But what about just the atmosphere here? What impressed you just about the setup here at Brooklyn Bridge Park?
Well, everything. We love the different experiences, whether that's food, drinks, or photo opportunities. And it's our first time going to an event like this. I was thinking this is probably the second coolest place to be to watch this match besides Wimbledon.
I would say so, absolutely. And none of you have been to Wimbledon so far, right?
Unfortunately not. I'd love to go one day, but this is, I guess, as good as it gets otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to find a bar in New York to play tennis. Like, no one will play tennis off their bar. So I think it's cool to like get all these tennis fans together and watch it with like people who really care about the sport. I think that's the best part about this event.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, well, thank you so much. Are you guys going to stick around for, we've got some musical performances, some games, some activities?
Yeah, we'd love to. We'll stick around and see how it goes.
All right, well, you guys get ready for all of that. We will send it back to London. It has been fantastic being with you guys, giving a little American flavor to this wonderful, wonderful British tradition. Thanks so much for having me, and thanks for riding along with us.
Unbeatable out here.
Well, I'm joined by two brothers, Andy and Dimitar. Dimitar, first of all, how old are you, sir?
15.
And how old are you, Andy?
10.
How much have you enjoyed the Wimbledon finals day today?
It was amazing. I mean, great match from Djokovic and Kyrgios, and a lot of drama, especially the tiebreak in the end.
And Andy, where did you watch the match?
So on the tiebreak, we went to go watch at the stadium.
Nice.
And for the rest of the match, we couldn't kind of get in, so we had to watch on the phone.
You watched it on the phone. I watched it on the phone as well, so that makes the three of us. Now, we always give advice. If you're trying to get an autograph, be one of a number of things. Be fancy dressed, number 1. Have a big smile, number 2. Number 3, be a young person. And number 4, have something to sign. You've got something to sign here. What autographs have you managed to get, Andy?
So I got one from Bryan, both of the Bryans.
Nice.
When they were playing on the final. And also I got one from Marcus. So the one that both the Bryans play, I got an autograph from all of them.
Good job. Do you have a favourite autograph on there?
From Bryan, Bob.
Have you basically forgotten who's who? Because I'd have done the same. It's tough to read, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Dimitar, do you have a favourite player yourself?
Federer, definitely.
Federer.
Yeah.
Okay, the big question is, will Roger be back at Wimbledon at any point?
He'll probably be back next year if he doesn't get injured, but I'm not expecting him to get too far.
And another big question is, Nick Kyrgios made it to the final in a Grand Slam for the first time ever. Do you think he'll make it to the final?
Maybe.
Because young people are honest. You're a young person, so you can be totally honest. So you don't need to worry about what people think. Will we see Nick back again at the Wimbledon final?
We could do if he has a good attitude, definitely. But if he doesn't, then he'll probably just keep failing, maybe. I don't know.
I like it. And just finally, Andy, final word for you, my friend. I take it you play tennis. What's your dream?
My dream is to win a Grand Slam.
Yes, dude! High five. Good luck with that, Dimitar. Pleasure to meet you. Two brothers. Forget about the Bryans. It's all about Andy and Dimitar in Wimbledon finals.
Look where we are. It is a hive of activity in the Wimbledon shop today. I'm with Dan Ashmore, the head of retail. Well, retail operations. You know, your title's interesting, but what you do is more interesting.
Thank you.
Tell me, you are responsible for all this incredible merchandise.
In a sense, I am. So we're a team of 8 people here during the year at the championships. We're a mixture of operations, product sourcing, merchandisers. We've got an e-commerce team in the back office as well. But there's 8 of us behind this. We ramp up to a team of about 320 during the tournament.
Oh my gosh, the stuff in this store is incredible. And you help source some of the products. You've got very creative and inventive this year. There's some really lovely mementos to take home. What is your most popular item that sells here?
We're very fortunate with the championships towels. So the towels are used on court by the players, which for us is a phenomenal endorsement of our product. We see the players use them. They're a piece of equipment as far as a lot of the players are concerned. But if you're on court, you see them get used, you come into store and you know it's that iconic piece of championships merchandise. The towels this year have sold nearly 60,000 pieces across all colours.
Also, there are some things that if you're here in the first week you might see, but come finals day you're not going to get. Like what?
This year, baseball caps. So we're very fortunate to have bounced back with a bang post-COVID. So we're tracking at about 30% up versus 2019, which is our benchmark. Because we had a compromised championships in 2020 and we had a reduced crowd in 2021, we're benchmarking against 2019 as our last full crowd championships, and we are doing phenomenally well. So a huge effort from the team here on the shop floor, behind the scenes as well. But we really are ahead. So what's left on final Sunday is what's left.
The shelves are bare and it's like people can't get enough. It's like the end of the world in here. It's like they're looting the store. It's so great to see people spending money, having a great day. Should we go through my bag and see what I've ransacked from the shop?
Please do, Olivia.
Okay, let's do it. Now this is one of the most gorgeous chic holdalls. I mean, look, it's really high quality, really premium stuff. You can use it all year, obviously, not just for the championships. But this is the type of stuff I would be buying. A blanket. It might be hot today, but it's not always hot. And a lovely Wimbledon purple blanket, beautiful. In the summer, chilly evenings in the garden, having a drink, gorgeous. Love me a gilet. Ah, so chic. And look, just a tiny Wimbledon emblem, but very useful all weather, really. If you're off to the seaside, you need a gilet to keep yourself warm. A ball, you can't go wrong with the ball. This is the ball that the players will autograph if you see them. Get yourself one, a great memento, a great gift for a kid. And it's nice that it's an oversized ball, isn't it? The baseball cap, you said it yourself. Luckily for me, I have a pea head, so kid size still fits. Oh, love this one. Might go home with that one myself. Now, you mentioned the towel. There is, of course, a centenary towel. Tell us a bit about that.
So we've been working for about a year and a half on the centenary towel. We got together with our museum, our heritage team here at Wimbledon in January 2021. We knew the anniversary year was coming. This towel specifically celebrates the centenary of Centre Court. We spoke to our archivists. We asked them to dig out the original architectural drawings of the Centre Court, and we turned it into a limited edition towel. So this is one of 5,000 pieces. I think, looking around the store, this might be one of the very last we have at the championships.
Look at it.
I'm going to fold it out for you, Olivia.
Gold.
Make sure I get it the right way up. And there we are. That one showcases what would have been the original architectural drawings, which are currently present in our museum archives.
that really is a piece of history in a towel, and so useful on a hot summer's day. Can't go wrong with a pair of socks, a lovely gift and memento as well. What else have we got? Oh yeah, we all need a nice cup of tea with some strawberries and cream. Love that. Bit of fun. You know, not everything is so serious.
That's it. We try to be a little bit playful. We have a lot of gifting here at the championships. Not everyone is buying for themselves, so drinkware is a huge category for us. We sell something like in the region of 80,000 items of drinkware across the mugs, across the travel bottles, the tumblers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Finally, I selected this little mini ball because I do think a mini ball is just such a sweet treat. And you know what goes with a mini ball? A mini racket. Oh, such a nice little gift. Isn't that so thoughtful to go home, especially for the little ones? If you don't want a mini, why not go for a regular size? You can actually get proper rackets here. I love that. This one feels good. It's a Babolat, obviously. Rafa Nadal might play with this. Dominic Thiem too. Lovely. I reckon I could do some good stuff with this. And if that is not going to help your game, then there's only one thing for it. It's a comedy racket.
You wouldn't believe we've sold 4 of these so far this championships.
I would, to be honest. I love this. 4.
It's almost your height. We've sold 4 of these across the championships. I'm not sure what the purpose is. When you get them home, are they going on the wall?
Absolutely.
Is there an oversized tennis court?
This is decorative, for sure. But you know what? It is a great piece of interior design, I think. And actually, if you're into your tennis, this is an amazing piece of art, in fact. Well, thank you so much, Dan. That's been really interesting, and I love all your wares. So thanks so much for letting us have a route around.
Thank you. Great to meet you, Olivia. Enjoy your day at the championships.
Yeah, thanks, Olivia. I'm not sure how my partner would feel if I brought that one home to our tiny 2-bedroom flat a bit later on. I'll test the waters.
And Danny, before we dip in and watch some live tennis, obviously the players do like to head down to the shop as well to pick up some things for family and friends. Is there anything in there that every year here at Wimbledon you head down and buy?
Well, there's the obvious towel situation.
Yep. Gotta have a towel.
Yeah, sometimes from the court. I'll be honest. It's kind of a competition that's going on in the locker room. But I have to say, anything from the gift shop from Wimbledon just means so much more from anywhere else. You know, I would bring things home from US Open, Australia, Paris. Not so much. Wimbledon, always. And it's like, no expectations, but could you? And I'm like, guys, I already have 3 full bags.
Yeah.
But somehow I always find a way to squeeze it in.
With you.
Anne was saying
yeah, pretty much.
Anne was saying she particularly likes the homeware, so the mugs, the tea towels, things like that.
Yeah.
Although she said if she was travelling afterwards, having a hand luggage full of mugs wasn't always the easiest thing, clinking away as she got onto the airport. So do head over to wimbledon.com if you'd like to pick up some things that are
this
available.
lovely T-shirt is currently available in the shop, so there you go. You can have that with your mug and your towel,
model,
which you need today.
Beautifully, James. Okay, let's head back inside court 1 because we were checking in on this match earlier on before the men's singles final finish. Pretty good crowd in there watching this one as well in the wheelchair doubles. And it is between the top seeds, Schroeder and Vink from the Netherlands, and Lapthorne and Wagner, the number 2 seeds. Lapthorne from Great Britain and Wagner from America as well. Close run thing. Was a tie-break in the first set, 7-6 to Lapthorne and Wagner, and we can join it at 1-1 in the second set.
Oh, dearie me, this boy is so talented.
40-15.
Just a perfect line and length there, splitting Lapthorne and Wagner, but also the distance on it was just absolutely spot on.
Good. Oh, I was going to the right shot, totally. Lapthorne was going in and Schroeder tried to go back behind him into the trams. Didn't miss by much. Clever play. Well done. He saw that Wagner and Lapthorpe were both in the net and could do nothing about it if he logged in. Good control.
Well, he calls himself Niels on Wheels. That was pretty tasty.
Certainly was then. Should be called Niels Fast Wheels.
So Wagner and Lapthorpe 2-1 down in this second set. And we were talking about the chairs earlier. We should just say that if people listening are interested in taking up wheelchair tennis, there are a couple of avenues to go down. The chairs at this level are expensive, but at local level you should be able to kind of access a tennis club with a chair for you to try and play in.
Absolutely. In addition, you've got the voice of Wimbledon, Dan Maskell. We've now got the Dan Maskell Tennis Trust. They are very forward and positive in offering grants to clubs and players, new players, if they want to get into wheelchair tennis. It's something really well, go to the website, go and have a look. You can also donate. Obviously, the more donations we get, the more people we can get playing wheelchair tennis. The more Wimbledon tennis champions we can get, And don't forget, is it next week, the British Open Super Series in Nottingham? Go to the LTA website. Tickets are free to watch.
And the LTA also have a wheelchair tennis initiative, so look up any of those things. But as Peter says, the British Open next week, if you want to get along and watch more wheelchair tennis. But there's no doubt the exposure that the sport has got at this Wimbledon in particular, of course, following up after the Paralympics last year, has been massive.
Second serve.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The movement that wheelchair tennis has got at the moment is great. US Open. Got juniors in now, first time.
David Wagner will be looking forward to the US Open.
He's not a junior, though.
he is not a junior. 48 years old. Yeah, actually started playing table tennis as part of his rehab after the accident he had.
Oh, bit more.
A little bit too much on that from Vink.
Bit hot-headed, isn't he, sometimes? Oh, look close. Go on then, challenge it, Wagner.
David Wagner is challenging the ball on the left baseline.
Thought he would.
The ball was caught out.
I would have called it in, but it was pretty close. Oh. No wonder I'm wearing glasses now. Mind you, you got to give us a bit where we're sitting, Andy.
We're high up in the stand. We've got actually a great view down onto the court, but for those tight line calls, I must admit myself and Peter are both wearing specs, and I think we have to rely on Hawkeye.
Even if I was on court, I would have challenged. Got nothing to lose. Oh, it's a bit loose, that Vink again.
14-15. Blackburn will have 2 chances. Thank you.
And the dreaded mobile phone going off in court 1.
Thank you.
great get. Schroeder was... Or was that Vink again? That was Schroeder got... Goodness me.
It was Schroeder, yeah. And he has pulled off some crackers as well, hasn't he? I've been raving about Vink, but...
Are they contesting this call? No, okay. Gosh, that was amazingly lucky and amazingly brilliant.
Deuce.
Well, that is double fault number 6 of the match for this pair.
Yeah, the last one wasn't done at a particularly good time either, though. Not a great time to allow the Dutch pair to come into back deuce.
You could hear Andy Lapthorne saying that's the way, David, to his partner. One more of those needed from the American. The disposition of Vink and Schroeder is much quieter, isn't it? Much more contained than Lapthorne and Wagner. Lapthorne, in particular, just wears his heart on his sleeve.
Totally.
OK, we'll leave that one there at 2-all in the second set. Now, this is from earlier today on court number 3, the ladies' wheelchair doubles final. Yui Kamiji and Dana Matthewson on the left there, Japanese-American partnership. Bit of an upset, unseeded pair beating the top seeds, Dida de Groot and Annette van Koot from the Netherlands, 6-1, 7-5. And yesterday, Olivia was lucky enough to catch up with Dana Matthewson.
So I'm here with the top 2 wheelchair tennis players of their countries. You are playing the final tomorrow, Dana. How are you feeling?
I'm really excited. It's my first Wimbledon, so to be able to say that I'm in a doubles final is not something I planned on a few days ago, but I'm really excited about it. Obviously, it's what we come here and hope to achieve, so I can't wait.
Now, usually your doubles partner's sat right here, but actually you beat her in the semi-final. How is it? Is this awkward? Is this okay?
No, it's absolutely fine. It was a great match. I think it was really close, actually, the first set. And they played well, so they deserved to win.
Charming in defeat. I love that. They're super classy. Now, you two know each other really well. You do play with each other, obviously. Tell us a bit about what it's like being on the tour, how you found Wimbledon as your first tournament here, and how they've reacted and adapted to being a wheelchair tennis player.
So our tour is very much like the able-bodied side in that we have tournaments all over the world, and you're gone, I don't know how many weeks a year, 30 plus weeks, depending on how many tournaments you want to play. So we live out of a suitcase a lot of the time. Most tournaments are nothing as beautiful as the tournament that we're at right now, right? Lucy can attest to that. But we were just saying earlier, Wimbledon has been so amazing in terms of showcasing wheelchair tennis, in terms of showing us on primetime TV, showing us on huge stadium courts like court number 1 yesterday and having a huge crowd turnout. That's not something that we're incredibly used to, but it's something that we can see is changing throughout the world, and it's a great start. And I think we've gotten a lot more fans here, at least in the UK, and hopefully across the world.
How's it changed and adapted from year to year from your point of view?
Seeing Wimbledon develop with the BBC and showcasing it live on TV, on the red button, so all the courts are streamed, it's fantastic. People that haven't seen wheelchair tennis are getting to see it. When you're playing, you're seeing more and more crowds coming and joining. You hear people commenting about it and enjoying it. So it's great to see where wheelchair tennis is going.
I'm really pleased to hear that. Now, you mentioned earlier, Dana, tennis players change their shoes to adapt to the court. You have a lot more to do. Let's talk about the mechanics of this. So, how is it different for you on grass with your chair?
Well, grass, as you can imagine, has a lot more resistance in terms of us pushing. I think maybe a good way to liken it to someone on their feet would be someone running in sand.
Oh.
Right? It's exhausting pushing on grass.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resistance. It's almost like pushing on carpet sometimes. And because of that, we have to adjust this wheel that's in the back of our chairs. We call it a fifth wheel or an anti-tip bar, and it literally stops me from falling over when I'm
Right.
serving. But if that's too low, there's a lot of drag or resistance as you push, so
Trying to
you
move
have to
around.
adjust the height of it. That's really the main adjustment that we make. Some people ask if there's different tires that we use, and surprisingly, there's not. Maybe that'll be something that we adapt to later on. But yeah, that's the main thing that you have to adjust.
And Lucy, your chairs for the game are obviously different to your chairs when you're not playing. How are they different?
So different. Like every chair is generally made to measure, so what suits me and what suits Dana is very different. But the main difference is the wheels are slanted on our sports chairs, which aids with stability, turning. You're less likely to flip the chair. On our day chairs, we have them far straighter. You can get through doorways, etc., much easier. You can get through crowds easier. So these chairs, like for me, I have a chest strap that gives me balance. Dana doesn't have that, but she'll have a lap strap and the knee braces, so that every single movement then moves the chair, whereas our day chairs are far more comfortable for just daily use.
And it's more your arms doing the work then.
Yeah.
Can your body really navigate this and steer this?
For some people, they can push their chair.
For some people.
And then they can get it moving from side to side,
Right.
whereas mine's a lot more limited.
Right.
Whereas, I think like for Dana, she might be able to push the chair and she'll be able to flick it and twist it with her hips.
Yeah.
It just really depends on your disability.
I think a good way,
No.
I think a good way of kind of explaining the chairs is kind of relating them to shoes in a way. So like the everyday chairs that we sit in are more like sandals or like flip-flops that you might get around in comfortably, but you wouldn't run in them, you wouldn't like move
No
quickly
support,
in
not
them.
as much support.
Correct,
Right.
and that's really what our day chairs are for, whereas our sports chairs are like if you put on tennis shoes or basketball shoes
Got it.
or soccer cleats, things like that you can move specifically in, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, that's a
kind of
perfect analogy.
good way to think of it.
And now, Dana, we spoke a bit before about like your progression in tennis and how you came to play. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Sure. So I was able-bodied until I was 10 and a half years old, and then I contracted a really rare autoimmune disease called transverse myelitis. And I was, like I said, able-bodied, and then in a couple of hours, far from able-bodied, I needed a wheelchair from then on. And I was not a tennis player before that. I was into soccer or football, I should say. But my mom was really adamant that I needed to remain active and to find sport again, and she signed me up for tennis camps, basketball camps, all sorts, and tennis was the one that I eventually fell in love with. So.
And when you were 10 and a half, were there any role models in a wheelchair that you could look up to in sport?
Yes, I remember that at that first camp that I went to, there were several Paralympians, one of them Karen Korb, who at that time I had no idea the grandiosity of the person I was meeting. But she was great. I remember that was the first time that I saw someone that looked so strong and beautiful, and do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like an accomplished, great looking person that actually happened to use a wheelchair. As a child, I'd never met anyone with a disability that wasn't someone's grandparent.
Yeah.
So that was really eye-opening to me, and it was inspiring, and I think it's a big part of why I'm here talking to you. So.
And I think you are that for many young children out there. Yeah, look, you're gorgeous. Right. Oh, the time has come. I'm just going to have to hit a ball against you, which is just going to be the most embarrassing thing ever. But you know what? I'll never be on this court again. Be nice to me, okay? You guys are literally the top of your...
You might be great.
No, just lower your expectations. Do you mind having a hit with me? And hopefully Jeff will focus on you two and you kind of showing us how you manoeuvre on the court. Oh, just last thing, Lucy, kind of what are any rule differences from able-bodied game to wheelchair tennis?
Literally, we have to have our backsides in contact with the seat when we're hitting a ball.
All the time?
All the time. The only other thing is that we get 2 bounces.
Yes.
So the first bounce has to be in the normal parameters of the game, but the second bounce can be outside the court, it can be back over the net. But other than that, let's play some tennis.
Let's do it. I'm now in the chair next to Dana and Lucy, and they're going to show me the kind of basic moves I need to learn and how to play a match. Right, I'll pass this to you and try and listen at the same time, and I'll take a racket too. Thank you.
All right, so basically, without the racket, just in terms of moving the chair, if you want to go to the right, you're going to want to hold the right wheel, push with the left, Same thing goes with turning left. You want to hold your left wheel and push with your right.
Question, how are you doing that when you are holding a racket then?
Well, a lot of people think that when we play tennis, we just kind of like set the racket here and then like push and then pick it up. You don't have time to do that.
Exactly.
So there's different grips with pushing. Everyone's a bit different, but I like to think of this flat bit of my racket is like an extension of my palm.
Right.
So the same way that I would put my palm on the rim here,
Got
I'm
it.
now just putting the racket here
Got it.
and then wrapping my fingers around.
That makes sense.
So you kind of push the racket into the rim and use that to help you push.
Do you wear out a lot of grips quickly?
Oh my gosh, every single day.
Yeah.
Every single match I have, I'm switching it out.
That makes sense. And Lucy, do you have a different technique?
I do. I've got really small hands, so then I literally use my thumb to push. So I put the racket at the side of the rim of the chair.
Just to keep it out of the way, but right.
Well, it's more because I've got it in a forehand grip, which is the same as a backhand grip.
Yes.
And then I use the thumb to push. So like Dana, I push, if I want to go left, I'll push down with the right and I pull back with the left.
Ah.
And then vice versa, coming backwards that way.
Okay, got it. Ooh, which will I go for? I've got
ready?
like small hands, I'd say. So,
Small hands, but great nails.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Can't break
I
a
have
nail.
no nails.
Yeah, but the plaster, is that to help? Yeah, got it. All right. So.
And you want to have your hand as far down here as possible. There you go.
Okay, all right.
Perfect.
Let me just have a little go. Hold this.
You could try pushing without the racket to start with, if you want.
No, let's jump in at the deep end. Well, yeah, it's stupid, isn't it? But I have to say already, I'm like, how are you? Like, you have to think of so many things.
It becomes second nature when you've been doing it.
Oh,
but
yeah,
when you first start, moving the chair is the first difficult thing.
For sure, but then you've got to get amazing ground strokes.
And then you put a racket in your hand, and then you've got to move the chair.
I quite like this. This is nice.
Doing well.
This would be nice.
Backwards is pretty good.
Thanks. Okay. Oh, forward's harder almost.
Forward, come forward.
Put your move them together.
Ah.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Always be moving.
Oh, is that a tip too? Never
Always
stop.
be
Too hard to
moving.
get going.
Even if you're not hitting the ball, you've got to be moving. That was yours.
Right. Doesn't work like
there you
that.
There you go. Push, 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 push.
Push, Olivia.
Push.
I'm just so confused. Okay.
Push.
Oh, 2 bounces.
Well, that was a good swing.
Thank you.
I think you just hit your first winner on Lucy.
I just beat the British #1. Yeah. Woo. Oh, the crowd. Oh, it's such an honour to be here. But Lucy, I wanted to ask you, so I found out Dana's story earlier about how she came to be in a chair. Would you mind telling us yours?
Yeah, for sure. I was 21 years old. I just finished university and I did my direct motorbike licence. And 12 days later, after passing my test, I had an accident and I broke my back from, I'm the chest height. So I severed my spinal cord, so I'm a paraplegic from T4. And yeah,
and
my
so
life
you
changed.
were 21?
I was 21.
And then how soon after that did you then find tennis? And was it for the kind of mental and emotional side, or just you wanted a physical activity to also do?
I was a badminton player before my accident, and I met a guy called Pete Norfolk who has a disability company. I was buying my first day chair from him, and when we got talking and I said that I played badminton beforehand, he said, well, try tennis. He lent me a chair, which I then went on to buy, and I've kind of never looked back. I fell in love with the sport. It helped me overcome my disability. I played with family and friends just to start with, just kind of learning who I was again. And then became quite good at the sport and, never looked back. I never thought that I would take it to this level. I was thought that I was too disabled because of my level to kind of compete with the top girls, but I suppose hard work and, maybe my badminton days have really helped, and I'm here.
I think that our tour is very personable, I would say, because it's a bit smaller maybe than the able-bodied side, so we all have close friendships, there's cliques, we kind of joke that sometimes it's like being back at school. Yeah. Like there's rumors, there's people that get on really well, there's people that don't, but yeah, of course we swap stories. Sometimes it's almost like a competition, like, oh, her story's way more gruesome than yours, or yours is a bit boring. Which
You're
is
just competitive in no matter what way.
We're just competitive people.
Yeah.
But no, that's one of the things that I love so much about our tour is that I've found friends like Lucy. So it's not just work all the time. Like you actually have people that you can hang out with and enjoy your time with.
And get your life, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you both so much. It's been such a pleasure. And honestly, what you do is amazing. This is so hard. So yeah, well done to you both.
Let's see you try to get out of the chair.
No, that's not me. I mean, I'll do it off camera. I'll just get out of shot.
What a hustle from Kyrgios.
The first pass, this one was sensational. Lots of left hand. This was just high enough for Kyrgios streaking into the picture to be able to make the forehand.
Love to see.
Yeah, another magnificent play of the day. There were quite a few contenders, really. We had some lovely rallies between those two. We always knew it was going to be that way.
I think it's one of the toughest matches to pick any rally of the day to make it to our show, because there have been so many. And obviously, when you've got Novak and Nick facing each other, you are going to get so many of them.
Yeah, popcorn tennis. Well, let's remind ourselves of what happened in that tie-break in the fourth set. It was perfectly poised. Would it go to 5? Would Kyrgios be able to push it all the way, or would Djokovic hold his nerve? And we can watch the final set tie-break now.
That got plenty of the line, I think.
123 mile an hour second serve.
Looked like it had. No. Must have been hoping.
1-0. Djokovic. Kyrgios has 1 challenge remaining.
Yeah, concentrate on the opponent. At this point.
Let's for service. Let's for service.
Really good point, patient. Djokovic there. Kyrgios just too far behind the baseline to be able to come up with the passing shot.
Thank you.
Just can't take anything for granted at this stage. A routine forehand from Djokovic. Didn't really get that racket head acceleration.
Memories of the 3 breakers that Djokovic won in the 2019 final with Federer. He's not going to break down often. The missed forehand followed by an Ironman point. dream is coming to an end here at the hands of a relentless performance from the six-time champion Djokovic. It looks inevitable.
Yeah, impatience now off the racket of Nick Kyrgios. And with that, Novak Djokovic just taking that little bit of extra time.
Djokovic.
It's a three-hour final of great intensity, but still 4 match points for Novak Djokovic.
6-3. Djokovic.
3. He may not serve again, Kyrgios. Seventh Wimbledon, a 21st Grand Slam
6-4, 7-6.
For this superstar player. You wouldn't say it was been his easiest year.
Yes, delight for Novak Djokovic as he wins his 7th Wimbledon, 4th in a row, and crucially that 21st Grand Slam title. Danny now 1 behind Rafa Nadal. Important that he won this one, really, given the fact that he missed chances in Melbourne, not being able to play, then didn't win at Roland Garros. Still unknown for what's going to happen for the US Open. We were saying throughout the tournament, would he feel the pressure, the weight of expectation? Because he wants to be known as the greatest of all time, let's face it, and wanted to move 1 behind Rafa.
Yeah, no, this one was huge for Novak, and obviously he's got to be feeling the pressure, as you say, and this is where you got to respect that whatever he decides to do, he really stands up for his decisions and beliefs, and he's not probably going to change it, even though it might cost him a few Grand Slam titles and all of that. So this is where, you know, whatever opinion he has, he always backs it up and he doesn't change his mind. Yeah, I think this Wimbledon title means more than ever to him so much, just because how little opportunity he had this year so far to perform at his best.
I thought he looked relieved at the end of that. You see the pictures here. That to me is a man that I think he obviously was feeling nervous coming into this, but he's also a human being, and we sometimes forget that because of the way he plays.
I think he was relieved just because he managed to get it done in 4 sets, because with Nick you just never know what can happen. And even in the tiebreak until the last point, I think we were all tight and nervous. And he's been on the other side of things where he was able to change matches around. We all remember the one against Roger here, match points down. So he understands that even match points up, it's still not over. And so he kept the intensity until the very last moment. And I'm sure before the match he must have been so tight and nervous just because of the fact that tactically he couldn't really prepare as normally he would like to.
And we heard in the post-match interview, he hasn't lost on centre court since 2013.
Wow.
And we think of the great grass court players in times gone by, Pete Sampras, John McEnroe, Bjorn Borg, all those players who made centre court their own. He has now done that in the modern era.
Yeah, and I think with Novak it's so much about creating the right habits. He talked about the affirmations he was telling himself during the toilet break, and he believes in them so much that I think that's why he created this kind of an aura about him when he enters the center court, starting from the locker room. We always talk about the famous walk, and I think by the time he gets to this special court, like, he has so much belief in his abilities and everything he's achieved in the past on center court that that gives him even more energy and motivation and the right attitude in order to go all the way. And I'm sure ever since the first match here, in his mind there was no doubt that he wants to go all the way.
Well, you can see the sun setting behind Danny there, golden hour here on centre court as we wrap up very soon here, but it's not the end for Novak, is it? What does he do from here as a kind of final thought? Next year, you fancy him to come back and repeat?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's so fit and still so fresh, hungry. And maybe all this time that he has to stay away, it's going to keep him playing even longer. And we all want to see that. And I think he's not going anywhere. And I think, if anything, this kind of tournament has just shown him how much he still got in the tank, and we would absolutely love to have him here many, many more times.
Yeah, he certainly is. We will see him back, I'm sure, next year, barring any injuries. Day 14 is over for us here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Another Wimbledon Championships in the books. It was a special one as we celebrated 100 years of Wimbledon. Time for us to say thank you to Danny.
Thank you, boys. Such a pleasure and honour.
It was always lovely to reflect on the day with you in our various spots all around the grounds.
We've covered some ground ourselves, haven't we?
And thank you to the team that makes Wimbledon Uncovered possible. A lot of people working behind the scenes to make us look good on air. As we say thank you and see you next year. Here's some of the best bits over the fortnight here at SW19. Good night.
Good night.
It's always brilliant to be here at Wimbledon on day one of the championship.
Yeah, I mean, this day of the year is so exciting.
Olivia, how is it up there on the umpire's chair?
I gotta tell you, I think I found my place in life.
Mike posted something on his Instagram yesterday of me hitting him in the head.
I was going to ask you if you ever hit, yeah.
Well, it was very hard to spot these two shy, retreating women on the hill.
Now, the competition is who's come here the furthest.
Friendly, not so friendly competition.
How far have you come from today?
North London.
North London, oh, livid.
Right. This is starting really well.
Hello, excuse me, where have you come from today?
I came from Guam.
She's like a tiny jumping Jack Russell. Do you like Andy Murray? Do you like Nick Kyrgios? Rafa Nadal? Yeah, Rafa.
Michael forced some long ones, and the second one I thought, well, I suppose I better get involved in this second point.
And look who I have here. The magnificent Fudge. Say hi, Fudge.
The Wimbledon is your oyster.
The Wimbledon is your oyster. That's an Aussie term that we say. The world is your oyster.
I got that one.
Yeah. It's the most delicious cocktail I've ever had in my life.
Hey, how are you? Say again? I can be Paul if you want. I'm not Paul. He's a really good-looking guy, Paul is. No one can knock that. He's like a siren to the sailors, old Paul. I'm the guy from Crime Watch. They roll me out a couple of days a week.
Hello and welcome to Wimbledon on day 7. Here I am at worrying about.
Hello.
She wants to join in.
Thanks for letting us invade this spacious room.
Thanks.
Mind your head behind you.
Look at this shot here. They are earning their money. We're going to give a little bit of a wave here.
I'm on the hallowed turf This feels very exciting. I'm in a sandal and they've let me.
Aboriginal, original, no. I hear the laughter in my head constantly, so it's fine.
I'll be in Trafalgar Square, Piccadilly Circus with my flag going around. Tunisia, Tunisia!
Delightful.
Hello, boy. Do you know
Very
what?
good with children.
I'm not a child. I'm actually a fully grown adult. It might surprise you.
He's a veteran at the age of 27.
There you go.
Oh. Okay, let's stop there. Let's not even go down that road.
In case you can't imagine what a cup looks like when it goes into a bin, it looks like this.
Wait.
Oh,
That's live telly.
This is bad. Oh, dear.
In fact, last time I was here, Adam, Olivia, our colleague, spent a lot of time with some donkeys, and I don't mean us.
Our producer, Chris, has kind of communicated to me subtly by saying it's gone to juice. What he's actually saying is, Radzi, calm down.
Okay, let's just do it.
The Wimbledon channel full mix left. 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 The Wimbledon channel full mix left.